Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's special edition of the Draft Countdown podcast, where we are covering night 2 of the NFL Draft. I am your co-host, Brian Bosarge, as always, with my co-host, Shane P. Hallam. Shane, what a wild night 1. Can we expect these same shenanigans again tonight?
Not sure. I'm sure you can quite match the double receiver trade and how many trades in a row we had. I'm not sure we'll quite get that tonight, but I think there's going to be some movement in this second round, especially now. We got quarterbacks, we got receivers. We're going to see running backs and tight ends fly off the board as well today. We didn't get to see any yesterday, so I'm excited. I'm pumped up. Day 2 is my favorite because I feel like you still get good players. Everyone kind of knows them. Everyone's still kind of into it, and you get 2 rounds instead of 1. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, we've the parallels to the 2013 draft continued last night. Only one quarterback selected in the first round. Where, like you said, I believe we're going to get a run here, probably about no later than midway through the second round. I would guess we'll probably see at least 2 more come off the board. But yeah, those trades last night, 9 trades last night. That's not counting the 11 trades or 12 trades that took place before the draft ever started. Just insanity at the highest level last night in Las Vegas. A lot of gambling going on there, like you would expect.
Yeah. Look, it's that is the draft's become this giant event, and it's not not against that. So I don't know. I think the trade's made it fun. It's a little tough to follow always who was picking when and when those updates would happen. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for tonight. We both posted day 2 mock drafts up on Draft Countdown. So if you want to check them out before we get rolling, you can see how well we did there. I can't imagine it's going to be very good, but it's always fun to speculate. I think player wise, try to see now, okay, who fell you didn't expect to, and how's that kind of working out is pretty good.
Yeah, we're not scoring those, right?
We are not scoring those.
I'm just saying,
I
was half asleep when I was doing mine this morning, and I put David Bell in twice. So
I've been there.
So hopefully nobody's going to hold us to those.
And look, we both showed out pretty well in the mock draft contest, I must say. Both in the top half, which I think is pretty solid. So,
including yourself, Shane, who had more players correctly placed in the first round than anybody else. 30 out of 32 players correctly placed in the first round. Tip of the cap to you, sir.
Thanks. I wish it counted for a little bit more. I would have been nice, but kept my average up because I only got six picks correct, which isn't tremendous, but I'll take the 30. Cole Strange did not have in the first round. I don't know why I didn't get that one, but
I'm willing to bet not a single person in that mock draft contest had Cole Strange in the first round.
So for PFF has the draft simulator, right? You pick who you're a fan of. You pick a team. I think they had like 400,000 Patriots drafts. 2 of them, people pick Cole Strange in the first round.
Wow.
So whoever those 2 people are,
his family had.
Yeah, I think it's Bill Belichick. I think he was just on there, just seeing the possibilities and trying it out.
So wild. Malik Willis was your other player that you had in your was the other one that didn't go in your first. Who was? I'm sorry.
Tyler Linderbaum was the other one. So,
oh yeah, that's right.
So Malik Willis and Cole Strange, Tyler Linderbaum. I didn't have. I had Malik Willis, and I can't remember who the other one was, but
doesn't matter.
Nah, that's fine.
We both had 6 correctly mocked to those teams last night. I was a little further down the board than you, but above. If average is in the middle, I was above average last night, Shane, and I will take that all day long. Last night we gave away some cards, Shane. We're going to do it again tonight, and that's thanks to our sponsor of this 3-night endeavor of ours here, Next Gym. Next Gym is a new app for your iPhone with innovative technology developed specifically for trading cards to image, manage, and share your collection. You can join the waitlist for early access now at nextgem.com. That's nextgem.com.
Yeah, and if you hop over the YouTube chat room, I'll put the giveaway. So we were giving away a Brett Favre rookie card, near mint condition, Atlanta Falcons. So if you sign up every day for this giveaway, then you'll be entered to win it. If you didn't sign up yesterday, still sign up today, because if we don't have anyone do all three, then if you did two of the three, you get entered. So the code phrase is Packers for Brett Favre, and the Packers probably going to draft a receiver tonight. So you can get the Google form link in the chat room in the YouTube. Go to youtube.com/the draft countdown, get in the chat room, hook that up, enter in, and you can win yourself a near mint condition graded 8 Brett Favre rookie card.
There was some interesting stuff, some stats and numbers I started kind of like aggregating today that I wanted to we'll get into tonight before we set the stage for day 2 here in a minute with our best available players. But Georgia, 5 players drafted last night in the first round. The ACC as a conference, 4. The Pac-12 as a conference, 4. The Big 12, 0. Georgia doing better than 2 conferences last night.
That's what happens when you win the national championship and you have a defense like that. Because I feel like defense is usually where that's going to happen, more so than the offensive players. And they did not have an offensive player drafted last night. So it was all defense for Georgia, which is scary. I think that makes evaluation tough. I know it made it difficult for me to really say, like, hey, this player is absolute stud great when you're playing with other first-round talents, all of those guys, big-time workouts, RAS scores. Not all those players are going to be good NFL players. Like, there's going to be a Georgia bust from this first round. Just picking out who it will be, I think, is easier said than done.
Well, if we go by our good buddy Pigskin Paul, I think we can take a guess at which one he thinks it's going to be after his rant, if you will, last night. You mentioned that there was 5 Georgia defensive players drafted. That is a record since 1967 for most defensive players by one school selected in the first round of the NFL draft.
That is wild. That's wild. But that defense was historically good.
Really good.
So that's the case. Yeah, it's similar to Clemson back in the day, and we've Cleveland Farrell did not get his 5th-year option picked up by the Raiders today. So actually, they didn't pick up any of those 3 first-round picks that Mike Mayock had. That's why he's fired. That's why he's not the GM anymore. So Pierce is right.
5 more players, maybe 5 more Georgia players getting drafted tonight, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's got to be pretty close today, right? Because we're gonna have George Pickens, we're gonna have Nakobe Dean. I think they'll come off the board fairly soon.
You could have the 2 running backs, Cook and White, Jamari Salyer, perhaps.
Yeah, I think Salyer, like you said, maybe at least one of the running backs will come off the board. So I guess probably 4. That's still pretty good when you just had 5 in the first round.
Before the combine and pro day, maybe Darian Kendrick, but I think that
okay, you can even see a Justin Schaefer. Yeah, I think there's a world where that happens. So lots of options if you want more Bulldogs. The Packers just want to keep taking Georgia players. They can do it.
Chris James tweeted out this morning. 8 teams had multiple first-round picks coming into last night. The night ended with 9 teams having multiple first-round picks. Those 9 teams selected 19 of the 32 players in the first round.
Wow. Yeah, that is crazy. That's that's the way things are trending. Now these draft picks are ammo. It is capital to spend, not just on getting players, drafting players, but trading for players, moving around the board more than ever. it's the time to do it. And more than ever, we had a lot of trades last night. We had a ton, but ultimately, a lot of these trades happened before last night. So I think teams are willing to use that. I mentioned yesterday, I think it's super interesting that no trades had a 2023 pick involved yesterday.
That's not by coincidence.
Right. I think teams recognize we don't want to give up a shot if we want to move up in that draft or we want to move around that draft. So unless you were trading for a big time quarterback or you're Mickey Loomis, you weren't giving up that 2023 first too easily.
Speaking of Mickey Loomis, so the Saints have traded away pick 18, which ended up being Traylon Burks, pick 80, 98, 101, 120, 237, a 2023 first and sixth, a 2024 second. They received Chris Olave, Trevor Penning, pick 194, and Bradley Roby.
Wow. That's interesting.
That is courtesy of Mike Clay at Mike Clay NFL compiled that data.
Good.
That's
Good friend Mike Clay. Me and him co-commission a fantasy league together. So.
Aha. Here's a fantasy nugget for you, Shane. You ready for this one? You say where a player's drafted is key to his fantasy potential, right?
That it is.
All 6 wide receivers last night went in the top 20, the most in the common draft era.
Well, and we didn't feel like this was an exceptional receiver class either. So I thought it was good. Like those players are all good, but I didn't think it'd be quite to that level in the top 20. A lot of people thought they could fall and we could have less. Some people thought we'd have more. So, I think it does make fantasy interesting. We're talking like rookie drafts. Breece Hall is probably still going to be the number 1 pick in rookie drafts. We'll see where he goes tonight. But, if he's the top running back, he's probably going to be the top one. I think Kenneth Walker could be number 2. Then it's like, how do you order those receivers? Who do you pick first for fantasy long term? I think it gets dicey. I tweeted today, I'm sticking to my board, like my pre-draft board. I know Garrett. A lot of people are like, Garrett Wilson went to the Jets. It's not a good spot. I mean, he's going to be the number 1 there with a young quarterback. The rest of them have quarterback questions. Traylon Burks, they might draft a quarterback tonight. Drake London in Atlanta, Jameson Williams in Detroit, and Chris Olave for the Saints. So, and then John Dotson in Washington with Carson Wentz. So we'll see what happens, but let's stick with it. Colts could go receiver tonight. Kyle mentioning. I think that's definitely high on the list, along with offensive tackle. I don't know who they take. I have Michael Pittman. They kind of have the big guy. I think Sky Moore would probably be the best fit to me to get someone that could play the slot and be really effective there. Would be interesting. So I like that.
I feel like I went with a smaller receiver to them, but I cannot remember who it was now.
I went a little Nicholas Petit Frere. Lock down the tackle spot that's open.
Yeah.
But they just feel like that kind of team. It's like, I did see the Steelers offer the Texans a trade for 15 to move up for Kenny Pickett, and they declined, thankfully, I guess, for the Steelers. You didn't have to give up anything. You still got your guy. I was told in the media room there at Heinz Field or in the facility when the Saints traded up, an assistant coach for the Steelers walked in and said they're trading up for Kenny Pickett. He seemingly dejected, and they didn't take him. They took Chris Olave. The Steelers got Kenny Pickett, and the rest is history. So we'll see what happens.
Do you think that the Texans passed because they really wanted Kenyon Green, but knew the Chargers, where the Chargers went with Zion, that maybe they thought they would go with Kenyon Green and the Texans didn't want to lose him?
Yes, I think that's exactly what happened. And honestly, it's reminiscent of how the Steelers got Ben Roethlisberger too, because in a way, the Bills tried to trade ahead of the Steelers for Ben Roethlisberger that year. And the Texans were taking Dunta Robinson. If they moved down, the Steelers would take him. So they said no, and that was how that worked. So I think that was the case, right? If they moved back, they weren't going to get Kenny Green, and too far to move down. Then Steelers probably weren't going to give a 2023 pick to move up 5 spots. Probably would have gotten their 3rd rounder, which I still think would have been a good deal. That the Texans missed their guy. Yeah, the Vikings were the betting favorite to take Malik Willis for a little while today. I think that may have shifted. The Giants have been linked to Malik Willis. I think
at least 8 of the top 10 teams picking in the second round tonight have been linked to Malik Willis on some television show or internet site at some point today.
Yeah, I think it's more people want that to happen. Just Brian Dabble with Malik Willis and hoping, hey, can you turn him into what you turned Josh Allen into? More so. I'm interested to see where he goes. I'm interested to see if teams like another quarterback.
I mocked him to Atlanta yesterday. I'm like, doing it again.
Keeping it rolling.
We talked about it a little bit last night when Pickett was drafted 20th. It was the latest a quarterback had been drafted in the first round since Jim Druckenmiller, 1997, to the 49ers. He was supposed to replace Steve Young. That didn't really work out.
That didn't work out. I was going to ask if he was any good. I remember the name, but I don't remember him, so it probably isn't a good sign.
Have you heard anybody other than us in this last 5 minutes talk about Jim Druckenmiller?
No.
That should tell you all you need to know about was he any good. He was like one of these 6'7" stiffs. Maybe not Dan McGuire stiff, but he was or that's too old for you too. Jeez, Shane.
I mean, look, I was too 12 at that draft. I was not as into it at that point. So,
we're going to see a trade in this second round involving the Baltimore Ravens, and I'm going to tell you why. Ravens currently picking pick 45 in the second round. That's their pick. They have pick 76 in the third round. In the fourth round, the Ravens currently have pick 110, 119, 128, 130, 139, and 141. That is 6 fourth-round picks for those scoring at home. They're coming up.
Look, I don't know, I mean, if I was them, I would be dangling those fourths, right, for a third next year. You won't pick 110 for a third next year? I think someone would take that.
Perhaps, but it feels like you put 2 of those together with 45, you come up here to 34, 35, you get what you want.
Yeah, I don't even know what they want.
Pierce remembers Jim Druckenmiller. He was the original big hand guy.
Big hands.
Yeah,
we got some Lions Willis talk. I think it's going to be interesting to see if any of those teams with multiple firsts in 2023 take a quarterback. Because I think then it pigeonholes you a little bit, right? Like if the Lions or the Seahawks take a QB here, then you're less inclined to move up next year for one. So I wonder if we're going to get some, off the wall teams, 1 or 2 teams that we don't expect to draft a quarterback, like the Eagles when they took Jalen Hurts, that draft one tonight.
You want to get more eerie parallel comparisons to this draft class in 2013?
Sure.
9 offensive linemen drafted in the first round last night. First time that's happened.
Oh, no.
That's 2013.
Wow. Which it doesn't feel, I mean, it's a lot, but it doesn't feel like that hasn't happened before. Like offensive linemen always feel like they're in demand, right?
Right.
So, but 9, I guess, is well beyond that. So it's kind of wild.
And last thing I have of note here may explain why the Lions were willing to come all the way up from 32 to 12 to draft Jamison Williams. Chris Burke reporting that Jameson Williams says he's ready to go by training camp, Shane.
That's great. He could say he's ready to go by a week ago, but I mean, it doesn't matter what he says. What matters if he can play. I mean, that's fine. He probably will be, out there, but not full. I don't think he'll be 100% full.
You don't think he's full go by week 1?
Not by training camp. I mean, week 1, maybe. But I would still expect, some questionable tags and him not playing quite as many snaps as you want. And I think the Lions are fine with that. Like I said, I mean, it was honestly a really cheap trade for them. I know the Vikings are getting bashed for it. But, if you're the Vikings and Lewis Cine is your top safety, you had him over Kyle Hamilton, which I don't think's too crazy for them. Why not do it? Why not do it? So I get it. If you're the Lions, though, you got to be happy with.
Albert Breer got a few notes here before we get going here in round 2. Breece Hall it says Breece Hall, consider the number 1 running back. Gonna hear his name called soon.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Kyler Gordon, because of his testing, Andrew Booth, medical, both should go soon.
Andrew Booth. Those are two opposite ends of the spectrum there. Kyler Gordon, due to his workouts, Andrew Booth. Is saying the medical's fine on Andrew Booth?
No, it's saying they have their issues. That is their issues.
Okay.
Testing
and
medical.
Issues. Gotcha.
Both should go early. And Tampa looking like they're going to go with the interior defensive line here at 33. Logan Hall, Travis Jones, the favorites there to go at 33.
Yeah, I mocked Travis Jones, and now I'm kind of like, I think it'll be Logan Hall. I kind of regret that pick, but either way, I love Travis Jones. I think he'll be a steal. I had Logan Hall. Logan Hall was the other player I had in my first round that didn't go. That was the other one.
Yeah, apparently lots of bad chatter about Nakobe Dean. Injury concerns that he had in college: ankle, foot, shoulder, wrist. Had a pec and a groin hurt before his pro day. Will probably need pectoral surgery after this season. And his knee has wear and tear, and him being 5'11" has basically magnified all of those issues.
That absolutely makes sense. And I think the size by itself is an issue. Then you tack that on. Now, Nakobe Dean looks just much more risky than Quay Walker and Devin Lloyd, obviously. So I definitely get that. I think I would still draft him fairly soon if you feel like you have a spot as well.
Right.
So, Kyle, that's what we think of the Pats pick of Cole Strange. Brian?
I think I like the player. I just didn't necessarily like it at was it 29? 29th pick in the first round. I like Cole Strange. I like his versatility. I think he's a powerful player. If you go back and put on the Kentucky game from last year and watch him manhandle those guys up front, like Marquand McCall, who's probably going to be drafted, on day 3. And then, like you said, he showed off his versatility to Senior Bowl, held his own against those guys down there in the one-on-one. So, now I like the pick of Cole Strange. It just maybe not at 29.
Yeah, I think, and I was trying to say this on Twitter, I think it's a reach, but a reach doesn't mean it's a bad pick. They probably aren't going to get him with their next pick at 54. So I think he's a good fit. I think he's going to be a starter for a while. But as we could see, did you see the Rams video reaction from Sean McVay? They were looking at him for the 3rd round. I don't think anyone was taking Cole Strange in the 1st or even early to mid-2nd. That's just my thing. I don't think you're playing the draft appropriately if that's the case.
No, and the other thing is, a lot of teams probably had these guys 20 to 45, 20 to 50, very similar on their board. And like you said, that they probably wouldn't have gotten another shot at him, you know, that late in the second round because he probably goes in that 40 range. So just get your guy, I guess. If he's your guy, just get him, I guess.
Yeah, it's fair, I guess. And I guess they weren't really in a position to move down again. I mean, Jacksonville moved up 27 for Devin Lloyd. Um, maybe you could have taken a better deal and made that move instead of Tampa, but it is what it is. It's not the first time the Patriots have done that. It won't be the last. We'll say that.
It is not.
So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, value-wise, yep. They probably could have. Basically, was the equivalent of like a fourth to move up because of what the Lions got on both sides of that deal. It's just super strange. It's super odd trade to make.
And normally, when you make that in division trade, right, we're always told that you got to pay that division tax, right? They basically, the Lions basically got this deal like they were shopping at the Dollar General, man.
And like I said, if the Vikings wanted Lewis Cine, and maybe they probably have a target of 34, if they had Lewis Cine above Kyle Hamilton, why not get a little juice, get that extra second? I don't know why you had to give more. That was my only thing. Like, so they get 66. I don't think it was as bad as it looks on paper. Depending on what they wanted to happen, but it doesn't feel good, right? I mean, it just doesn't feel great. So
we're going to start looking at Georgia players like we do Alabama players here in the next. Kirby learned from his mentor there, gets it all out of his players, and we're going to have to start dinging Georgia players here in the future for all those injuries they're going to come into like we do with Alabama players.
As long as they keep declaring early, then you'll be all right. Bama guys seem to stick around, so it's fair. Yeah. I'm excited. I think it should be good. Once again, if you want to enter for the Brett Favre rookie card, I'll be in the chat room. If you entered yesterday and today and tomorrow, then you'll be entered in. If you didn't enter yesterday, still enter. And if no one did all 3 days, then you'll be in. If you do today and tomorrow.
I may be dumb to this about Michael Thomas's contract, but I understood that when they basically redid or extended or whatever they did to lower his cap number, it almost made his contract untradeable because of the dead money. Am I correct in that thinking, Shane?
I don't know. I'm sure there's a way to do it if you still really wanted to do it, but I think it's not necessarily worthwhile because of how they structured it. Just the dead cap hits just too much. I don't think they want to trade him, to be honest with you. I think they want to give Jameis Winston his guys. So I'm fine with that.
Everybody who has ever drafted a player ever, what was it? They love the pick. That's who they wanted the whole time. Top player on their board.
Look, I've been there in rookie drafts and fantasy where you're like, all right, I can trade back, I can get my guy, and then your guy goes, and you're like, crap. It's happened. It's happened in the NFL, and basically what you have to do is say, okay, I'm going to move back this many picks, but I have that many guys that I'm comfortable with, because you can't just sit there with one target in mind. That's sometimes you can outsmart yourself that way, and you gotta be careful of that.
Like you said, I'm not in near as many fantasy drafts as you are, but I've done it to myself. in the one fantasy league that I'm in. Hey, I can get this player in the next round, and then all of a sudden the guy who's got the thing on auto draft, pulls the player you've got in the queue.
I'll put Scott up here. Day 2. Here we go. Starting up. We gotta get you one of them Debbie leagues here, Brian. At least the Dynasty League. You at least got to do that.
Whenever I understand what the difference between those two are, then we'll.
It's a Dynasty League. You should keep your team from year to year. You draft rookies, right? Debbie League, same thing, but you could draft college players.
And then when they become
NFL players,
they're yours.
Get them on your team. That's the only difference.
That's the one where you're drafting high school guys too, or is that like?
You can. You can. It depends on the rule set. You can, but some leagues you can draft anybody. Some it's just college.
That seems like a lot of work. I'm going to be honest.
No, you got a 2023 mock draft coming out next week, so you're up on it.
Yeah.
We tried Debbie. Here we go.
Jesus.
All right.
So we're almost about ready to put Tampa Bay on the clock here. We're at the top of the hour, round 2 about to get underway, Shane, in Las Vegas. We talked earlier, defensive line probably going to be that spot that goes, but let's get everybody caught up. We'll list our top 10 available players each here. Probably going to be a lot of crossover, but we'll go with it anyway. Myself, top player on my board, Auburn corner Roger McCreary. Then Georgia linebacker Nakobe Dean, Clemson corner Andrew Booth, UConn defensive lineman Travis Jones, Washington corner Kyler Gordon, North Dakota State wide receiver Christian Watkins, Georgia wide receiver George Pickens, Minnesota edge rusher Boye Mafe, Penn State edge rusher Arnold Ebiketie, and Houston edge defensive lineman Logan Hall. That is my top 10. Shane, your top 10 on the board. Travis Jones, defensive line, UConn. Matt Corral, quarterback, Mississippi. Malik Willis, quarterback, Liberty. Nakobe Dean, linebacker, Georgia. North Dakota State wide receiver Christian Watson. Washington corner Kyler Gordon, Houston edge defensive line Logan Hall, Penn State safety Jaquan Brisker, Michigan edge rusher David Ajabo, and Oklahoma defensive lineman Perion Winfrey.
There you go. Like we had some differences there. That's a good list of names.
Yours noticeably had quarterbacks. Mine did not.
Yours did not. You just had Kenny Pickett so high. You knew he was.
I had Kenny Pickett 33.
Oh, wow. There you go. Yeah, much higher than I was. So I'm 45. I guess it's not too bad. It's fine.
I had no faith at all in this quarterback class, and the NFL basically confirmed my lack of faith last night with the way they drafted quarterbacks.
So are we tipping picks tonight, or are we gonna hold off here? I guess is a question.
I guess let's do a quick chat poll here. Majority rules here for the people we've got watching the chat right now. Tip picks, yay or nay?
Yeah, we just go with when we
Vote
get
in
them.
the chat.
It gets dicey. But as we're getting the results, if you can like the video if you're watching on YouTube, that'd be great. Be helpful. Bump up. A lot less day 2 streams running than day 1 streams. I see. Bum, bum, bum. Announces, seems like people are down to hear them early.
We have had 4 votes so far, and all 4 votes have said tip them picks. Hey, Ben, where are you at? Tip picks, yay or nay? That's 5.
That's 5. There you go. Yeah, day 2's the meat on the fantasy bone. This is when you get those difference makers.
The reason people are all for tipping picks tonight is because when Pittsburgh trots back out Franco Harris again to talk for 30 minutes before announcing the pick, we're going to have 5 picks get behind.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like I said, today's the day of current and former players. They like to ham it up a little bit, so yeah. I'm with the info chairman there. I think the Saints do like Michael Thomas a bit more than it seems. Just the injury stuff was weird, but that's a problem. Fred is in the house. He loved that Cole Strange pick. No sarcasm there, as the resident Patriots fan, as dropping F-bombs in the chat yesterday. So,
hey. I can't get mad with anybody dropping F-bombs.
Look, I think Pittsburgh did make a mistake not rolling the dice with Malik Willis. I mean, I think if you're going to sit your rookie anyway, go for the upside. But there is not a team in the NFL that knows more about Kenny Pickett than them. Good, bad, ugly, everything in between. So, if you're going to trust the decision makers, then they know if Kenny Pickett, what the problems are and what the good things are. That's the only thing. I'm not happy about it, but you still gotta have a little hope, I guess, as a fan.
Are you serious? We don't have a pick yet, folks, because Chris Angel's being
this is exciting.
is doing an escape act on stage. If you're watching on ES or NFL Network,
is he announcing the pick after the escape? Then I'm down.
I have no idea.
Like I would want to maybe mid-air have him announce the pick. Dear King for life. Oof. Yeah, I've not seen anything yet, but when do you think the first quarterback goes off the board, Brian?
What did I have in my mock? Let's pull up the mock.
Did you have Atlanta and Willis, or did you have guys going before that?
That's a good question. I had it was Seattle at 41. Corral,
okay. Yeah. I think I had Seattle at 40. But Minnesota, Tennessee both have a shot too, so we'll see that. I'm glad he got out pretty quick, because otherwise we could have been here a while. So this is wild. This is wild choices for the NFL draft here.
Josh Norris tweeted, "Would love to hear Mike Mayott's thoughts on Chris Angel."
If he drafts him in the first round, then no fifth-year option. That's all I gotta say. Oh my goodness. I get it for like the Super Bowl. Like a lot of people are watching, day 2 of the NFL draft. I think it's getting more popular, but it's still day 2 of the NFL draft. If people are watching, they're not watching for Chris Angel. So the Buccaneers are on the clock officially. So we are here. we made it. We got through that.
We're old, Scott. This is why we remember these things.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bust out the peanut butter meltways early. I think this is inducing something.
Fred Purdue apparently is watching the ESPN coverage. I do not watch ESPN because they put, and this is why I don't get email anymore.
I think
we get people like Booger McFarland.
Booger's fine.
Booger is terrible.
He gets a bad rap. It's difficult.
We are the old-fashioned broadcast.
Oh my goodness.
We just don't have the production budget to get player highlights up.
Yeah, or have a producer to put up the.
This is also true.
Might be helpful. So.
Yes, it would. So, got a direct message from an unnamed writer who writes for another team in the AFC North. won't name names, may or may not have been on the show before, says that Kenny Malone Brister are going to win that Pittsburgh job this year.
Okay, thanks for the Bubby Brister comments.
That's good stuff.
And let me tweet this out again.
Scott, you're not wrong. I see those progressive commercials about becoming your parents, and I have seen at least two things in those commercials that I do now, and it's quite sad. It's quite sad.
Yeah, I'm also pro Team Mel. I know Scott is too. Classic.
I really wish that NFL Network would buy Mel's contract out and move him over here so I could watch him again. Good times when you could smoke in ballrooms and everything while announcing picks. They're smoking on airplanes, good stuff like that.
I'm good without it. I'm gonna be honest, but
yeah. I don't have a comparison for not being on. I've only been on an airplane, one time, so there was no smoke
this year.
The airplane I was on.
That's true. All right. So, I mean, we have heard Tampa's had offers for this pick that they've declined. You might as well wait, see if anyone will really spice it up for you.
I mean, what's the best you can hope for here? Somebody give you a 23-1?
Yeah, that'd be nice. But I think Tampa probably would rather use the pick than a 23-1 even, because I think in the NFC this year, Tampa's a pretty good favorite with how a lot of the quarterbacks have now left that conference.
Yeah. I'm 100% almost convinced that's why Tom Brady unretired himself. He's like, all I got to do is beat Aaron Rodgers and I go back to the Super Bowl. Sign me up. Okay. I guess Stafford.
Yeah. The Rams have that Lombardi Trophy in the facility. So, do we see Jelani Woods?
I think so.
You need Trey McBride to go pretty early here, I think, if you want Jelani Woods. Because, as much as I like Jelani Woods, and you definitely do, I think Dulcich and Ruckert are going above him. So, that would be a good team.
Yeah.
I'll take Mayock back, too. I like Mayock.
Just we could lop off McShay, let Rich Eisen host with the other four. That's a good crew. That's a 3-day crew I would gladly watch.
Yeah.
You need Rich Eisen hosting though. He's great at this.
He is. No, look, he's classic. All right, the pick is in. If one of us sees it, we will announce it. I apologize if get Jim Nagy in there too, so you got to pump the Senior Bowl a little bit from Scott. And the pick is Logan Hall, defensive tackle from Houston.
So this was a guy I at one point had mocked to the Bengals at pick 31, goes 33 here. So Logan Hall, he's a very scheme diverse defender here, Shane. I think he could, play some edge, set the edge in the run game, give you that interior pass rush. They're replacing Ndamukong Suh, correct? So this is helps in that area for Tampa Bay. Logan Hall.
Yeah, he's big. I think he's an interesting fit for that system, and I think why they take him over Travis Jones is Hall's going to be more of a 5-tech that has some edge ability. I think we ranked him as an edge, especially for like a 3-4 scheme. He could have played out on that 5-tech, on the 5-tech. I think here he's probably going to play a 3-tech position instead of the nose tackle position that Vita Vea plays. But I mean, his closing speed is so good. He can collapse that pocket from the inside. like you said, third down, I don't even mind. You got to keep him on the field. You still have a big front. We saw Tampa's defense have a lot of success against the run last year. This gives them a pass rush up the middle. So I think if he can get more consistent with his motor, like there are definitely plays that he took off and some stretches of film. I was just like, nothing's happening. He's not trying that hard. I think if you can get him going, this is going to end up being a really good pick. We both had him in our first round mock, and seeing that happening. So good. That's a good selection.
Having some issues over here, but yes, I like the pick of Logan Hall.
Brian, we have a trade.
We have a trade.
Intra-division trade.
Inter-division trade. Give it to me, Shane.
The Packers have moved up to pick 34 for the Minnesota Vikings.
So the Packers have traded with Minnesota. So they're not Minnesota not drafting Malik Willis-Scott. Not
here at least.
Do we have the deets of the trade?
I have not seen it yet, but this could be prime receiver territory for the Green Bay Packers. George Pickens, Christian Watson. So the Vikings now, all they have to do is trade with the Bears, and they've hit the whole division in this draft, give them higher picks.
Minnesota will be acquiring pick 53 and pick 59 here in the second round.
So the Packers 2 second-round picks. So this has to be a receiver, right? I mean, it has to be a receiver. The only other position I could see is Trey McBride, but I feel like it's too early to move up and do that. So 53 and 59, that's the Packers' original second, the second they got in the Devontae Adams trade. Yeah, I think George Pickens or Christian Watson fit the mold. Pickens younger, but both are high athletes, high RAS scores, great workouts, and they tend to like those bigger players. There has been some linkage to them in Sky Moore. They like him, but so that's the case. And the pick is Christian Watson, wide receiver from North Dakota State. My wide receiver 6. One of my favorite receivers in this class. I think Christian Watson's a really, really good selection here. So, look, he's kind of a late bloomer, and the reason why he didn't go to a bigger school was he didn't really develop in high school till late. So we saw that in college as well. He started off slow, got bigger, got stronger, got faster. North Dakota State run first team. They used him in a variety of ways, but man, you watch him on the field, he is just, he could get down the field. You can use him on reverses. And I thought at the Senior Bowl, he answered a lot of the route running questions that I had. Could get open on the full route tree. I think I wrote an article in January. I think his career is going to be similar to Cooper Kupp. I think we're talking about Christian Watson like Jordy Nelson when he was with the Green Bay Packers. I think he's going to be that kind of impact player.
I loved what I saw from him at the Senior Bowl. Showed tremendous route running ability down there. Great hands, ability to separate. Then tested just 99.6% athlete at the combine. Great player here for Green Bay. And to get Christian Watson, maybe Aaron Rodgers will be happy today. I don't know, but this is a great pickup for Green Bay. A guy who they, easily could have mocked to them in the first round.
And I think I understand the trepidation with him when you haven't had a 1,000-yard receiving season in an FCS, FCS school. Like, what's going on here? But Fred feels like he's overrated. Maybe. I think year one is going to be tepid at best. I mean, Aaron Rodgers isn't exactly a guy that trusts rookies. So, I think that's the case. And the reason they're not going to go broke for Debo is then you might as well have just paid Devontae Adams, right? Like, you're going to have to pay Debo the same thing. So now instead you got an extra first-round pick, and you basically got a receiver that you feel probably has that same potential for much cheaper.
There you go. Better reason as any for me. Minnesota trade back. It's like Rick Spielman never left.
yeah. Hey, look, once again, I said this yesterday. This is what the Browns did when Andrew Berry took over, right? Quincy's doing their gathering picks, gathering resources to build a roster the way they want to do it. So, but I think it puts Watson in the tier with the first round receivers. Fantasy wise, he has the best quarterback of the bunch. He has the biggest upside in terms of size and speed. I don't think you'll get the year one production like you might get out of a Drake London or Garrett Wilson or those kind of guys. But I think you got to actually consider Christian Watson maybe to be the best potential receiver in this class. All right, we have the pick from the Titans. You want me to announce it, Brian?
Yeah, go ahead, Shane.
It's your boy, Roger McCreary, cornerback from Auburn.
Good. So my top-rated player off the board, Roger McCreary, going to the Tennessee Titans, the first Auburn player selected here in the second round or in the draft itself. People soured on Roger McCreary after the Senior Bowl weigh-ins, 29-inch arms. Then he goes to his combine and pro day, doesn't run the fastest 40, and then you combine that with being a little undersized and the short arms, so people kind of soured on him. But you go back to the tape and you watch a guy you go back to watch him against LSU and Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase's worst game in his LSU career. Then you look at the stat sheets from the LSU, the Auburn games, and look at some of these receivers that got drafted from the SEC last night, and see how they did against Roger McCreary. Not great. Roger McCreary can cover. I think it's a tremendous pickup here for the Tennessee Titans. Fits a need for them, and a potential day one starter at corner for the Titans.
We have a trade.
The
New York teams. The New York teams have made a trade. The Jets have moved up to 36 with the New York Giants. I'm going to guess it's not for a quarterback here. So it's interesting.
The action is coming fast and furious.
Yeah, well, hey, we knew it. There's nothing compared to tomorrow. So, yeah, McCreary's going to be a good player. I think, if he plays the nickel, I think he's going to be top-notch ultimately. I think outside he could still be really good too. I think there's just a lack of shutdown upside. But, I mean, yeah, he is impressive to watch. He finds a way to get it done every time. So, so I love it.
You had him at 64 on your board, Shane. Am I going to assume it was the lack of length and athleticism there?
Yeah, I really pegged him as a nickel, corner. And so that hurt him on my board. I also just like some of the other bigger corners better, in my opinion. So that's part of it. I thought late second was good. I don't mind it here, but I mean, I'd rather have Tyler Gordon, Andrew Booth, Tariq Woolen, those guys.
So that's what I was kind of leaning towards that with this question while we're in commercial break here on the network coverage. You mentioned Tariq Woolen, and that's a good example of the exact opposite of say a Roger McCreary, that where McCreary is shorter arms, lack the speed. Woolen is 6'4" with world-class speed, but is way more raw as a cover man, where McCreary is much more solid as a cover man now. So in Europe, you would take a guy like Woolen for the upside over McCreary's solid base.
Yeah, and look, I don't have to make the pick. So, I think it's easier to say that when I'm ranking players in a vacuum. Give me the upside, let me develop them. I think it's close. Grotto, I probably still going to take Garrett Wilson as much as I love Christian Watson, but I think Watson's probably going to be in the mid-first round of rookie drafts in single QB leagues. So the Jets at 36 made their selection. It is the first running back off the board. Breece Hall, the running back for Iowa State. They move up to take a running back. They took Michael Carter last year in the fourth round, had a pretty good season. But Breece Hall going to New York, a complete player. I think he's a better version of David Montgomery. Good vision, churns out yards. The workout was exceptional, much better than I thought it would be. He can catch the football. I think why he's not a first-round pick was just you didn't see him take over games or dominate all the time. Kind of consistent plug and play. I think it's a great compliment with Michael Carter, who is a little smaller, pass catcher, third down back. Use them both, and I think the Jets giving weapons to Zach Wilson. I mean, Breece Hall's going to be a great check down. Just get the ball to him. They signed 2 tight ends. Your boy CJ Uzomah from the Bengals. They drafted Garrett Wilson. I mean, the Jets offense, if Zach Wilson develops, this offense has the potential to be exceptional, I think. And I think Breece Hall is going to be a big part of that.
What round is 146? Is that the 5th?
Yeah, I think so. 146
so that
is the 5th.
The Jets go up 2 spots here and 5th round, 146. So they give up a 5 to go up 2 spots to draft Breece Hall, getting ahead of the Texans, who may have eyed Breece Hall there as well.
Yeah, I think they would have taken him. That's where I had him in my mock. And they brought him in for a visit. So,
for the record, first 3 players selected here in the 2nd round, all from the Senior Bowl. Before Breece Hall.
I was going to say, before Breece Hall. That's pretty good. The Texans pick is in 37. They are taking Jalen Petrie, safety, out of Baylor, which, is interesting. I think a lot of us had him kind of pegged to take Kyle Hamilton potentially. They drafted Derek Stingley, and now they get a safety. Petrie, who, Baylor fans weren't too thrilled with me and how one game I watched, I didn't think he played very well. But, I mean, he is a really good run defender. I love his instincts, closes really fast. And I think Jalen Petrie has some middle of the field ability. They just didn't use him like that too much. I just don't think he had the experience. But in terms of like an in-the-box safety who has the athleticism to be a 2-deep or even a 1-deep guy, I think Petrie's versatile enough and is really interesting. Tackle technique could use a little bit of help, but Petrie, pretty good.
Jets still need that quarterback, though, apparently.
Some people not Zach Wilson fans. That's fine. We'll see what happens for that. But I think it was worth a trade up and a good pick for the Jets.
I remember when we had earlier, we had a talking Jets on the podcast, and people were crucifying you for giving the Jets a running back this high.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, look what happened.
Yeah. I backed off after that. So, and then look, could have happened, but I think it's a really good selection. And I think Michael Carter's still going to have a role there. He's not going to be the starter anymore, but now you can have both these guys and give your, one thing Zach Wilson didn't do enough last year was check down to the running back. I think we're going to see that a lot more now with, with those players. So,
Jalen Petrie, by the way, another Senior Bowl player goes. The Falcons on the clock, by the way, they have traded up.
There you go. So, yeah. I mean, I like the Petrie pick. I think Houston's building for the AFC. I mean, you got to stop the quarterbacks. Derek Stingley and Jalen Petrie are a way to do that and play the pass a little bit. So
Atlanta has come up here. This is what, like 4 or 5 spots here. They traded with the Giants now to come up here, and it's for 43 and 114. So 114 is a 4th rounder. So the Atlanta to come up 5 spots.
Yeah, past the Seahawks.
To get past the Seahawks. I'm not wanting to speculate here, Shane.
But it feels like
this is our next quarterback is going to come off the board here in just a minute.
Well, we have the pick.
We are wrong.
We are wrong. It's not a quarterback.
Wrong. It is going to be Penn State edge rusher Arnold Ebiketie. This guy's got some flash and bend there, Shane, around the edge.
Yeah, man. I mean, he is Arnold Ebiketti's a natural pass rusher. He was a player I thought, when Micah Parsons was there a couple years back, like Ebiketti flashed a little bit. And now that he had that consistent role last year, I mean, he is tough. Like I rarely see him get blocked cleanly. Atlanta is a team that's needed a pass rusher for a long time. I really thought they'd take one in the first round. They went receiver, kind of flopped what I thought they would do. I think Ebiketti makes sense. You actually can see the strength. There are times when he gets his hands on run against run defense, gets his hands on offensive tackles, puts them on skates, he moves them back. I think he tries to use that bend a little bit too much sometimes. And if he does get blocked, he gets a little too aggressive. He over pursues the running back. He over pursues the quarterback. He guesses too much. But I think there's a lot of upside with Arnold Ebiketti, especially if they have him stand up, rush the passer, put his hand down. Very versatile. I like the pick.
That's now 12 trades in the first 38 picks of the 2022 NFL draft.
This is wild. Taya, who's your top receiver on the board?
Currently for both of us, I believe it's going to be George Pickens, but
it is not for me.
Oh, it is not for you.
Oh, no, it is. It is. Yeah, it is. Pickens, Sky Moore's close.
Yeah.
But for the Bears,
Pickens is the off the field issues right now. By the way, Shane, it is safe to announce now I have hit that George Pickens over 36.5.
There you go. Nailed it. Thanks.
But with Breece Hall coming off the board, I now lose my James Cook RB1.
Surprising there, Brian. Surprising to lose that one.
It was worth a shot.
There's questions about his kind of effort, on the field and off the field. Maybe he's running with some people that he shouldn't run with. Nothing super bad. It's not like stay with George Pickens, he's going to go to jail or anything like that. But I think some questions about if passion, effort, how much does he work at this? Is he someone? And you can see it on the field sometimes if you go back to his film. There are plays he just it doesn't even try. It is pretty bad, but all right. But yeah, we're fast and furious here. The Chicago Bears up at 39. At this point, I got Ebiketti off, so we're good.
So the Jets, it's not even low key. They have a great haul here, Shane. Through 4 picks.
I mean, I think Joe Douglas is good. It's going to come down to development of some of these players, staying healthy. Who's the Bengals pass rusher they signed last year that got hurt?
Carl Lawson.
Yeah, Carl Lawson's going to be back. Jermaine Johnson on the other side.
You get Garrett Wilson.
Breece Hall. The Jets
and
Sauce. But they're playing both sides of the ball and improving. Yeah, I think it's going to be tough to compete with the Bills in that division, but Dolphins will be solid and Patriots will be solid.
Giants have picked up an extra 4 and a 5 by moving back 7 spots here so far in the second round. So they've moved back 7 spots, picked up a 4 and a 5. They already have Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal, my number 1 and number 3 players on the board on their roster.
Yeah. We have the Bears pick is Kyler Gordon, corner out of Washington. So they go with a cornerback, which was, I think, one of the big 3 needs for them. They needed a receiver. They needed an offensive lineman. They needed a corner. I really like Kyler Gordon. I know he ran the 4.52, but I had him rated higher than Trent McDuffie, who went in the first round. I think Kyler Gordon gives you a little more upside with the arm length off the line. I think he does better against bigger receivers, and I think he has a little bit better ball skills. Not sure for the interception, but I think he's good at tracking the football and knocking it down. So I like the pick for the Bears. I would have liked some offense to help out Justin Fields, but maybe they'll get that later.
Yeah, guess it was wishful thinking, hoping he would slip to 63.
Yeah, I mean, maybe George Pickens can still slip to 63. So
Kenny not happy with the Kyler Gordon pick and his poor workouts. Put on the tape, man. No. Kyler Gordon, his tape was really good. His measurables are what you want in a corner, just a little slow. But if you look at his agility and the other scoring, if you don't look at the 40 and look at the agilities, Kyler Gordon, I think, will be a good asset for the Chicago Bears. Like I said, I was hoping he would somehow miraculously slip to. I was actually on board with him 31 to the Bengals last night.
Yeah.
If that had been the case, but they went with Daxton Hill. Kyle hoping that Sky Moore makes it to 42. Could happen.
There you go. To the Colts. I think that'd be a good fit.
That may have been who I mocked to them because he was like it's new T.Y. Hilton.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's definitely more of an inside guy. No offensive tackles yet, and I think there's a lot of good offensive tackles on the board that will come off. Bernard Raymond being one, Nicholas Petit-Frere being another. I think we'll see both those guys in this round somewhere. Maybe Luke, Rashid Walker, Luke Godeke, I think could go off the board at some point too.
I think my power cord on my number 2 laptop's busted.
You're gonna have to get out the blowtorch and.
I have another one in the other room. I may have to go get it in a little bit.
That's fine. So who's up at 40? We have Seattle for 2 picks. Is that right?
If we're on pick 40, yes. Yeah. Seattle is back to back at 40 and 41, so they'll get 14 minutes.
They'll get a shot at a quarterback if they want one. They can have their pick.
They're all still here.
Brian, if the Seahawks don't pick in time with their first one, can they snipe themselves?
If I remember,
they get the whole
I
time.
remember the protocols here. They actually get 14 minutes.
Oh, okay, that's nice. It's got to be QB time. Like Drew Lock, there's no way they were like, man, we're making this trade to Denver because we love Drew Lock. Double core. Just get Malik Willis and Matt Corral. Let him go. Yeah, Tommy, we mentioned that in the pre-show. Like I said, they might trade 1 or 2 for future picks. That wouldn't surprise me either. Could see that. I think if Seattle doesn't go Willis, I still think Corral is the best fit for them because he does the RPO and something that they're probably going to institute this year. Now he's a little more raw. You could take Ritter. I think either of those guys are possible over Willis. I wouldn't put it past the Seahawks, especially, to be a team that doesn't take the kind of consensus number 1 quarterback.
Based off of interactions from the Combine and Pro Day, Scott, I think Corral might actually be the quarterback that Seattle targets, not Willis. If you believe those fires that Pete Carroll was lighting there during those 2 events.
Yeah, fair. I think the Falcons are interesting now because they did not take a quarterback. They at 38. I mean, I think this is a team that could contend for the number 1 overall pick. Not to hate on the Falcons, I think they're having a good draft, but they're in rebuild mode here. This could be a team that gets one of those top quarterbacks next year to pair with Drake London and company. Kyle Pitts, obviously.
There was a debate on one of these shows I was watching earlier today where they were arguing against Drake London being the pick because the Falcons are going to be so bad this year. Why not? Basically, they should have gone, inside out with their draft approach.
Lions style.
Yeah, there's merit to that, I think.
I think there is merit to that. Like, I wouldn't draft the receiver before the quarterback, essentially. You can build the lines and hit both at the same time. kind of Bengals style, right? You draft Joe Burrow, you draft T. Higgins, you draft Jamar Chase the next year. I think it's better to know who you have throwing the football first to build the system for what receiver you need versus now you're going to have to build a system for Drake London and Kyle Pitts. So you're going to have to pigeonhole a quarterback into that potentially. And maybe we have the guys next year. I think Bryce Young and CJ Stroud can fit a lot of systems, but that's a question.
While we're waiting on Seattle's double picks here, Shane, we've talked about this a lot now with teams not giving up those 2023 assets for those quarterbacks. And we've mentioned those two. Are there any other quarterbacks that you see right now, Spencer Rattler aside? Because
he's not in the conversation. He's not making my 3-round mock on Sunday. I'll say that.
Listen, I'm taking a wait and see approach with Spencer Rattler. But who are some other quarterbacks that can make their way up there to the top?
I really like Tyler Van Dyke from Miami. Showed a lot of promise last year as a passer. Excellent spring game. He looks like he has the juice. Doesn't have the receivers. Worries me that the passing game might not be great. Anthony Richardson from Florida is big, massive athlete, big arm. It's like if Malik Willis was 6'5", that's who Anthony Richardson is. It looks like he'll be the starter for Florida. I think he's really intriguing. And then you start getting into Phil Jurgovic from Boston College, Will Levis from Kentucky, guys that aren't as good but need to take that next step, Kenny Pickett style. So I think those 4 I'm going to have in my first round, most likely in my new 2023 mock on Sunday.
I'm going to say, just to throw a wild name out there, because I don't remember his name. So I'm just going to the kid who's going to be a redshirt sophomore from Texas Tech. Why am I blanking on his name? But he lit up their bowl game this year. Why can I not think? You know the guy I'm talking about. He's like a big kid. It's like 6'5".
From Texas Tech?
Texas Tech.
Donovan Smith?
That's the one. Donovan Smith.
Okay.
Yeah, that guy.
He might not even win the job, so you better hope he wins the job first.
If he wins the job, I want to see him in that offense next year.
I like that. He's a true sophomore, actually, so you'll have to wait another year for him.
Crap. Never mind. Forget I brought this up, everybody. Sorry.
I think last chance if you want to enter to win the Brett Favre near mint rookie card. Sign up in the chat room. Use the phrase Packers to sign up. If you sign up every day, you get a shot at that. If you didn't sign up yesterday, still do it today, because if we don't have anyone that does all 3 days, then you'll be entered with 2 days.
Another quarterback to talk about here, Pete Smith, DM me here. Malik Cunningham, Louisville. Another name. You're out.
He's not another name.
You're out.
He can't throw the football. He's a great runner. He's one of the best rushing quarterbacks. The analytics guys love him. I don't think Malik Cunningham can throw the football. So I'm out. I'm out of Malik Cunningham. Maybe I'll eat those words in a year.
I'm not out.
All right.
But I'm not
in. His fastest receiver just transferred to Alabama.
Yeah, that's great.
So 4.2 speed guy going to the Crimson Tide, stealing him away. So, but I'm gonna pop in since we're talking college a little bit. We got Kool-Aid McKinstry signed card here. One of the 5-star recruit corner was a freshman last year for them. We're going to give that away here pretty soon. I will post the link in the chat. What do you want the phrase to be, Brian?
Oh, yeah?
All right.
I mean, that's the Kool-Aid slogan, right?
Oh, okay. I didn't put it together, so I'm in now. But I'll put that link up here in a second. And if you want to sign up for that, we'll spin the wheel at the end of the day and give it away.
I did like the Wheel of Fortune at the end of the show.
Did you like the wheel? I thought the wheel was fun.
Seattle is milking this clock here, Shane, because they can.
Right, because they have 14 minutes, and we still don't have it. So, we can catch up at least the coverage. We have pick 40 It is someone who I mocked to them today, Boye Mafe, edge rusher from the University of Minnesota, going to the Seahawks. And I'll say I think he's better than O.J. Collier, who they picked in the first round a couple years ago.
Well, let's hope so.
But what do you like about him? He was at the Senior Bowl. You saw him down there.
Yeah, he 2 sacks in the Senior Bowl game. Explosive, tremendous athlete. He had a 41 and a half inch vertical at his pro day, something like that. Something just ridiculous. Just like I said, but he's a little older prospect. But Mafe, tremendous player here. Seattle needed that pass rusher. So this is good for them. I like the pick of Mafe, and we'll see if they come back with quarterback at 41.
I will say I'm a little concerned with him, and he has those talents for sure. Like, he is a great athlete, very long, uses those arms. I don't think he always uses them well. I think he's still just so raw in how he doesn't know how to rush the passer, and he's been there for a while. He's an older guy. So I had him lower on my list. I had him lower on my list, and that's a fear. And I think Seattle's system is good for him, but he's going to need some development. So
before Seattle's next pick comes off the board, Scott wants you to describe just how good are Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud for next year, because everybody hates these quarterbacks in this class.
I feel like they feel a little better than they are because of this class. I think they have a chance to be like high-end quarterback prospects. We need to see one more year, but I think we could be talking, and I know this doesn't sound great now, but as prospects like Jameis Winston and Marcus Mariota, right? Guys who were accomplished, played at big-time schools, were high recruits, kind of had the full profile that you wanted, had the mobility, had the arms. I went 1 and 2. Like, I think it's what we're talking about. Do I think any are on the Andrew Luck level? I don't think it's quite, Andrew Luck, Trevor Lawrence, but it could be. I think they could be on the kind of Burrow Tua level. I think Burrow's 1 year is just so good. It's tough for me to say, hey, someone is that. But I think that's the case. Bryce Young, I have second, just because of the size. He's shorter, and I think that's going to be the only issue with him. So I'll put him at Winston Mariota conservatively, but I think they can hit those. Whatever heights you have, they can be some of the best quarterback prospects we've seen.
Have you seen pick 41?
I have not yet. I'm trying to get that, so you can announce it.
Kenneth Walker III, running back, Michigan State, is pick 41 here for the Seattle Seahawks.
Look, I don't think it's a bad pick. They signed Rashad Penny to a 1-year deal, and Chris Carson can't stay healthy. He's pretty much done. So they're pretty barren at the running back position, despite drafting one every year. They took Rashad Penny in the first round a couple years ago. He couldn't stay healthy. I don't think Kenneth Walker has any injury concerns, so that's probably the best thing. But he slides in there as a role that, like we were talking about, the Seahawks want to run the football. Now you have a stud running back. I'm surprised they didn't pick a QB. Teams does really not like these quarterbacks, and this is what I said at the pre-show. Seattle has 2 picks next year. You can't take a quarterback here if you might take one next year. You know what I mean? That pigeonholes you. So I guess that's the case. But Kenneth Walker, he was very good at Wake Forest, transferred to Michigan State, and had that breakout season. Excellent running back. His short area quickness and contact balance are off the charts. So I think some teams probably had him as the top running back. As a pure runner, he's better than Breece Hall. He has the big playability. The issue with him is they didn't pass to him. The offense did not use the running back in the passing game. I thought he looked good at the combine catching the football. I think he can do it. And I think Seattle's going to want a running back to catch the football. So I think that's going to be the bigger question for him. But he can make his own space, and that is pretty impressive. So we see running backs going pretty early here. Charles Cross, going to be run blocking a little bit for Kenneth Walker.
So fantasy wise, Kenneth Walker.
102. I think you got to take Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker before the receivers, in my opinion. If you're taking a running back at pick 41, they're starting, and that is that. So, but yeah, I think he. The only fear is, PPR leagues get points for receptions. Is he going to catch the football? I think he will in Seattle, and I think you can make an argument. I'm not going to do it, but I think you can make an argument that Kenneth Walker could be a better fantasy player than Breece Hall due to the situation.
What you think about George Pickens sliding to the Steelers, Shane?
The Steelers did put him through the receiving workouts at his pro day. I think they like him. I just don't know if they take a chance, with effort concerns. So that's my only thing. I don't know if they would take him. I'd be happy. I think like anyone would be happy with George Pickens, right? Because you don't have to deal with him. Like him going to your team feels good, but.
So See, the Bengals are winners now, so Pete can't pick on me anymore. So he's constantly messaging me picking on the Steelers. He said, "Did the Steelers finally address quarterback here?"
Come on. Yeah. Look. I mean, at least the Steelers did take a quarterback number 1 overall who can't make the team by the end of his contract. If we want to go that route, we can go that route.
Oh man, good stuff.
Good.
We got about a minute left here on the clock for the Colts.
We have a trade.
No, the Colts are no longer on the clock.
Colts are no longer on the clock. The Vikings have made the move up. The Vikings going up, back up.
So they just picked. So you have to feel that Colts are going back to 53 here, correct, which was the pick that the Vikings moved back to from earlier.
Right.
Right. So Minnesota now on the clock here at 42. Sorry, Kyle Green, you're gonna have to wait on that.
No Sky Moore there, I guess. Oh man.
Hey, one of our teams was in the Super Bowl. That's all I'm gonna say.
One of our teams has won a Super Bowl.
Hey, man, we're talking about stuff that happened in 2022.
Yeah, no, you're correct. The Bengals are a good team. I like the Bengals. I was rooting for them. So, yeah. So Vikings. So they moved down to move back up, and they're going to take Clemson cornerback Andrew Booth here, a potential first-round pick. I know you were. I think you were a fan of Andrew Booth, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of his talent.
Yeah.
I think we both liked him. How do you feel about his fit with the Vikings, who took Lewis Seen in the first round?
I actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think I mocked Andrew Booth to them at the top of the second round here in my mock draft today. So no, I like the pick here. The question with Andrew Booth is, he had was it a double hernia surgery or just hernia surgery? I'm not sure.
Hernia surgery, yeah.
Yeah, did have the hernia surgery. So, so they get 53, 77, and a 6th round pick, 192. So the Colts get 2 extra picks, including an extra 3rd. The Vikings also get a 4th round pick, 122. So they basically swap a 3rd and a 4th, and the Colts get a 6th to move back 11 spots here in the second round for Minnesota to come up and draft Andrew Booth. Colts never stay on the clock. Hey, man, got to make them moves.
Yeah, look, it's fine. I mean, the Colts didn't have a first. I think they're going to want, more picks here. So
Scott is correct. I've gotten the big head, but that's okay. Tommy was not rooting for the Bengals. We don't like you either.
That's fine. So yeah, that's interesting. So basically, move up 11 spots to move down from the third to the fourth, and the Vikings get an extra pick out of it.
So,
It's not bad.
Scott, wondering where is the next potential spot for a quarterback now that it seems nobody wants one?
Yeah, I mean, geez Louise, I guess Lions of 46, who coached in the Senior Bowl, right? So
They saw every one of these
they
guys
saw every
up
one of these
close
guys.
and personal.
Right.
Yeah, Booth was 27 on my board, by the way.
Yeah. So, and then you start looking at, do you have a team like Washington? Do you have a team?
New Orleans.
Yeah.
That's another
I mean,
spot.
or a team that's just not kind of expected, Minnesota or, what if like Arizona or Tampa pull the trigger? What if Philly pulls the trigger? So, I think now you start to get into a possibility of a team that's not, we need a quarterback. Now it's the value might be there to take one even if you don't need a quarterback.
So, who is on the board now? Is it the Giants? Yeah, the Giants on the board next, and their pick is in.
Yeah, interesting.
And it is Kentucky wide receiver Wan'Dale Robinson.
Yeah, I don't think I had him in my top 100. I'm a little surprised.
I will confirm that, Shane.
I did not.
You did not
confirm it.
So Shane, you're off now. No perfect 100 for you, sir.
Yeah, that's true. Look, I do think Wan'Dale Robinson.
120, Wan'Dale Robinson on your board. He goes to pick 43 here to the Giants. So
I do like Wan'Dale Robinson a lot. I mean, I think obviously he's small. He's 5'8". I think he's very different from, say, Kadarius Toney, who they drafted last year. Wan'Dale Robinson plays much bigger. He was an outside receiver at Kentucky, came into Nebraska as a running back, transferred over to Kentucky. I mean, he's physical off the line. He doesn't have that length. It's scary, I think, in the NFL to kind of put him out there. But he has great ball tracking skills. He's electric after the catch, and he can go down the field and run with guys. So it's a really interesting spot. He's my wide receiver 14. I think it's a bit of a reach to take a small receiver like this. So I'd be really interested to see how they utilize him, in the Brian Daboll offense.
Dynamic with the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 81 on my board. So a third round grade for me, going early here in the second round. Zach, let's catch Zach up, and anybody else who not on board with every pick so far. Pick 33, Tampa Bay, Logan Hall, defensive tackle, Houston. 34, Green Bay, Christian Watson, wide receiver, North Dakota State. Tennessee, 35, Roger McCreary, cornerback, Auburn. 36, New York Jets, Breece Hall, running back, Iowa State. 37, Texans, Jalen Petrie, safety, Baylor. 38, Atlanta, Arnold Ebiketie, edge rusher, Penn State. Chicago at 39, Kyler Gordon, corner, Washington. 40, Seattle, Boye Mafe, edge, Minnesota. 41, Seattle, Kenneth Walker III, running back, Michigan State. 42, Minnesota, corner, Andrew Booth from Clemson. And 43, the New York Giants have just taken Kentucky wide receiver and Nebraska transfer, Wan'Dale Robinson.
Yeah. So I'm interested to see how Wan'Dale works there. Like, I think when you watch him, once again, you feel like he's bigger and more, better than he is. The fact that he had such production in the SEC going up against corners who were 6 foot that had, 32-inch arms, and he was able to get past them. He was able to, his route running, I think, is pretty solid. He makes cuts pretty well. And like you said, after the catch, get the ball in his hands, I think you can use him in a variety of ways. I even wonder if he gets a little bit of running back play. So we'll see. Yeah, this is probably, to me,
this is a ding on the Giants' overall draft grade so far, right? I mean, after they get knocked down a peg a little bit for this pick, just being at bare minimum a round early.
Yeah, look, I comped him as a prospect to T.Y. Hilton. So I mean, if you get a T.Y. Hilton out of him, then I think you're happy with that. You take that anywhere. So it could be. Everyone wants a Debo Samuel style. Everyone says that, but I think Kadarius Toney had a little bit of that. Who they're trying to trade? Maybe they trade him today. I don't know. And Wan'Dale Robinson slides into that starting receiver role. Kenny Golladay didn't really work out.
Whoever was announcing the Vikings pick at the stage there, they basically had to send somebody out there to shut him up and announce the pick.
Yes. So there you go.
Ridiculous.
There you go. John Shipley tweeting the Giants are replacing Kadarius Toney with Kadarius Toney. So I don't know. Maybe they did take Toney off the block. Who knows? But it feels like he'll be gone after seeing this pick. But I mean the great plays by Wan'Dale Robinson are great plays. I'm glad he got out of Nebraska, but that I'd rather take a bigger receiver.
So everybody's favorite AFC North team, the Cleveland Browns, are on the clock now for the first time. They had no first-round pick thanks to the acquisition of Deshaun Watson.
I think the board's fallen well for them.
Yes. They have edge guys there for them. Drake Jackson, I think, would be of interest here. Perhaps a receiver could be in play here for the Browns.
Yeah.
Definitely not a spot for a quarterback.
No. I think too, you have young edge rushers with athletic upside, Drake Jackson, DeMarvin Leal.
Never mind. We have a trade, Shane.
Who's moving up?
Houston Texans have popped up here on the clock at pick 44. And their pick is in.
Interesting. So Houston moving up. The Browns spent a ton of draft capital, going to recoup some of that here with the team that they traded to get Deshaun Watson. So
they're maybe they just looked at their last calls and they just hit the button and just
like, look, maybe you should have included this pick too. Maybe it's future considerations.
Maybe they see some receivers that they like here, need somebody for Jacoby Brissett to throw the football to.
Our boy Kenny's not going to be happy with this one.
Oh no.
His bet's going to take a hit. So the Houston Texans are selecting John Mechie, receiver from Alabama, with pick 44.
It is John Mechie III, wide receiver from Alabama, coming off the board here for the Houston Texans. Also an ACL injury, but his in the SEC championship game, so he got a full month of extra rehab time for his.
He did. I'm not a big John Mechie fan. I think he's a good route runner. I think he's a natural hands catcher. I just don't see that great athleticism that people talk about all the time. Like he doesn't do much after the catch. I don't think he releases well.
Not much of a separator.
Yeah. So I just don't think he's like a number one receiver. Now Brandon Cooks is there. He'll be the number one. I still like Nico Collins. Mechie in the slot, I think, could be interesting. But he's my wide receiver 12. I still, would rather take Alec Pierce or David Bell or Sky Moore. I'd much rather have Sky Moore than John Mechie. I just think that's an issue.
So the Browns have traded completely out of the second round here. They will acquire pick 68 at the top of the third round, picks 108 and 124 in the fourth round. So Cleveland gets the Houston Texans pick in the third and 2 fourth-round picks to move back. So they moved back 24 spots. So they sold out the second round here to go out for Houston to come up to get John Mechie. So that's a big price to pay for a guy coming off an ACL injury and to come up and get Mechie. So this is now the second consecutive receiver drafted in the 80s for me, and over 90 on your board. Two straight receivers here. Let's reset here. Baltimore on the clock. Let's go with the top 10 available players from Shane P. Hallam. Defensive line, Travis Jones. Quarterback, Matt Corral and Malik Willis. Linebacker, N'Kobe Dean. Jaquan Brisker, David Ajabo, Perry and Winfrey, defensive line, Oklahoma. Trey McBride, the tight end from Colorado State. Drake Jackson, edge rusher from Southern Cal. And George Pickens, wide receiver, Georgia. That's your top 10 available. My top 10 available here, like I said, will be similar. N'Kobe Dean, linebacker, Georgia. Travis Jones, George Pickens, Trey McBride. I have Bernhard Raymond, offensive tackle, Central Michigan. Majay Sanders, who I'm way too high on. I know this, but I liked him against Georgia in the Peach Bowl a couple years ago and couldn't come off. Linebacker Christian Harris from Alabama. Sam Howell, quarterback, North Carolina. Perry and Winfrey, defensive line, Oklahoma. And Mike Corral, quarterback, Ole Miss. You will notice that Malik Willis, quarterback, Liberty, was not on that list for me.
Yeah. Baltimore back on the clock.
Baltimore Ravens. Scott had a projection here.
Yeah. Scott
Moore for the Ravens here is the projection here for Scott, right?
Yeah, that would be interesting. I mean, they obviously need to replace Marquise Brown, but they might not be a pressing concern if they're not going to throw the ball that much. You know what I mean? So that would be an interesting fit. I would take that. I'm sure Lamar Jackson would take that too. I think Baltimore still could use an offensive tackle. I think could still use a front seven player, defensive lineman. I think there's a lot. Travis Jones is still out there. I think it'll make a lot of sense for them. A lot of people haven't taken Jordan Davis. And if you get a nose tackle like Travis Jones, a big mover, maybe wasn't super productive. That's the case. So, I think fantasy-wise, too, like Wan'Dale and John Mechie become interesting because now they got top 50 draft capital to spots that are kind of iffy, and people don't really love them pre-draft anyway. So I think could end up being good values in rookie drafts because they're probably going to fall to late second round.
You mentioned Travis Jones, and that is interesting because a lot of us were linking them to Jordan Davis in the first round, and they are somewhat similar players. Jones has a great athletic profile, so
yeah, he does. So I think I'd be fit, and we saw guys like you said, N'Kobe Dean and David Ajabo that probably should come off the board relatively soon.
Ajabo's injury is a little bit different because his was the Achilles, right? So we know he's not playing at all this season.
Yeah. Biplov asked what do I think of Walker at Seattle. I mean, I think Walker getting picked that highly he's going to be the stud, the starter. I think Rashad Penny, he's only on a 1-year deal. So I think Penny gets kind of clean up backup role, and Walker's going to get a lot of that work. I think Penny could catch some more passes, be a little more of that. But I think Seattle's going to run enough that both of them could still be productive and score with them. So it could be corner. I mean, I think Kyle Hamilton's probably going to play some coverage, but
not sure the value's there for corner right now, right? Because who's the best one?
We have people keep moving up for Andrew Booth and
I feel like
Gordon. So
Mullen's the next one probably off the board.
All right, the pick is in. The Ravens are taking David Ajabo, edge rusher from the University of Michigan.
There you go. So they're taking the red shirt here for David Ajabo, and if he comes back, 100%.
Oh my goodness!
Bad news for our two favorite teams there, Shane P. Hallam.
Yeah, the Ravens are having a really good draft. I know they traded Marquise Brown, but Tyler Linderbaum, Kyle Hamilton, and David Ajabo are all, high-end players. David Ajabo wasn't a name before this year that I knew. And when you went to watch Aiden Hutchinson, often David Ajabo's that first step, that electricity on the pass rush, that stood out on film. And I mean, I think that he is just like super intriguing, especially if you can stand him up, which the Ravens probably are going to do. He plays with good leverage. I like that he has a nice swim move. And the only problem is you didn't see him ever have to face a double team. He didn't have to deal with that a lot. He didn't get chipped too much. He's a little raw in tracking down the quarterback. So I think there's still some progression there, plus the Achilles injury. But Baltimore, this going to contend with one of the best drafts, as the Ravens usually do.
Ian Rappaport reporting that if all goes well in rehab, Ajabo could be playing with the Ravens by October. That he would start on the pup. They'll probably will start him on NFI or the pup list. So
medicine, man, it has progressed so quickly. It's crazy.
Yeah, and ACL. I thought of this the other day. I was watching. I don't know if you ever watched the NFL Network Caught in the Draft series, but they did one on the 1995 draft, and I thought of Kajana Carter. And if Kajana Carter does that 10 to 15 years later, he's still a stud running back in the NFL, right?
Right. Yeah, right. It's just wild how that changes things back then and today. ACLs, you lose a year and you're good. Now, not even a year. It's like
the Detroit Lions pick is in at 46. Have you seen it, Shane?
I have not yet.
I have not either.
So we'll keep an eye out. Quarterback spot, of course, but the Lions have been building everything else up, getting their linebacker, getting Aiden Hutchinson, building the defense a little bit in this draft. So, we'll see ultimately which direction they go.
So we might actually see this pick announced live on television.
That's a first for this draft, I think.
I do believe it is. Josh Paschal, edge rusher, Kentucky, goes Josh here Paschal. To the pronounce that, Shane?
I think it's Josh Paschal, but I could be wrong.
Hey, Scott, where was your pronunciation guide this year, buddy? We could have used that just now.
Yeah, so Josh Paschal, super impressive on film. He was a great pass rusher. Now you get your bookend pass rushers. I mean, Josh Paschal is super strong at the point of attack. I mean, again in the SEC, he's driving offensive linemen backwards. He had success against Alabama when he played them in the past. I think he's good against the run. Like he sets the edge well. Top leader guy, like high character. Him and Devin Lloyd both big leadership. The leaders on their defensive teams. Aiden Hutchinson as well. I think they're building a really good locker room too for that defense. He's a little raw. Doesn't have the longest arms. He doesn't shed great. I think if you can teach him how to kind of stack and use his athleticism and his feet to do a little better, I think he's going to be a really good player. I had him to the Bengals. I was kind of hoping the Bengals would get him. I thought it'd be a nice fit.
Yeah, I think the Bengals were hoping he would get down to them as well. Washington's pick is in at pick 47. As we wait on that one to come in as well.
If you want the Kool-Aid signed card, McKinstry, Alabama, last chance coming up. You can look in the chat room and sign up at the Google form there. Phrase, oh yeah. Did the Saints take a quarterback? They could. I mean, I think the NFL's shown what they think, but I think the Saints are probably a team that was looking that way. Like I said, the Steelers expected them to take one. I think the Saints are a team that will take one here. Is it Malik Willis? I don't know. He did come in for a visit, and they haven't drafted that. We do have the Washington Commanders pick, and they have selected Phidarian Mathis, defensive lineman from University of Alabama. Just kind of an interesting selection. He's, not a big upside guy. Like I thought Perrion Winfrey was a better pass rusher from Oklahoma. Phidarian Mathis, can play a little nose tackle. I think you can kick him out to a 5-tech position. That Washington front gets interesting when you add Phidarian Mathis to the mix. The defensive line stacking up. They had some problems last year stopping the run, and that was kind of the piece.
Are you telling me that Washington drafted an Alabama defensive lineman?
They're the Commanders now, so it's different. It's different now.
It's the same people making the picks, right?
It is.
So this is what, their fifth or fourth? It's a lot,
couple,
right?
Yeah, it's like
Allen. It's a lot. A lot of Alabama Crimson Tide player. The Washington Crimson Tide is what they should have changed their name to at this rate.
They play a very similar front. Pittsburgh did that with the Ohio State guys for a while because they basically play the same defense. There you go. Scott's correcting me. It's Josh Pascal. So we need to hire him for the pronunciation guide. But yeah, I think Phidarian Mathis is like solid, but just unspectacular to me. Really good, really long arms, really big hands. Like he gets good leverage. He's smart in how he stacks guys up. He sheds pretty well. Fills gaps. I just don't think he's much of a pass rusher. I don't think he's going to get after the quarterback anytime soon. But he's versatile. Nose tackle. The end. Yeah, Pascal. I didn't have
my man draft guy Jimmy, a big Washington fan, said was settling Ioannidis gone. Mathis pick makes a little sense.
Yeah, just restocking. Like I said, they started having some problems against the run too. I think they needed a little more there than I thought. I didn't expect a defensive line pick this early for Washington, but we'll see what happens.
Chicago back on the clock here. So
they got to take an offensive player, right?
Got to, right? I mean, is this the receiver here that they
receiver tackle? Nakobe Dean's still on the board. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be. I think George Pickens or Sky Moore makes sense. Obviously, I think offensive tackle. I think there's still some good ones out there. I really thought Bernard Raymond, Nicholas Petit-Frere, even Sean Ryan from UCLA, I think are all good players that could start for the Bears and give Justin Fields a little more time, which I think he really needs.
A draft name from the blast from the past just announced the Washington pick on the stage, Santana Moss.
He's a very good player. Plenty of fantasy teams with Santana Moss on them. In my day. So, as Commanders fans, getting excited. Tight end. Well, see, Zach, they could take Bernard Raymond, and then technically he was a tight end. So that would work. But, yeah, I mean, Mathis is like, I don't know, it's so meh. It's just such a unexciting pick to me. Santana was better than Sonoris Moss. That is true. Sonoris Moss couldn't stay healthy.
Did not. That was not a good player.
Wow. Look, I mean, he was fast. He just couldn't stay healthy. Ultimately. But yeah, it's the Bear. Where are we at here in this second round? We should swap out to let's get another. We'll get some of the Chiefs run going here. So I'm gonna work on switching it up, but pretty soon we'll have a giveaway for the Clyde Edwards-Helaire signed Panini card here. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, first round pick. He's disappointed a little bit, but he's still the starting running back for the Chiefs. So Chiefs are coming up in 2 picks. Once they pick, we'll have the giveaway for phrase CEH. We'll get that bricked up.
Do they have to get Fields some weapons? Yeah,
well, at least help. I mean, even if it's not a receiver, just something on offense, for gosh sakes. Darnell Mooney can't do it all, you know? All right.
Kimberly A. Martin reporting that Panthers' pursuit of Baker Mayfield continues to heat up, and the Browns quarterback could end up in Carolina by the end of the night or this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the alternative to not taking one, which they didn't obviously, and no one else is, because the Bears obviously not taking a quarterback. They're taking Jaquan Brisker, safety from the Penn State University.
So Jaquan Brisker going here is not a weapon for
another secondary guy, two in a row here for the Bears.
Brisker 58 on my board at safety. I think he was my safety 5. Shane, you were higher on him, 34 on your board. I had him under Petrie. You had him above Jalen Petrie. So Brisker could have been in this same position last year. Was actually accepted a Senior Bowl invitation 2 years in a row. Comes down there this year. Actually, no, he didn't play again. He
did not play.
He backed out this year as well. So
yeah. So I think Brisker I had him as my safety 4. I mean, I think he's more of a box safety. But I mean, he is explosive. Like he is such a smart tackler. You rarely see him make a mistake. He can hit. Like he has some big hits. He can cause fumbles. He's dangerous in that box. I like his closing speed too. So I think as a coverage guy, if you play him deep, I wouldn't want to man him up too much. But I think he has that. When the ball's in the air, I think that's where he gets lost a little bit. He can allow some big catches, take bad angles, get too aggressive, but he has some impressive stats closing on the football. So I think, you got to stop Aaron Rodgers. And one way to stop Aaron Rodgers is draft a corner in Kyler Gordon and draft a safety in Jaquan Brisker.
Got to do it. Baker for a 7th.
I think it might end up being what it is.
I think if Baker gets traded, it's going to be some sort of conditional pick in 2023. If I had to guess, what that compensation will be.
Conditional 7th.
Bears waiting for their share of the division trade with Minnesota, maybe.
Yeah, come on, Vikings, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess the Kobe Dean's some medical questions. That that's what happens. And he's small. You're small with the medical questions. It's a lot harder to pick. So the Saints, this could be finally a spot for a quarterback. I mean, I think.
Are we going to get the quarterback here at 49? I can tell you that my man in the next room is hoping not.
Well, he's a big Jameis Winston fan.
I don't know if he's a big Jameis Winston fan or if he is just like the rest of the NFL, apathetic to the quarterback class
of the quarterbacks. I mean, if these quarterbacks start falling around 3, like I'm in, like let's go. That's where you take them, and then you're not bound to them. If you can get a top one next year, you don't. You take a Sam Howell around 3. You don't. I
got to tell you, this is not looking good for my man EJ Perry's draft stock. If all these other quarterbacks are getting pushed down,
yeah, fair. Well, when Brock Purdy goes above him, you can throw some things because that's someone making a mistake in the 7th round. But nice. All right, let's see. They're still going. Andy says Trey McBride. It'd actually be interesting. I mean, Adam Troutman hasn't quite developed how the Saints wanted. They took Chris Olave, obviously, trying to build that offense up a little bit.
I mean, Winston didn't play bad before his injury, so maybe they see more there than.
We just need more interceptions, and then he's good.
I
mean, James Winston is fine, but I think he's good.
Quick note on the Ravens here. It said if someone told you on January 15th the Ravens would add Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum, and David Ajabo, what would you have called that?
I mean, that was you're living in a dreamland there. Like, what are they doing? Trading up for 3 top 15 picks? Trading up into the top 5 and somehow getting the other 2? Yeah, I mean, it would have been wild. I said, did the 2 of them kill someone? Is that what happened? Like, yeah.
Yeah, I after the Senior Bowl, I thought Adam Trautman was going to be a stud, man. He looks so good down here.
I still have faith. He needed some time to develop. And I thought he started to flash a little bit at the end of last year, but yeah, not great. A tight end takes a while. Tight end's not the position you step in and, unless you're Kyle Pitts, and Kyle Pitts only had 3 dominant games.
So we are still waiting for tight end 1 to come off the board here.
That is true.
For the record, if you went back to our draft prop show, Trey McBride's over-under was 50.5. As we sit at pick 49 here, for those of you who bet the under.
And unless there's a trade, he's probably not going pick 50.
Saints pick is in.
See if we we'll see if we can get it here. I don't know. Wow. Okay. Interesting. The Saints are going to pick Alontae Taylor, corner out of Tennessee.
That is interesting here. I think this is high for Alontae Taylor. But
I'd say about a round 2 high.
Round high, but man, that athletic profile, his versatility, I like me some Alontae Taylor, Shane. You talk about a guy who could play free safety, and that may be where he plays for the Saints. Potentially, or he could play a nickel, or he could play on the outside. I mean, this is a tool for Dennis Allen there in that defense.
I mean, look, corners are flying off the board. You're going to start seeing some teams have to reach a little bit because that's the position that is going a lot higher than I think I expected. But I'm with you. I mean, he covered SEC receivers really well. I like the versatility, like you said, Brian. Can play nickel, can play outside. He wasn't really out of position too much because his back pedal smooth, his hips very fluid. I think he the 50-50 passes he failed more than 50% of the time. He doesn't always get that.
He's not going to out physical anybody, and he may be allergic to run defense.
Right. I mean, for the physicality,
not his game. Not his game.
I had a. Oh, you have a hurricane coming. Okay. But no. Hopefully all is good.
Let me go on a rant here. Why am I getting an emergency alert? No offense to what's happening here at this correctional facility in Lauderdale, Colorado, but why am I getting in Mobile, Alabama, an emergency alert for something happening in Florence, Alabama? That is
he could be coming your way.
That's a clean 6 hours away from here, Shane.
Yeah. Look, he's coming. Be careful. Because he wants to watch the draft. He's been watching you on YouTube. So
maybe.
I had Alontae Taylor in my top 100, and I thought I was gonna fail on that one. So maybe that makes
on Arif Hassan's consensus board, Alontae Taylor was 112. I don't know where he ranked on our consensus board, but I know I had him at 84. You had him at 82. So we were pretty lockstep on our evaluations of Alontae Taylor as a mid-third round pick.
We both get that point, and I think he could even play safety if they
he did it in the Senior Bowl.
He did in the Senior Bowl. Yeah. I think that could be best. You can let him play deep, free safety. I think that might be his best position, to be honest with you, and that's probably the bigger need here for the Saints. That makes a lot of sense.
Kansas City picked 50 here on the clock. Is this our wide receiver spot?
I mean, Sky Moore would just be a great fit if you want the smaller guy, and pick. Let's say that for every team needs a receiver. Like Pickens and Sky Moore should be off the board. I actually think Alec Pierce could be interesting too if they want to take a receiver.
Great athletic profile.
Great athletic profile. And they got George Karlaftis yesterday and took Trent McDuffie. So, offensively, they don't need much outside receiver. The offensive line's pretty well stocked. Defensively, they could use defensive linemen, but
we have a trade.
Uh-oh.
My man Ben said, I'm done for the night. He took his hat off, relaxed. Guess what? The New Orleans Saints are back on
Saints
the
are
clock.
back. It's got to be quarterback time, right? I mean, this pick it. They're jumping ahead of Philly, the Colts. I feel like quarterback time, or they take Trent McBride and just mess this up.
Wait.
Oh, the Patriots.
Albert Breer has let me down. I got my man all crazy over there.
Nope, it's the Patriots that have made the move up to pick.
My
50.
apologies, everybody who.
You were getting excited, but the Patriots have moved up from 54.
Well, I got excited because could you imagine what that pick haul would have looked like?
Yeah, right. I mean, it's fair. So not going to be quite as big to move up 4 spots after the Patriots moved down yesterday a bit. But they're moving ahead of Philly, Pittsburgh, and the Colts. That feels receiver, right? I mean, those are 3 teams that could take a receiver. That's a big need for the Patriots. That means they'll probably take a corner or something.
Interesting, by the way, what we go back to Alontae Taylor here. They announced him as a safety.
So there you go. We were right. I think receiver, this corner run. If they take another offensive lineman, it's just. I mean, look, it could be, but I'll never say never.
Yeah. They've moved up for Zach Tom, baby, or Cam Jurgens.
Mike Tenier tweets Patriots select Cole Stranger. They'll just take that step up one. It is a receiver, but not one of the 2. They draft Tyquan Thornton, wide receiver, out of Baylor.
So they went pure speed here.
That is a speed pick. And honestly, I think that's mostly what Tyquan Thornton is. I think he's a little more dynamic than that. This isn't a Tutu Atwell situation. But, he's not afraid to get a little bit physical down the field, use his hands. And I thought he got better every year, had a really good all-star circuit, really good offseason. But, his route running is just, so raw. He wastes so much movement when he's trying to make cuts. It's almost like you want to put him on the 9 route and just let him go, because other than that, he really doesn't have that kind of knowledge of how to set up, sink his hips, and move explosively into cuts. That's my problem with him. He's kind of a one-trick pony. Patriots haven't had the best success drafting a receiver. I'm not sure this is going to fix that, Brian. I think they needed a speed, but this is all speed.
I'm trying to offer something up here, but I can't find Tyquan Thornton on my board at all.
Wide receiver 19 for me on my board. Now, I thought he might go day 2 because of that speed, right? I think that made a lot of sense. But yeah, I mean, a little bit surprising to say the least.
I'm trying.
You're like, is he on your board? Maybe he's not.
He is on my board. He's 175.
Oh, there you go.
And he was 154 on your board.
So
another one off. Leave it to the Patriots to screw this up. They always do that. They do this to me every year. They draft goofball players that nobody thought would go anywhere near this.
Yeah, look, I think a lot of people had him day 2.
By the way, I may have to go back and we need somebody to add this up maybe. But Tyquan Thornton is the first Shrine Game player to go.
There you go. So that was the first Shrine Game player to go. He needs developed. Not something the Patriots are great at doing with receivers, but you get that 4.28 speed. That's killer. That's something the Patriots offense really just didn't have. So I don't know if Fred is still watching, but I'd be interested to see what he thinks of the Thornton pick and the move up for Thornton too. It's not like they just took him; they moved ahead
they
of the.
didn't give up a lot
Yeah,
here
a fifth
to do this.
Fifth
round pick, 158 to move up 4 spots. So nothing of note. They would have probably drafted a long snapper that wasn't Cal Idamitis anyway.
Let's maybe not. I mean,
Tyquan Thornton 155 on a Reef's consensus board.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people had him in the top 100. Didn't get a Senior Bowl invite, so that's probably it. We also have the next pick, the Philadelphia Eagles at pick 51. Let me make sure that it's a reputable source. It is center Cam Jurgens from Nebraska, number 2 center off the board.
So that was the Philadelphia Eagles selecting Cam Jurgens.
I love Cam Jurgens, man. I mean, I've been talking about him for a while.
You have. So this is their Jason Kelsey replacement?
I think so. You're right. And I mean, it's a great, I think, fit for their run blocking scheme because he is super athletic in a box. I think he's a good zone, zone blocker. Nice pop off the snap. He gets those hands in, pretty explosive with those. He's just not super big. I don't think he has, his technique can be all over the place. His hand placement can be a little bit wild. Like he kind of just goes for it. So I think with a little coaching, a year as a backup, like you said, I think this could end up being a really good fit. He could be a center for them for a long time.
If they draft Matt Ariza, okay. I'm good with that.
Jordan Stout, If
as long as it's Ariza, I'm okay with any punter selected in this draft class.
Yeah, super interesting. The Eagles, I mean, I think the Eagles have had an intriguing draft. I mean, you get A.J. Brown, you get Jordan Davis, and I think Cam Jurgens is a nice, solid pick. Who was criminally underrated through this process, by me included at many points early when he declared. I think they're having a really good 2 days here.
All right, so I invoked the name of Tony Banks the other day when talking about this quarterback class. Albert Breer does the same. 50 picks into the draft. This is the first time since 1996 when only one quarterback has been selected through the first 50 picks, and that was Tony Banks, picked 42nd overall by the Rams in 1996.
Yikes. Yeah, that is rough. The Steelers are on the clock, and we have the pick.
Shane, who is the pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers?
It's a big one.
It's a big one.
It is George Pickens, wide receiver from the University of Georgia.
Pickens, wide receiver, University of Georgia.
So, Matt Lombardo tweeted it. I haven't seen it anywhere else, so I'm hopeful that is it.
That is the pick. So I can cross him off the list.
Cross him off the list. George Pickens is out, and he is a Pittsburgh Steeler. So
he looks like a Steelers receiver, Shane.
He has that Martavis Bryant, like off the field, little sketchy effort, but I mean, on the field, he has the upside. I definitely worry about George Pickens and if he's, taking plays off, kind of that Chase Claypool effect. I kind of think the Steelers will re-sign Deontay Johnson, probably let Chase Claypool go, and Pickens will be the replacement. So it's really interesting because I think he's an outside receiver. So you're going to have him on one side, Claypool, Deontay in the middle. You have Pat Freiermuth. I mean, Kenny Pickett, this is what you do, right? You draft a quarterback, just like the Bengals. You get the receiver, and no one has as much upside. I think in this entire draft, I think George Pickens might have as much upside as any receiver that's in this draft.
So there you go. Shane, Pittsburgh Steelers fan is happy with the pick of George Pickens here.
I am.
So not so happy with the selection of Kenny Pickett in round 1 last night.
I was not, but you're
not buying that number 8 Steelers jersey, Shane?
There'll be plenty of them in the stadium, I'll say that. But, this is still going to be a team that runs the football, as Tommy said, Najee Harris. But you got to respect George Pickett. You got to respect the receivers enough. But yeah, I mean, Kenny Pickett, I hope he's great. It would be such a great story to have a great pick quarterback for the Steelers. But Kevin Colbert knows how to pick receivers. They don't miss on day 2 receivers very much, Brian. So
no, they do not.
So I think there's a good chance George Pickens is going to be a really great one. And I mean, fantasy-wise, this makes things interesting because you can make an argument that Christian Watson and George Pickens could be the 2 most productive receivers in this draft class. You could make that argument. So
we'll see. Pickens only really played
2 years.
Even play a whole game this year?
Yeah, he played 3 games this year. Okay. He just wasn't on the field. They didn't play him every snap. He had the 1 catch in the national championship, a big 51-yarder that he laid out for. But yeah, so we'll see. Health is good. The workouts were great. Like I said, the effort is my concern, ultimately.
TV, by the way, is 2 picks behind, as they're just announcing Cam Jurgens to the Eagles.
I hope we didn't lose anyone there, but I'll take a chance. We're giving away signed CEH Clyde Edwards-Helaire card. If you want that, post up the link in the YouTube chat. Exclamation point giveaway if you ever want to grab that link. Sign up. Winner will be there. We'll get it at the end of the show, end of the day.
I have reached out to someone who I know is counting Senior Bowl players because I am curious what that number was.
Well, that's good because we have the next pick, and it is a Senior Bowl player going to the Indianapolis Colts.
The Indianapolis Colts. Who is it, Shane?
Alec Pierce, wide receiver from the University of Cincinnati.
So it is a wide receiver, not Sky Moore.
Not Sky Moore.
It is Alec Pierce, and this guy. That Alabama game maybe goes a little bit differently early if Alec Pierce hangs on to the one pass there in the end zone.
That's his big issue. He drops the ball. I mean, the Alabama game, kind of rightfully so, but
Right, but his athletic profile. Let me pull that up for my man Kyle, who, if he's still, I don't know if he's still in the chat or not, but Alec Pierce is 6'3", 211 wide receiver, 33-inch arms. 146 Shane on his 10-yard split. That is some takeoff there for Alec Pierce, a 4'4", 140 with a 40.5-inch vertical leap. Number 70 on my board, 65 on yours, but goes 53rd overall to the Indianapolis Colts. But you got to get that receiver right. So.
Yeah, he's my wide receiver 11. I mean, I just think the upside, not only does he have the athletic profile, but I think he plays really smart against zone coverage. I think he's good about finding the holes in the zone, settling down. He was a reliable target. His hands are, stop catching against your body. Guys are going to be like, just reach out, catch the football sometimes. He just cradles that thing in, and it causes him to drop a lot of passes. So after the catch, I think he could use some better instincts, can go down a little easy, but there's big upside there. I mean, him and Michael Pittman, that's a pretty good duo with athleticism, contested catchers. They could do some good things. Matt Ryan's going to be happy with that.
I think so. Go back to George Pickens for a second. Should we read anything into their opinion of Chase Claypool, or perhaps maybe not going to re-sign Deontay Johnson?
Yeah, I think Chase Claypool, he got to announce the pick, so that's his replacement. He got to announce that at the draft, which is always good. I think Chase Claypool, I think Deontay Johnson's going to sign. I think they're going to let Chase Claypool go. He's had some, nothing like major, but had some off the field things and some maturity concerns. Now, replacing him with George Pickens with those similar concerns is interesting, but I think they'll probably let Claypool go. They just really haven't utilized him well. So,
So there you go.
We have the next pick.
The next pick is in. Who is
Kansas
the
City Chiefs?
Kansas City Chiefs?
Who would be the best player they could select right now, Brian?
Is it Sky Moore?
It is Sky Moore, the wide
Sky
receiver for
Moore.
Western Michigan, replacing Tyreek Hill with Sky Moore. I mean, that's a really good pick. Sky Moore's my wide receiver 9. I mean, he gets off the snap super quick after the catch, like tough to bring down. Slot guy that moves around. You know, he doesn't run good routes like he is sloppy. I think a lot of times, like he has the footwork to do it. When there's certain times I'm like, oh, you know, he shows that sharpness, and certain times when, you know, it happens. Some of the bigger games he got dinged up early and never came back. I want to see him against some better competition, but played well against like Pitt and some other schools. So a Pittsburgh guy, I saw him play in high school here. So he, you know, he's a good player. And another like fantasy question: do you take Sky Moore over the round 1 receivers going to the Chiefs? Like, there's some nice upside there, and the analytics very high on Sky Moore. Let me tell you that.
I was late to ever even watch him, and I guess I never fully embraced the hype that he was going to be a first-round pick. That obviously is born fruit tonight with him lasting until pick 54. So, but I guess we'll see. The upside is there. I had him 71 overall. So.
Yeah. So, really, I think it's as good a fit as you can get for what the Chiefs run and what they probably wanted. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think the hype got a little high. I agree. But I think this is a good time to take him late second round. Good time to take him. And he'll be teammates with CEH, so sign up and win that card. Even if you won yesterday, you can win again.
So let's reset the board here while we wait on the Cardinals now on the clock at pick 55 with the top 10 available players on each of our boards. And let's start with linebacker Nakobe Dean. I think it's medicals now. We know this with Dean. Travis Jones still on the board. Trey McBride. Matter of fact, every tight end still on the board, but Trey McBride. Bernard Raymond, the offensive tackle, Central Michigan. Majay Sanders, edge rusher, Cincinnati. Christian Harris, linebacker, Alabama, still available. Sam Howell, quarterback, North Carolina. Perry and Winfrey, defensive line, Oklahoma. Run defense, big question there with Winfrey. Matt Corral and Desmond Ridder, quarterbacks, back-to-back. So all quarterbacks I have ahead of Malik Willis, also, who is still on the board. Shane, your top 10 on the board right now. Travis Jones from UConn, Matt Corral, Malik Willis, quarterback, Liberty, Nakobe Dean, Perry Winfrey, Trey McBride, Drake Jackson, edge rusher, Southern Cal, still on the board. His tape was bad this year. But the athletic testing and old tape, very good. Sam Howell. DeMarvin Leal, effort questions, scheme fit, I think is why he's still on the board. And Tariq Woolen, we just got raw. The measurables are there for him. I'm going to step aside for just a second, Shane, because I've got to go get this other cord before this other laptop dies.
Yeah, go for it.
And if Arizona's pick comes in, you're free to go.
Go announce it. So yeah, super interesting all around. And yeah, I think we have the Cardinals pick. It is the first tight end off the board. Trey McBride, the tight end from Colorado State, going to the Arizona Cardinals. So they trade a first-round pick for Marquise Brown, for Hollywood Brown. And they traded for Zach Ertz last year to get him. Now they're going to basically draft a tight end too. I mean, Zach Ertz, future replacement here. They re-signed Zach Ertz, I think, to a one-year deal. So the Cardinals take Trey McBride. Now, Trey McBride, I think, is an interesting prospect. Really good body control. He can catch the ball at almost any point. Showed some blocking ability. He has some lower body strength. And, he gets up the seam pretty quick. Like he never feels like he's going to be open. I don't think he's as athletic on the field as his testing. He ran a 4.56, but he has a good feel for getting off the line, getting into the seam, catching a ball. I really wanted him to be better in the red zone than he was. Maybe they didn't utilize him properly. So I think there's maybe some limited upside. It's okay. Maybe it's more blocker than absolute stud weapon. The Cardinals are an interesting fit because they started to kind of use that as a, bailout for Kyler Murray when Zach Ertz got there, draw up some plays for that tight end position that I think could really fit Trey McBride. I think Zach Ertz is actually a fine comparison in the NFL. So Trey McBride, first tight end off the board, pick 55. He goes off the board. Pick 55 is, super, super interesting. So, yeah, that's they're just loading up on more weapons for the Cardinals. The defense, who needs it? But that's an interesting selection for Arizona, once again, after giving up a pick for Marquise Brown and, to move down 2 rounds for that. I think there are probably teams that were, that were looking at Trey McBride here coming up as well. Dallas, Tampa. I think there could have been some teams that would have pulled the trigger. But yeah, I mean, things are definitely heating up, fantasy wise for some of these receivers. And I think it's going to be some wild rookie drafts, man. I'm excited. I'm getting excited for the craziness that will be there. Yeah, this out in the Devy Marketplace Discord. But Zach Murray can't complain about weapons now. He certainly can't. He's got DeAndre Hopkins. He's got Hollywood Brown. He's got 2 tight ends. You got Wandale Moore. Like, whoa, you got it. Just, make it. You got to make it happen. Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. Pick 56. So looking at Dallas yesterday, they took Tyler Smith, the offensive tackle out of Tulsa. I think the board stacks up pretty well for the Cowboys here. Could use someone on the front, a Travis Jones, a DeMarvin Leal, I think could be super intriguing for them. Even in the Kobe Dean, if they want to take a risk. Or we could keep seeing the receiver run, as Nelly points out. Receivers are going off the board quick. I thought a lot of these guys would be 3rd rounders. Jalen Tolbert, David Bell, I think Calvin Austin. I think we're going to start to dip into a lower tier of receivers than we thought. So, did you get that Cardinals pick?
I get that Trey McBride.
Yeah.
Little disappointed that he didn't continue at least another slide 8 spots down.
Mm-hmm.
But
55 though.
I mean, that's great for Arizona. It's great for Kyler Murray.
I mean, like Marquise Brown, they just got yesterday. Now they take Zach Ertz and Trey McBride. Like, have a lot of weapons to cover for Arizona. Okay, the Cowboys pick is an interesting one.
And it's interesting, Shane.
Yeah, do you want to announce it?
I don't have it.
Oh, it is Sam Williams, edge rusher from Mississippi.
Well, that is going to dip off my 100. I can tell you that. Not
Mine
yours.
As well. Mine as well.
Okay.
Not on my top 100. I didn't think. I thought the character concerns. Sam Williams, one of my favorite players. I mean, I love how he played this year. Led the SEC in sacks for a while. Very productive, very explosive. Just knows how to get to the quarterback. Some major off-field concerns that, an arrest for sexual assault was acquitted. I don't know all the details, but that was definitely a concern. Maturity concerns beyond that. The Cowboys, they're not a
Does not
team.
concern them.
Yeah, they're not a team that cares as much, and they'll take those risks. And I think the upside is huge for him to be one of the top pass rushers from this class.
Yeah, no, if you get that kind of production in the SEC like Sam Williams has had for the last couple of seasons now, it's great. Like I said, I think we both have Sam. We both have Sam Williams ranked higher, if not for these off-field concerns that he has. But it only takes the one team to be okay with it, and you're getting 4.46 speed with Williams around that edge. You lose Randy Gregory. So you needed a guy to come in and take those snaps, and I think Sam Williams is that guy for Dallas. So, like I said, on the field, this is a great pickup for the Dallas Cowboys. Keep your nose clean.
Yeah, I think the hope is that they've looked into this and feel confident. I think the team at Ole Miss really liked him and felt like he turned into a leader this year. So maybe those concerns are behind him, maybe not. But yeah, this feels like a Jerry Jones, taking talented SEC player. He's got those Southern bloodlines there. So yeah, the Bills are up at 57.
I have another note on Tyquan Thornton. I don't know if you saw this. Doug Kyed, Kyed.
Yeah, Kyed.
Tyquan Thornton is the highest drafted Shrine Bowl player since 2012.
Wow. Galco win right there.
Look at Galco there.
We have a trade. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I moved up from 60 to 57, jumping the Atlanta Falcons and the Minnesota Vikings. So the Buccaneers have moved up to the Bills pick, jumping two teams that could have went quarterback.
But that can't possibly be what Tampa Bay.
Yeah, or Atlanta, team that needed a running back.
Who did they trade fifth?
What's that?
Buffalo,
yeah.
Okay.
Traded up to Buffalo's pick. It's only 3 picks. I'm assuming that was the deal, moving up just to those 3 picks. So, and they have selected an offensive lineman, Luke Goedeke, offensive lineman from Central Michigan.
So Luke Goedeke, that's interesting because that means he's come off the board before his much more heralded teammate, Bernard Raymond.
Yeah.
So that tells me that age is the factor here, because Raymond would have been a 25-year-old rookie, still developing. So maybe teams carrying off teams just a little bit with Bernard Raymond, but his teammate Luke Goedeke gets in there here at pick 57.
Good, good. I think good week of the Senior Bowl. When you watch Luke Goedeke run block, he's excellent. So if he is really good at that. Churning things out. He has good lower body strength. We have him a tackle. I think guard's probably a better position for him. We'll see if the Buccaneers, I'll be interested to see what he's announced as. I probably won't see it, but if you catch it or someone in the chat.
A couple of corrections to both of our assessments here of Luke Goedeke. I questioned was age the factor over Raymond. Goedeke is almost 24. You said he had a good week at the Senior Bowl. He was injured before practice ever started.
Oh, there you go. Well,
so
yeah,
he did not get to participate much in Senior Bowl practice. But yeah, it's interesting. Versatility maybe is was going to play center during the week. That was announced before he ever got there, because they had no true centers at all for either team at the Senior Bowl, and Goedeke was going to play center down there, but never really got the chance to show that he could do that in practice. Maybe that's kind of where Tampa Bay's they're getting that versatility there. Was the right tackle for Central Michigan. I think we projected him probably at guard. and but could play center here. I'll be anxious to see where they actually officially announce him here on the TV screen. What position they announce
Yeah,
him.
it's looking like guard. It was the announced position that it will be. So if that's the case, then I'm really happy with this because I think for Leonard Fournette, for this, I mean, he could be a starter, day one starter, blocking. He's smart. And I think that's the difference for Raymond needs the development. I don't think Gadeke needs developed. I think he's a little more polished, but has less upside, obviously, probably playing the interior. So I think it's about where he's going to go off the board, to be honest with you. He's about offensive tackle 11. Once again, I put some guys higher there that are more pure tackles and the swing guys like Kennard, Falele, Sean Ryan. I just thought were a little bit better. Pass blockers had a little more upside. But
Have you seen the details on the trade?
I did. I lost it. So it wasn't much. I'll keep an eye out again. Sure, it'll pop back up here. Here you go. Pick 57. The Bills got a second, their second, 60, and a sixth. Pick 180. Sixth round pick.
Sixth round. Okay, so they gave up a 6 to move up 3 spots.
Yeah, so that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, Buffalo loses nothing by moving back, and they get another lottery ticket pick there late. Guy who probably won't make the roster, but maybe he does.
Yep. So, Ali Marpet replacement essentially here for Luke Gadeke. Makes sense. Atlanta is on the clock. We have a pick.
Has it finally happened?
It has not happened.
It has not happened. This is not a quarterback.
It is a Senior Bowl player.
A Senior Bowl player.
Troy Anderson, linebacker from Montana State.
Okay.
According to Michael Silver here. So Atlanta takes Troy Anderson, linebacker from Montana State. A player I've drafted in a Debbie League, by the way, Brian, a year ago. 2 years ago.
Is that most athletic linebacker ever per Raz, Troy Anderson?
This is wild to me still that he's a most athletic linebacker. He's my linebacker 9. I mean, Troy Anderson, small school, but he played running back. He played fullback. He played quarterback at one point. Basically, wildcat quarterbacking for.
Let me say this about Troy Anderson and why I like the pick here for Atlanta. Normally, when you see those tight end and running back one-on-ones and the linebackers get in there to cover, it's almost always advantage offensive player, right? Troy Anderson won a majority of his matchups in those pass coverage one-on-one. So I really like this pick for Troy Anderson. Like I said, super athlete, great size. He has. So this is a good pick here for the Atlanta Falcons, getting more athletic with their linebacking group.
And I think he's a good tackler too. I mean, I think it's solid tackling technique. He doesn't just go for the big hits. You mentioned he was good in coverage at the Senior Bowl. I thought on film he struggled a little bit to develop that side of his game. I don't think he plays up to that athleticism all the time. Like he definitely doesn't look like that on film. But versatile, smart. He's a green dot linebacker. Is going to call your defense, and that's. I think he's going to play for a long time, despite being an older guy.
They showed his highlight package here on NFL Network, and they showed him at quarterback at Montana State, and Tim Tebow-esque throwing motion there.
Eat your heart out there, Tebow.
We can see why Troy Anderson.
All I want in the world is for him to throw a touchdown in the NFL. I just want to throw one touchdown in the NFL.
And he did wear 15 in college as well. So,
Minnesota Vikings back on the clock. They have rebuilt that secondary with Andrew Booth and Louis Cine.
Vikings pick is in, Shane. Um, I feel like I'm. I want to say I saw this. Who the pick was here?
It's LSU guard Ed Ingram.
Okay, that's
To
a.
the, to the
This feels like a good pick here for the Minnesota. I know you were a big fan of Ed Ingram earlier in the season, Shane.
I really liked him early. I thought he fell off a little bit late, but I mean, just nasty run blocker. I think he can pancake guys. And LSU, Tyron Davis Price is going to get drafted at some point, and I think Ed Ingram's was a big help to that. He was clearing paths for that run game, and he's not a super balanced player. I think his pass protection never wowed me, but I think he's a solid, mid-tier starter on the offensive line.
Bengals on the clock in 4 picks. Handful of guys here. I'm pretty sure they really like that are still on the board. Travis Jones, Perry and Winfrey. They had both of those guys in for visits, I believe. Nick Benito, Drake Jackson, a couple of edge rushers that I think they like that can help. I know they love Cam Taylor-Britt, the corner from Nebraska. He's still technically on the board. And if they go tight end, I think Dulcich is the guy that they would like 4 picks away for that. So we'll see what they can do here. But whereas we wait for Buffalo, who traded back 3 spots just now with Tampa Bay, picked up the 6th. They're on the clock, 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean, the Bills, we saw them yesterday sit and take Kyer Elam, make that move. I thought it was an excellent pick for them. Get that 6th rounder. Could this, maybe this is Isaiah Spiller. Maybe we see a running back here. They could take a receiver. I think the receiver well is dry. It's drying up. The 2nd round's been chock full of wide receivers.
It's not been kind to the wide receiver board. Interior offensive line, maybe Sean Ryan, UCLA.
I had him in my mock today to them.
Yeah, could be a good fit here for Buffalo. Darian Kennard, Kentucky. Both of those guys are tackles that probably project inside to guard for a lot of teams. Those names there.
I wouldn't even be surprised if it's pass rush and if they continue to build that secondary a little bit. Another corner even, like double dipping on corner.
Yeah,
they need 2.
Think of it last year. They double dipped on the edge with Gregory Rousseau and Boogie Basham.
Brian, hold that thought because let me give a little exclamation. And if you want to look in the chat, we have a new team on the clock.
The Bengals are on the clock. The Bengals have traded up.
They have traded up.
This never happens.
Well, it's happening this time. Look, I made a little command for you for the chat room as well. So if anyone wants to rep the Bengals, you can put a little exclamation point Who Day.
It's really just me.
Look. Bills trade down a second time. Second time the Bills trade down.
Here, Shane. I don't know.
Pick 209 they gave up, so that's very late.
That's their 7th, right?
That's their 7th.
That's their 7th they got in a trade for somebody. So they gave up Jack Squat.
Yeah, that's their actual pick in the sixth round.
Oh, 6th round. Sorry. So
they
gave up nothing.
So Bills getting 2 6th-round picks to keep moving down here. Yeah, who do you think it is? You got prediction here if you haven't seen it yet. You have any predictions, bro?
I like to think it would be Jones.
Yeah, I mean that would be awesome. I think that'd be a great fit. You mentioned Cam Taylor-Britt. I think
it is Cam Taylor-Britt is the selection.
Oh,
so the Bengals they saw the run on corners. The corner market was getting thin. They're like, we got to go get our guy, and it's Cam Taylor-Britt, and I like it. I like the pick of Cam Taylor-Britt here.
I'll let you break it down. I'm going to grab a drink, but I'll say I like the strategy of this is how you got beat in the Super Bowl. We're fixing it.
Right. I don't think he has to play right away. And that's a good thing. Eli Apple will stay the starter initially. Cam Taylor-Britt, 5'11", 196, 34-inch arms, 4'3", 40 guy with a tremendous 1.54 10-yard split. Explosion scores not great. 809 Raz was probably had a third round grade on my board. Shane had him a little higher than me, but I do like the pick here for the Bengals, and I really like it. The fact the Bengals actually got aggressive. That they went up and they saw their guy that they wanted. They brought him in for a workout, and they're like, okay, this is the pick we want. The Bengals actually did what real NFL teams do. They've started doing this the last couple of years. Hey, real teams spend money on free agents. The Bengals have spent money on free agents. Real teams make trades in the draft to go up and get guys that they target, and now the Bengals are doing that. It's a crazy world. I love it. I mean, this is exciting. Even if Cam Taylor-Britt doesn't really doesn't have great impact, I also think he'll be a special teams impact as well early on as that third corner or the first corner off the bench, I guess, behind Awuzie and Eli Apple on the outside. But Apple's only on a 1-year deal again, so this is probably a pick that you'll be more impactful in 2023. But bold prediction here: Cam Taylor-Britt will end up as the Bengals starting corner. Let's go week 5 here before he supplants Saints legend Eli Apple as the starting corner. So yes, I'm happy. Like I said, I'm happy that they actually, because Shane, let's look at this logically. The Bengals roster as it stands, what would you put the percentage chance of pick 209 making this team?
I think pretty rare. You have enough depth. There's no reason to, there's no reason to worry about it. I like, you weren't gonna have that guy make the team as a practice squad player. Go up and get your guy. I commend that. And for the Bills, if they know their guy's not going off the board, like, why not take a 6th? Not gonna hurt.
Bills were linked to linebacker a lot in the process. I feel like that they knew they could move back 3 spots and still get maybe a linebacker that they wanted. Perhaps maybe Dean, maybe Chenal.
Or like you said, have a couple guys similar tiers.
Right.
So dig it. I dig it. I think it's a good pick. I mean, both picks too for the Bengals, versatile players that can play safety, can play corner. I'm sure you meant, you may have mentioned that, but yeah. I think that versatility is super interesting. So, that's cool. Yeah, we got the Falcons or
49ers picking at 61 here.
I was back to that old pick.
Their first pick of the night. Or first pick of the draft.
Their first pick of the draft. And they select Drake Jackson, edge rusher from Southern Cal, on the front page, the draft countdown. Drake Jackson. I'm a big fan. I thought he didn't play great last year. I think I thought he was really up and down, but flashes that athletic ability. I thought toward the end of the season, he started kind of coming back on like he does as a true freshman. Drake Jackson is super interesting with big upside as a pass rusher. And I think the 49ers could use a little more pass rush. Drake Jackson's going to be a great fit as a stand-up, rusher for them.
Go back to Cam Taylor-Britt right quick. Bengals love them some team captains, by the way, Shane. So you can file this away for your draft research next year. Bengals love team captains. Cam Taylor-Britt was a team captain for Nebraska.
Yeah, you have to remind me of that next year. We'll get that list. You have to get that list going. We'll get a researcher on that. Um,
We so need an intern, Shane.
yeah, I think we'll have to pay somebody next year to do some of these tasks for us. Yeah, I think Jackson's a little undersized. I think he's still kind of learning the game and how to react to what offensive linemen do, but big upside, big upside with him. I think it's worth a late second pick to see if you can kind of hit on that.
Yeah, no, this is definitely you're hoping you get 2020 Drake Jackson, and maybe not so much 2021 Drake Jackson.
Yeah, he's my edge 8, which that's pretty good to get at the end of the second round in this class.
For sure. So 49ers waited. They had no first round pick because of the trade up for Trey Lance last year, who I think we're all anxious to see how he does as QB1 in San Francisco.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully, but Jimmy Garoppolo's still on the team for now. See by the end of tomorrow if that's the case.
Somebody said maybe that's why Debo wants out.
Ouch. Still no quarterbacks. Still no quarterbacks in round 2, Brian.
How's that Snapple for you tonight there, Shane?
Look, I have the 2 Snapples. I bring the Red Bull in to close it out.
The man has switched to the Red Bull, Ben.
I used to be very addicted to Red Bull. I've since maybe had 5 in the past year. So today and tomorrow, though, we'll be busting some out. Swap it out. I still got my meltaways next, which I should have used during the Bengals pick. I should have eaten one. When you're given that analysis to save the chewing. Chiefs are back on the clock.
Chiefs are on the clock. Buffalo, then Denver for the first time.
I think we know. I feel like Denver's got to take a linebacker. We haven't had too many linebackers go. Troy Anderson went, but I thought he would go after guys like Leo Chanel and Christian Harris. Obviously, Nakobe Dean's still on the board, but we'll see. The Chiefs got Sky Moore, and which is a great fit. And they had the defensive picks last time out. I still think I could use a front 7 player. Pass rusher, D lineman would be ideal here. I don't know if there's anyone worth pairing Winfrey.
Yeah, Winfrey, Travis Jones still available.
Yeah, DeMarvin Leal.
Nick Bonito.
Nick Bonito is an interesting name. Even like D'Angelo Malone, I think could be a fit. The pair with George Karlaftis, I think get another edge rusher, but yeah, I think the D lineman you were talking about probably is more likely, right?
Zach Carter, Florida, DeMarvin. You said mentioned DeMarvin Leal.
Yeah, but that's just my thought.
If you Amari Barno's another one with speed off the edge.
Well, they're not taking that. They are going to continue to hit the secondary here.
They've gone DB.
Take Brian Cook, the safety out of Cincinnati.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, Brian Cook. Another leader of the defense there at Cincinnati. Good size, good tackler, very sound. I think the Chiefs had some problems with their safeties, missing plays. I don't think that's something that Brian Cook will do. He's just not a super athlete. So one-on-one coverage, I wouldn't want him on one-on-one coverage. But I think more as a strong safety in the box. He's smart, plays well. If the injury heals up, I think he'll be good. Getting the sneezes out here.
Yeah, Brian Cook, that one hurts me because he was one of the ones I wanted to fit him in my top 100, Shane, and I could not do it. 105 on my board, but those bottom 5 and first.
Oh, it's tough.
Yeah, was tough, and so
number 99 on mine.
99 on your board. You did have him in there.
So I need some more running backs to start going. That's what I need.
Yes, you do. See, this is where so far this draft's playing out well for me because we had this discussion, everybody. I had more wide receivers in my top 100 than Shane did. Basically, I had extra wide receivers where Shane had extra running backs. So far it's playing out in my favor if we start getting some guys like Calvin Austin and Khalil Shakir and those guys start coming off the board, like say before Zamir White and those guys.
Damian Pierce.
Damian Pierce.
I think we'll at least get an Isaiah Spiller, Brian Robinson. So I'm at least feeling that. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I mean, I can't believe it. We got the Bills and the Broncos. Neither of these teams are obviously taking a quarterback. Malik Willis isn't going to be a second-round pick, Brian.
Unless
a first-round pick.
Unless Malik Willis, unless someone trades up here, i.e. Minnesota.
To jump Jackson, I mean, who are you jumping?
Right.
In Minnesota. There's nobody else to jump.
No.
It would take Tennessee or the Giants or something, but Seattle.
This is incredible, man.
How do we not know this going in was my question. Like, how do we not know this? It'd be one thing if we felt early second. Okay, we messed up. But, I mean, this is rough. This is like, how do no one get a message from NFL GMs like, we ain't touched them in the first 2 rounds. That's crazy to me.
Buffalo's pick is in.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy says maybe a running back. I mean, Isaiah Spiller would look nice here. I think they could double up on corner, like I mentioned. We should get it pretty soon. They could take. I mean, receiver seems it's going quick. I don't know if they can. Gabe Davis had that 5 touchdown performance. It is a running back. Going to the Bills. Your man James Cook, running back out of Georgia, going to the Buffalo Bills at this spot. Dalvin Cook's brother, James Cook, obviously an excellent pass catcher. And when you watch him, he looks like a starting running back, and he just never was at Georgia. That's kind of the thing. Can play receiver, so you can kick him out. I think he'd do that. Very shifty in space. He's hard to tackle in space. His vision, I thought, got better this year. I thought that was a major problem coming into the year. I think that improved. And, my fear is you just never saw him carry the load. You just never saw him be the guy. And that never happens at Georgia. Now we've seen Nick Chubb be good, and we've seen Georgia running backs be good. But I do like that fit. It gives a little bailout to Josh Allen. I think he's kind of similar to Devin Singletary. And Zach Moss was barely active at points last year. So I feel like Cook and Singletary, probably going to split here.
Let's reiterate. James Cook, not exactly what I'd call my guy. I had him 80.
Well, you bet him as RB1. I'll say that.
I bet him at RB1 because I got plus 2,500.
So your guy at 25 to 1.
I bet $1 on him at plus 2,500.
All right, fair. I apologize.
It felt like a fun bet to make.
Yeah. Do you like him, or do you think he's a little bit overrated?
I think he's better Demetric Felton.
Wow, is that good? Like, that's not that good?
I mean, I think he's faster. I think he's a slot running back.
Right. I mean, you don't think he can play kind of pure running back? Is that what you're saying? Like, or
that's
just...
kind of what yeah. I don't think he's going to line up in the backfield and carry the ball 25 times a game like his brother does.
Right. I agree. And I mean, honestly, he wasn't picked that far behind his brother, to be honest with you, which is a little scary because I agree with that.
About 20 spots behind.
About 20 spots. So, no, I mean, I'm with you. I doubt the Bills are saying, hey, here's a 3-down running back. But you get another weapon who you can put at receiver in that Emmanuel Sanders role if you want. but you also have the option of getting just some more speed and athleticism. My thing is I just feel like they have this in Devin Singletary. I would have rather an Isaiah Spiller who can go between the tackles that Zach Moss failed to do. But that's me.
The pick is in for Denver.
They have drafted
Nick Bonito.
Yeah.
Speedy edge rusher from Oklahoma going off 64 here, trying to get a little of the Von Miller snaps, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's going to play that kind of edge outside linebacker spot.
He's definitely going to be more of a situational guy, right? Because they have Chubb, they have Randy Gregory, so Bonito will probably be more of that situational pass rusher for them early on.
I think so, but they also use that weak side backer often as a blitzer too. I think early on, like you said, probably a little bit rotational. I really like how he moves sideline to sideline. I mean, I think he rips through the O-line well. Like, he has some good pass rush moves, inside move. I just don't know. You don't want to put his hand on the ground. I don't think Denver will do that. I actually think it's a really nice fit. You got to firm him up. Like, I don't know about you, Brian. I'm a little tangent. I think Oklahoma misuses their defenders all the time, and like they let Nick Bonito just kind of do what he wanted, and like that's when he was at his worst. When he could pin his ears
we're about
back.
to see a change there, though.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's good.
I think we're going to see definitely a philosophical defensive change for Oklahoma now with Brett Venables as the head coach for the Sooners. Now, we're the end of the second round. We're on to the every 5-minute picks now section of the draft. The third round. Let's quickly go into our top 10 players remaining on the board. And Shane, yours haven't changed much from the last time we done this. It's still quarterback loaded. But Travis Jones, number 21 on your board, still available here at 65. Corral and Willis, the quarterbacks. Nakobe Dean, injuries at this point for him. Medical is a concern. Perry and Winfrey, aversion to run defense seems to be pushing him down the board. Sam Howell, DeMarvin Leal, Tariq Woolen, the corner from UTSA, Leo Chenal, linebacker from Wisconsin, athletic freak there at linebacker, and Desmond Ritter, quarterback, Cincinnati, round out your top 10 best available players. For me, Malik Willis has finally entered that conversation of my top 10 available players. Nakobe Dean, Travis Jones, Bernard Raymond. Age has to be the thing, and raw and old seem to be the bad combination here for Bernard Raymond. Majay Sanders, size, I think, is his main concern coming off the edge. Christian Harris, linebacker, Alabama. Sam Howell, Perry and Winfrey, Matt Corral, Desmond Ritter, Malik Willis. So quarterbacks make up 4 of our top 10 available players on our boards. We weren't high. We were very low on this quarterback class like everybody should have been. Apparently, we weren't low enough.
Well, and the pick is in. Not a player on our top 10s for the Jacksonville Jaguars here. They select Senior Bowler Luke Fortner, center out of Kentucky.
That's a reach.
Yeah. How do you feel about him?
That is big time reach, in my opinion. Luke Fortner, he was overwhelmed a lot during the Senior Bowl practices, during the one-on-ones. They go off the rail here, off our board. At center, Fortner. I
had him 150 on my.
That's why I just pulled this up. Fortner 150 on yours, 148 on mine. So below, there was a couple other centers ahead of him. Zach Tom, Wake Forest, most preferably here, but yeah, this is reach, big time reach here from Jacksonville. Just another shining example of general manager Trent Baalke's
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Fortner has some he has some strength to him. You can use that kind of brute force. I don't know how much of a fit that is, with Doug Peterson's offense. So I'm not sure I love the fit, but I do think later in the season he started to get some of that technique. Now, like you said, in the Senior Bowl, I don't think it showed up too much. And just like pass blocking, I think he struggled against some of those more athletic interior linemen. Technique wise, this feels more developmental. Maybe he could play guard. Maybe that would go better. I don't know. A reach to me. But the third round, you start getting into, all right, get your guy, whatever, with that.
I don't know. I don't like this pick at all. This is one of the. I hesitate to say it's not the biggest reach in this draft class so far on either of our boards. That would easily be Tyquan Thornton.
Right.
But New England does wacky stuff every year, so it's almost like you expect it from Bill Belichick when he does stuff like drafting, rugby players in the second round or something. You expect stuff like that. But other teams, we don't generally give that pass to here. I mean, looking at the current depth chart for Jacksonville, at center, they have Tyler Shatley as their current center, backed up by Casey McDermott. So
it was a need.
It was a need. So Fortner is going to play. If he doesn't play,
he's still a third round pick. We'll see. We'll see what happens, but hopefully in a year at the very least. The Vikings are on the clock. I mean, we kind of have a problem. The NFL's a little bit of a problem here because Nakobe Dean, Matt Corral, Malik Willis are still at the draft.
They invited those guys?
Yeah, they invited all the top five. I think they invited all the top five quarterbacks. They didn't all go, obviously. Just Kenny Pickett, Corral, and Willis. And then Nakobe Dean they invited. So I'm sure the NFL is hoping they come off the board this round. Is interesting. Once again, if you want the Side CH card, last chance to win that, go to youtube.com/the draft countdown. Go in the chat room. The link will be there. Code CH. The Vikings have selected linebacker Brian Asamoah from Oklahoma is their pick.
This is going to be another one that I'm not going to have in my top 100. I do believe that you had him in there, Shane. Is that correct?
I don't know if I did.
Not.
Yeah, he was 114.
114 on you. So another non-top 100 player goes for us. 154 on my board. This is the name that I'd heard could go this high. Another Senior Bowl guy, Asamoah. When he declared for the draft, I remember us both on the podcast were like, "What is he doing?" And then he was invited to the Senior Bowl like a week later. So,
I think he was just underutilized. Once again, that Oklahoma defense, he played off the ball, and I'd rather see him rush the passer a little bit. Run with the slot receivers like he has that athleticism. I don't think he's a great tackler, and I think they were kind of asking him to do that. That's why it kind of worked against him. So that's I think it's a fight. Actually, I think it's a really good fit for the Vikings and their new defense to get a player that's a versatile outside linebacker that maybe can do a little bit of coverage against tight ends, rush the passer a little bit. So I actually like that. So
they've announced the Giants pick is in, but it is not. Has somehow avoid spoilers. They kept this one tight to the vest, Shane.
Oh, I'm still on the yeah. I just
Let's see what this pick is. Monty Toomer announcing this one. There's a name, Shane.
I love Montuma was good, man. Another guy on some fantasy teams out there. They took
Joshua Azudu.
Josh Azudu, yeah.
So, fun fact, Shane.
Yeah.
I did not have Josh Azudu in my top 300.
What? What?
Now, let me say that your boy here did not do homework on Josh Azudu.
All right. That's fine.
So I will fess up to that and say that I never watched a single snap of him. He comes in at 301 on my board because you put him at 301 on my board.
I did because he was my highest rated player that you
that I did not have. Where did you have him?
I had him in my top 100, I think. Maybe not. But
I have it over here.
145.
145. Okay.
So, look, I think he's explosive off the snap. I mean, he's someone that uses his feet and hands really well. Like, I really like what he does in the run game. He's not going to overwhelm you, and in the pass game, he's kind of solid. I just thought like his balance is really off. Like, I just didn't see him as a day two guy because he gets caught off balance. There's some really bad plays out there, and he kind of uses his hand placement starts good and it gets sloppy if he starts getting beat. He starts like hugging guys, holding guys. So you can definitely find plays he gets driven backwards. I thought there were more bad plays than good plays, but the tendencies is good. As Tommy said, I do like the Giants addressing offensive line, really attacking a huge weakness last year that's going to be necessary to make this work.
I feel like I want to state this again because it's coming up in like Twitter. Nakobe Dean, why he's still on the board. One of our highest rated players available. He's had these in the following list of injuries he's had during his career at Georgia: ankle, foot, shoulder, wrist. He's got a pec, and his groin was hurt before his pro day, and he's probably going to need pectoral surgery after this rookie year, maybe before, and he's got wear and tear on his knee, and he's also 5'11" and not that large. So that is why Nakobe Dean has tumbled into the third round now. Cleveland's pick is in as the broadcast went to commercial.
Yeah, I can look and see if we get this at some point. Yeah, I don't know. So we'll see. Yeah, they keep showing the quarterback. Like, man, if I was a player, I wouldn't go to the draft. I feel like anymore, unless you like you're like number one, top 5 pick. The Browns select one of my favorites, though I didn't have him in my top 100. Martin Emerson, cornerback from Mississippi State. Martin Emerson getting the pick here for the Browns. I think it was they just signed, had the big contract extension for their top corner. I think Martin Emerson is a really intriguing player. Like, he's a zone cover corner to me who good size, good anticipation. Like, he's a really good jam receiver, but has good ball skills too. They really stayed away from him a lot of times in the SEC, so I was impressed.
He could also be. They could be looking at him as a safety.
That's true. That's true.
Per Pete Smith from SI Browns.
So, could be a possibility. That would make a lot of sense. I think it's a good fit. I mean, he could be a ball player. He could make some interceptions. So I like that. I like that. He was my cornerback 9. I had him above Cam Taylor-Britt, above Alontae Taylor.
For us to set a record tonight, Shane, we will need no quarterback selected through pick 85. If we get to 86 before we get another quarterback, that will be the longest we've gone without two quarterbacks being selected. 1990, not, I don't know about ever, but in 1990, Tony Banks went 42. Bobby Hoying went 85.
Okay, so at least for a while there, maybe I could try to get on that. And we'll see. That's just wild. That's a long way away. We got a while to go.
We got a Buckeye has come off the board for the Tennessee Titans at pick 69. Is it a nice pick, Shane?
I think at this point it's a good pick, yes.
Nicholas Petit-Frere, offensive tackle from Ohio State, goes 69 to the Tennessee Titans.
Like he was a player I thought, before the season could move up into the top 15. I think he has that athletic talent. That Michigan game killed his stock. I mean, Aiden Hutchinson took him to school on a couple of those plays, and I think that's a problem. He is a natural bender, has the long arms, but he just doesn't. He has balance issues. If you get under his pads, it's done. I thought a lot of times run blocking, Travion Henderson had to make his own space on that side. But for the Titans, they are. I think they needed that offensive tackle spot. A lot of people had him pegged for an offensive lineman in the first round. I think right tackle, they really don't have anybody. So I think this is a good pick. Like I thought, early to mid second was a fine value for him. So I think this is really good.
Petit-Frere probably is the second pure offensive tackle. Probably was probably the second best or on our boards, maybe third on yours. I think you had Falele ahead of him as well.
I did, yeah. But Kennard and Falele, Raymond.
I said pure. That's why I said pure.
Oh, pure. Okay, yeah, that's true.
Because that would exclude Ryan and Kennard. Because I think a lot of teams.
Yeah. I think it exclude Falele too, to be honest. But
you're very, very possibly accurate there.
But yeah, I think it's a good pick. I had him lower than he was going to go, and I do think he feels like a Titans player. I figured he would go fairly early today. So there's upside. There's major upside there. I don't think he's going to be awful, is the thing. But against high-end edge rushers, I think you might have some problems.
We've reached the actor and professional wrestler portion of the draft pick announcements tonight, Shane.
Bring Chris Angel back at least. I mean, that was so good at the beginning.
So good.
just kidding.
The only way that would be good if they literally sawed him in half on the stage, right? Let's just get him out of here.
And then the pick was on one half of his body.
Yeah, right.
I feel like if you're gonna do something like that, have the pick.
It has to involve the pick.
It has to involve the pick if you're gonna do magic. So, Nicholas Petit-Frere, pick 69, which is always nice.
Always nice. So Jacksonville back on the clock here, pick 70. They just took Luke Fortner, who we both agreed was a colossal reach.
Yeah, didn't love it there.
Jaguars pick is in, and this one I actually like.
Okay, well it
is a linebacker, Shane. Chad Muma, linebacker from Wyoming, joins his fellow Wyoming alumni Andrew Wingard on the Jacksonville defense here. So Chad Muma, another Senior Bowler, comes off the board about where his comparison came off the board. Logan Wilson a couple of seasons ago to the Bengals. Chad Muma comes off the board here for Jacksonville in the early part of the third round.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Chad Muma. I don't think he's quite the pass coverage linebacker, but he is tough, great instincts, weaves through traffic really well. You watch him, you come away and say that's an NFL player. That's someone who's going to get a ton of tackles in the NFL and is going to make an impact. So, I mean, Chad Muma and Devin Lloyd together, Brian, I mean, that is a stellar
That is,
linebacking
you're
unit.
going to cover ground.
Yeah, I mean, they are not going to let things get past that second level in the run game. And I think Chad Muma, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I thought, the Senior Bowl maybe showed a little more pass coverage than he did in the season. I thought there might be some upside there.
Interesting though, if you look at, they spent big money on. I'm going to butcher this name here. Foye Olukin.
Yeah.
They spent big money on him, getting him from Atlanta. Draft Devin Lloyd in round one. So not a not an easy path to snaps here early on for Muma though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you could maybe have those three, be kind of the base linebackers for the defense, but he may not be a starter, might be more rotational. Yeah, I definitely like Muma more than Brian Asamoah. Pierce is asking in the chat. Just as a pure kind of tackler and instinct player, I think he's better than Asamoah, who might struggle in terms of being a tweener.
Let me step out for a second, Shane.
Yeah, no problem. I'll just take this opportunity. We'll start giving away the big prize here as the third round goes fast. I don't know if we have any Chiefs fans in the house, but you want to come back. We have a Tony Gonzalez draft pick card, 1997, near mint condition, grade 8. This is a good one. It's a pretty nice card. I wish I could be included, but we'll do a little phrase of Chiefs, and I'll get that into the chat room here momentarily for the Tony Gonzalez card. And then at the end of the night, again, we will put back up the form for the Brett Favre rookie card. If you're here all 3 days and sign up for that, you'll be included at the end of tomorrow to win rookie card of a Hall of Famer, which is always fun. So I'll get working on that. We'll have that in the chat room shortly as I do that. So the Chicago Bears are on the clock. I don't think they've made the pick yet. Let me see if I can find it here. Bum, bum, bum. I don't have it quite on my screen yet. So we will see. I'll keep an eye out on that. Boom, boom. There we go. Submit that. Let me put that giveaway in the chat. Yeah, I mean, receiver would make a lot of sense. Like, they definitely need some offense here to help out Justin Fields. We've been asking for that, and they've just hit the secondary hard for the Bears. So the pick is in. They are taking a receiver, but maybe not the one that anyone thinks. They're taking Velus Jones Jr., the wide receiver out of Tennessee. Velus Jones Jr. is a pretty versatile player. Like these Tennessee receivers, didn't have a ton of production similar to Josh Palmer last year, but he has good long speed, very fast. He plays bigger than he is, and is a really good special teams player. Can do good return guy. Can be a gunner. He plays almost every special team snap. I mean, he runs fast. He catches the ball pretty cleanly. I like it. I think he slows down too much in and out of his breaks. There's definitely stretches where he's just covered, and that might be Tennessee. Like Hendon Hooker had a really good year. I think Velus Jones was a big reason why. Velus Jones going to the Bears has a chance to be their number one receiver with some development there. I mean, Darnell Mooney's probably going to be the guy to get the most catches and whatnot. But I was very interesting. I think it's a pretty good pick by the Bears to take Velus Jones here.
I have a take.
Yeah.
I love Velus Jones, and I think he's older, right? I think he's going to be probably a 24-year-old rookie. But the good news is for the Bears, it took him to his 6th season in college, but he's finally developed as a wide receiver. So they're getting a developed wide receiver who, by the way, one of the best return men in college football. And I think he's going to have that as an early impact in the NFL as well. So I love this pick of Velus Jones. Wish I had put him in my top 100. He was just outside of mine. But I really like the pick here. I thought Calvin Austin may have gone earlier than him. But yeah, Velus Jones here, tremendous player. And a local kid from Mobile, by the way.
Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, I didn't have him in my top 100 either, 141. But Octavio, Bears fan. There you go. I'm not sure if he loves that one. I think people wanted someone else. I actually think he's going to step in and be impactful as a return guy, and maybe can develop his way onto the field on the offense. I mean, they don't have. It's not like there's a ton of competition there in Chicago for outside receivers. The Seahawks are on the clock. They're not taking a quarterback. They're taking Abraham Lucas, offensive tackle out of Washington State, with their pick. A big need for the Seahawks to get an offensive tackle to seemingly protect their quarterback, Drew Lock, or Geno Smith maybe can win that job. But Abraham Lucas, played really well in the Mike Leach system at Washington State. So he has the pass blocking upside to show that he can do that. What I like is he doesn't allow the inside move very much, but like run blocker wise, he's pretty minus, which, I don't know. Is there going to be some kind of scheme change? I mean, they took 2 Mike Leach offensive tackles now, Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas for Seattle. That's odd to me. That's interesting to me because that's not what I would have expected. So like 2 Mike Leach, all passing 800, taking 800 snaps. Good condition guys, I guess, but interesting.
My initial impression in person, anyway, not on tape, but in person. The first rep I saw Abraham Lucas take in one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl, he got put on his ass by Majay Sanders, who weighed roughly 100 pounds less than him. So
you find out, you see that one bad rep, and you are you don't like that.
It turns me. What is the old saying? You don't get a second chance to make a first impression. And when my first impression is you getting put down by a guy 100 pounds less than you,
yeah, two pass blocking offensive tackles and a running back that caught like 5 passes this year. So, and
Seattle, baby.
You never know. Brian, let me see where we're at here.
We are at pick 73, the Indianapolis Colts.
Brian, you're going to like this one. It is Jelani Woods, tight end out of Virginia, going to the Indianapolis Colts as the second tight end off the board. Jelani Woods, this one is your boy.
This is my boy.
Is he your tight end too?
No doubt about it. Tight end 2 for me.
For me as well.
So. Woods, 66 on your board, 51. Sorry, 57 on my board. Tight end 2. I've been on Jelani Woods all season, Shane.
You have.
I was a slight fan of his at Oklahoma State. Thought the potential was there. Transferred to Virginia this offseason. Brennan Armstrong really opened him up a little bit in the passing game. Great red zone weapon. Then he goes and becomes the most athletic tight end in the history of tight ends. This year. No big deal, right? That perfect 10 RAS at tight end had only held since 2000. So you don't see that on the tape, though, right?
No.
You do not see that athleticism on the tape. You really wish you did, but I love Jelani Woods. I love the fit to Indianapolis, right?
Yeah. So it's like Jack Doyle on steroids.
It feels good. This feels good for Indianapolis. This feels good for Matt Ryan. And I don't know how this Devy Dynasty stuff works, Shane, but this feels good for fantasy, right?
I think it is. If you have a tight end premium league, you definitely want a day 2 tight end. He has the athletic ability. I think you still take Trey McBride over him, but yeah, he's clearly tight end 2 for rookie drafts and big upside. And, I'll say too, just the weapons, Alec Pierce, Jelani Woods, high-end athletes. Indianapolis is getting a lot more athletic on the offensive side of the ball. And you still got to contend with Jonathan Taylor. I mean, Jelani Wood's going to spring some Jonathan Taylor runs too. I'll say that.
Good blocker.
Blocker. Yeah, more tight ends drafted than quarterbacks, Nick.
Who had that on the bingo card?
Oof. No. That's like you get that bingo card.
Where was that? Where was that at on the prop bet, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, right. That would have been the prop bet. How? It's gonna be someone weird. Someone weird's gonna take these quarterbacks too. It's gonna be
Atlanta's up again.
They are.
How many times can Atlanta pass a quarterback before we get the message?
Brian, they've taken a quarterback.
Atlanta has taken a quarterback, Shane.
They have taken Desmond Ridder, quarterback out of Cincinnati, is going to the Atlanta Falcons. Who some people had in the first round of their mock draft them trading back in
to Atlanta.
To Atlanta, yes. Right. Trading back in to take him. I think this is a really good fit. I mean, I know it's round 3 now, but
I do too. And I thought if you're looking at just pure upside of these quarterbacks, I thought Ridder was slightly less than Willis, but I thought his floor was higher than Malik Willis's.
Absolutely. Right. I mean, he had 2 undefeated regular seasons. The most athletic tested quarterback in this class.
Correct. Right? Because
Malik
Willis didn't test.
Correct. I think Malik Willis would have not.
I think we would have given that prize to Malik Willis had he tested. However, he did not. My only concern with Ridder was in the biggest game of his career, was not able to really do a whole lot.
Look, yeah, but there was a talent deficiency, especially
I agree. I agree.
I think he works well within structure. I think you got to teach him to read the field a little more. The ball placement. Sometimes I see some passes and I'm like, yes, he figures it out. Especially when he's on the move, I think he's more comfortable. And sometimes that footwork is just gets wild, and he lacks the zip and placement of the ball, and that's a big problem. But I do think he adjusts pre-snap well. I think he reads defenses well. I think he's smart. I think he can throw his receiver sometimes though into some bad situations, get hit. I think there's development here, but I think there's like you said, upside athletically. He can run and is underrated in doing that. And his arm's fine. Like I don't think he has a noodle arm or anything. So I really like the fit. He's Marcus Mariota Jr. He's going to learn from.
In theory, he doesn't have to play this year.
No. He's his 3rd round pick, right?
Matt Valdivinos tweeted a funny here. Seahawks drafted their starting left and right tackle as soon as Russ leaves.
Yep. That's what you could have had, Russ. Could have had it. Could have also had Kenneth Walker and not thrown the ball to him. They're going to move to like an air raid offense and with Geno Smith. So Ritter's the one quarterback. I guess 2 quarterbacks, but one of the 2 that opted to not go to the draft despite being invited.
The Broncos have traded down here, so we have a trade. Houston has come up.
Houston again, moving up again.
My pen has died.
Uh-oh.
That's why you always have 2, Shane.
Always have that backup. You got to be ready.
So many trades. The NFL has killed my pen. Houston coming up here to pick 75 from Denver.
Yeah, I mean, Houston's draft has been interesting. They moved up for John Mechie. They got Jalen Petrie earlier today, and obviously took Derek Stingley and Kenyon Green. I think they could still use a corner. They still could use a pass rusher, linebacker. And we have the pick. Texans select Alabama linebacker Christian Harris. Once thought of as the top linebacker in this class, a potential first rounder. Did not have a good season this year, but I thought really made up for it in the national championship and the playoff, both games. I thought he had a good game. He has the athleticism, but I mean, mentally, I think he just misreads things way too much and reacts too slow. But I mean, he can cover, he can move sideline to sideline. Like, has some great games, some terrible games for Christian Harris, but big upside there to take in the third round.
Big upside as well. I think he also offers some pass rush potential as
well.
They
started doing that in those playoff games, and it worked well.
Christian Harris was one of my higher rated players on my board, 43rd overall. Details of the trade here, Shane. Denver, Houston to come up from 80 to 75. So Denver will acquire pick 80 here in the third round. Denver will also they required to acquire round 5, pick 162. Cost of 5 to move up 5 spots to select Christian Harris. So a good move, I think, there for the Texans.
Yeah. Have we had a trade with a 2023 pick today?
No, we have not.
We haven't. Okay. I feel like maybe I missed one, but yeah, I mean, which is still wild. There hasn't been, anyone tossing that in still. I mean, DeMarvin Leal in the third, like, sign me up if the Steelers could get him, as Tommy's saying, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Ultimately,
Baltimore on the clock.
Will they continue the stellar draft and get some value?
Who could they draft here?
I could just like scroll through my board for the top.
Linebacker is linebacker a need for them?
I mean,
hold on. They haven't drafted interior defensive line yet, right?
Tyler Linderbaum.
Interior defensive line.
Oh, defensive line? No, they have not.
Jordan Davis we linked there. Travis Jones still on the board.
Oh yeah, that would be that would be a killer draft, man. I rated as a first round pick. Travis Jones, nose tackle.
I have Travis Jones 28th on my board, 21 on your board.
Yeah, I know, maybe I gave too much to how bad UConn was contributing to some of his games, but
here's some Devy fantasy news for you, Shane. Just come across the wire.
Okay.
Jordan Addison is entering the transfer portal.
No way.
This is being reported by local Pittsburgh radio guy Andrew Filipponi. Jordan Addison plans on leaving the Pitt football program and intends to transfer.
Let's find someone else first to confirm before Pony gets my acknowledgement.
Are you ready for this? The Baltimore Ravens pick is in.
Yeah.
It is Travis Jones.
No way.
Why?
No way.
Why did the NFL let this happen?
No way.
Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum.
I can't believe it.
Who was the second round pick that? Why I've already blanked on this, but I know it was. And now, Travis, this is insane.
No way. I mean, Travis Jones, here's the thing with him is there are some games where you watch him and you're like, okay, this guy is, he moves so well for his size. He can shed double teams, like so explosive. Like he's a stud. There's some games where when they get out of it, he just like does nothing, just gives up. And, like what's happening, just not super production, but I mean, I think he could be stellar on a Ravens front. I think that's great. Yikes. I mean, the Ravens, I thought it would be tough to pass the Giants, but the Ravens draft as a whole.
Passed. Ajabo.
Number 1 and number 2
David
is pretty good. Yeah, Ajabo pass rusher, right? But
we didn't talk about this when they made the Ajabo pick, but if you've got a player that is coming off injured, you can't get much better intel than what John Harbaugh's got with David Ajabo, right?
I guess that's fair. You could call up the
call up his brother there, and you're gonna get you're gonna know what every bit of detail the Michigan doctors are telling him, right? He's going to have every bit of that information firsthand.
Yeah. Yeah,
I apparently started a riot in the chat here with that tweet.
Look, it's probably true, but I just don't. I don't believe it till
we need a reputable second source.
Yes, I'll say that as a Pittsburgh person. Though, if Pony wants to have me on his radio show, I'm happy to go on. But
I've heard him on the radio here because he's syndicated on CBS on the weekends.
Oh yeah,
it sounds like a character.
he is. It's interesting. So we'll see. That would be a dagger to the Pitt program. All right, so we have the Colts back on the clock, if I'm not mistaken, 77 from Minnesota that they got.
Correct.
All right. And they've been offense heavy. Jelani Woods, Alec Pierce, didn't have the first round pick.
Another team that we thought may draft a developmental quarterback.
They could here. Yeah, who are the Ravens receivers? Rashad Bateman and a whole bunch of nothing. They cut Miles Boykin. So.
Jordan Prochet.
Ooh.
James Prochet, SMU. It's not great. And as Joe Goodberry pointed out on Twitter, the Ravens have acquired all these players. They still can't cover Jamar Chase.
That's fine. Kyle Hamilton will cover Jamar Chase. They do have Mark Andrews, and that is maybe enough. Mark Andrews, Rashad Bateman might just be enough. Bip is correct.
Devin Duvernay also on that depth chart for those scoring at home.
And I had them in my mock here taking Brian Robinson. I think would be an interesting fit.
They also have a former Buckeye receiver on their depth chart there, Shane. Benjamin Victor.
Oh, that is a name from the Buckeyes.
Tylan Wallace, name also on their depth chart.
No, I do like Tylan Wallace. I hope he gets a shot.
And someone named Jalen Moore, who apparently played at UT Martin.
There you go.
They could probably have drafted a wide receiver here.
Yeah.
Travis Jones.
Tony Gonzalez draft pick card. Links in the chat if you want it. Phrase Chiefs.
Did Minnesota trade up?
Minnesota originally had this pick, unless I'm missing something. The Colts have taken a player. They have taken. Oh wait. Let me. I've seen Colts and Vikings both, so I don't know. I don't know who took this player. The pick is Bernard Raymond.
Pick 77.
The pick is Bernard Raymond.
So their NFL Network is showing Indianapolis on the clock.
Yeah, Aaron Wilson said the Vikings. Matt Lombardi said the Colts. So
did they both? Maybe
I think it's the Colts. I mean, I think the Colts have the pick.
Nelly here reporting that a second blue check mark is reporting that on Addison.
Yeah, rumors. It was the second one, so we'll see. See what happens.
All right, NFL Network saying it's the Colts pick, so let's roll with that.
Let's roll with the Colts. Bernard Raymond this late, I think, is worth the risk of the developmental upside. Now, you talked about the age and rawness of him. Do you like it in the third round?
Yes. I think the upside is here. The Colts, this is a need for the Colts. Offensive tackle.
Yeah, I mean, he's athletic. He's strong. Former tight end. He can move. He's got those long arms. He just needs to get consistent. I mean, he doesn't know how to bend. Can play very, very high cut. Guys can get under his pads easily. He can get caught kind of guessing at times. But I mean, he looks like an NFL offensive tackle, Nate Solder style. Like this guy should make it. I love that chance in the third round.
And tested phenomenally well, like
Phenomenal.
you would think a former tight end would. And you know me, Shane, made no big secret. I do love me some tight ends that become offensive tackles.
You do.
I do.
We might have to next year. The Colts. I mean, they're taking high athletic players. We might have to keep
this may be what you call a trend.
Yeah, we'll see.
31 of the 77 players, first 77 players, have from the Senior Bowl.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Bip asking why Malik Willis is sliding. You know, I just think here's my opinion. Just my opinion. I think teams are feeling like we want to wait till next year. You know, like we don't want to saddle ourselves to him early when he has such a developmental curve and he gets stuck. I do think he'll go today. I think the third round, you're not saddled to him as a franchise quarterback if he doesn't develop. But, you know, a lot of teams don't want the short QBs either. That's a thing. The Browns pick is in at 78, and it is Alex Wright out of UAB.
Kind of thought I was going to not get this one in my top 100. I didn't really know how to view him. It was as an interior defensive line, or was he an edge guy? So that I was kind of, you see flashes with him. He's definitely a flash player. More than a lot of sizzle, not a whole lot of steak for me with Alex Wright.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, like I said, I think it depends on the scheme. I think for the Browns, probably defensive lineman. I mean, I guess they could stand him up. They need some edge, but long arms, tall, a variety of pass rush moves. So I think there's upside there, but you know, he doesn't have the agility in the box to kind of bend and get after the quarterback. He takes some bad run angles. I just think that there's a lot of issues with Alex Wright. Third round, I think the developmental upside for the Browns is super interesting though. So,
I have a take on why is Willis sliding. Same take I had last night. NFL teams watched his game tape against UL Monroe, Syracuse, and Ole Miss. They saw the same things that we saw, and we saw a guy who has zero pocket presence whatsoever.
I think zero is a little extreme. I think it's a little extreme.
2 out of 10.
I think it's a little extreme. I think he should have been off the board at this point. We have a pick from the Chargers.
The Chargers pick is in.
79 is JT Woods, defensive back from Oregon State.
Baylor.
I don't know where my brain was there. Could be a corner, could be a safety. I think JT Woods, he's a good playmaker, plays the ball, interceptions, can return for touchdowns, quick twitch guy.
6 interceptions this year.
Yeah, I mean, he goes for the ball. Now, he's not super physical. Like I don't love him as a tackler. I think against bigger receivers, they could box him out and keep him at bay. Don't have him tackle a running back. That's what I'll say.
Broncos pick is in as well. And it's tight end 3.
Yes, it is.
Or Greg Dulcich, the tight end from UCLA, coming off the board to the Broncos. They kind of needed one, right?
They did. I mean, they Noah Fant was in the trade with Seattle. So they have good old Albie Okwuegbunam from Missouri. Very athletic, but Greg Dulcich gives them another pass-catching threat. I think they like having that in their tight end too, and could compete for that starting spot. I mean, Dulcich was in the Chip Kelly offense, so a lot of open space, beating the zone, and creating kind of separation. I think he's good at finding the weakness. I like his catch radius. My thing, I think he has a little more juice than he gets credit for, or then after the catch. But he's not a blocker, right? And I think he struggled against when he had good athletes going against him. He didn't do too much. So, but I think there's some upside there.
Shane, would you like a scoring update on the top 100 right now?
Sure, not looking good for me.
With 20 picks to go in the top 100, we both have 31 players left. We are tied, dead heat right
I think you pulled ahead with Alex Wright. I don't think it's updated yet.
I did not have Alex Wright.
Oh, okay. I thought you did. So 31, not great.
Not great, but 20 picks left. So, no, it's not going to be
31. That can't be too updated. We definitely have more than that. I think that's far behind here.
No. I'm saying we each have 31 players that have in our top 100s that haven't been drafted.
Okay, so we could get. That's not too bad.
Feasibly,
we got to get in there.
We both have 69 players drafted so far.
See, that's what we should have led with.
Yeah, I should have.
Nice.
We both could technically finish with 89.
89. I think if we can get in the 80s, I would feel good.
Well, considering I'm 3 off from passing my futility of a year ago, I'm feeling pretty good where I'm at.
You're doing great. You're doing great. I think you're going to beat me. I think you're going to win for the draft countdown this year.
We'll see. Long way to go. A lot of game left. Here.
Yeah. So, well, that's
personal stuff.
I'll put that on the screen. It looks like Jordan Addison seems more legitimate, perhaps. Now it's going like full. He's going to USC because of a massive NIL deal with.
So that's good for his value, right?
Yeah, I mean, going to a Lincoln Riley offense and being the wide receiver 1 would be pretty darn good if this sticks. That Caleb Williams, my number 1 quarterback in 2024. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Bruce Feldman is reporting that, by the way.
Yeah,
so
it's done.
If Feldman got it,
that's true.
So there you go. Tommy's got it right. Oh, they made a trade.
Yikes!
The Trojans won that one.
It's going to be devastating for Pittsburgh. Devastating. All right, where are we at? Who's up? New York.
We are the New York Giants are up.
The TV for me is very behind. Very behind there.
Well, they still haven't announced the Denver pick. If it makes you feel any better on the television.
Look, I haven't gotten the Chargers pick yet, so I'm that behind. Now I have the stream up.
Oh, okay.
Sure, I'm behind.
You're a clean minute behind me.
I haven't really watched it at all, so it's fine. But Malik Willis joking around on Twitter. He's having a good time with this, at least. So I give him credit for that.
The Giants pick is in.
Yeah.
And is another Mobile local player to Mobile area, Saraland High School. Saraland High School, by the way, has had 2 players selected in this 3rd round.
There you go. Who's
LSU
the pick?
Junior and Cordell Flott, the cornerback from LSU, going here to the New York Giants.
Just out of my top 100, 110. Great cover corner. I think Cordell Flott, when Derek Stingley didn't play, filled in very admirably because he's a good, fluid athlete, natural mover, smart, good angles. Like he was pretty sticky in coverage. He's just really thin. I mean, against big guys with long arms, he really struggled. Not a good tackler. Not going to do that. Not a big playmaker. But, I think the film's pretty good on him. I was higher on him than I think some people were. I think some people had him late in the 3rd day.
That would be me.
Yeah.
I had him at 172. I thought he was, average at best. I wasn't a huge fan. Thought he got beat a lot at times. Tested okay what drills he did. But a quick first, he's got good recovery speed. So I don't hate the pick here for the a little surprised that he went before another Mobile area corner, Jalen Armour Davis, who I had rated a little bit higher.
Yeah, I had him like 2 spots above Armour Davis. I think they're both good players, so maybe we see Jalen Armour Davis at some point.
Just to talk about Mobile here a little bit.
Yeah.
Mobile's going to have 6 players drafted in this draft. For, I want to say, the 172nd largest metropolitan area in the United States, per capita, that's got to be pretty high among players drafted in the NFL this year, right?
Pretty good. I mean, Mobile is very football focused, so that's good though. That's awesome. That is very accomplished. Definitely more than Pittsburgh will have. So I'll say that.
Well, I will say this: my high school in the Mobile area has only had 1 player drafted in its history, and that was Antoine Odom, who was the 2nd-round pick of the Packers back in the day. Signed a big free agent deal with the Bengals.
We have the Falcons pick.
We have the Falcons pick. I'm rambling here, Shane, so please give us the Falcons pick.
It is D'Angelo Malone, edge rusher from Western Kentucky.
That will put you ahead, by the way, Shane.
Oh, yeah, I did have him in the top 100. Good athlete. I mean, D'Angelo Malone's one of those players you watch, you're like, this guy's good. And then when you start pointing out the traits, you're like, maybe. He's just small and doesn't look like a football player, but, I mean, good production, smart, plays well, good hand usage. I just don't know if he's big enough, strong enough. That's my big question with him. It's an interesting.
Atlanta double dips at pass rusher.
Right. Desperate need for them.
Desperate. I think you're underrating his production a little bit there.
He very productive. I mean, he was super productive.
His bend is incredible. In some of the games I've watched of his over the last few years, tremendous player. He's another one that I wanted. I just couldn't. I couldn't take other players out to put him in. Sort of.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be I think the Steelers could take Leo Chanel. Tommy's asking, but they have Alex Highsmith. They have their starters at linebacker. But hey, it's possible.
Tommy also asked about Marcus Jones. I don't expect him to be drafted tonight. Double shoulder surgery this offseason. His shoulders were he couldn't get his wingspan measured at the combine.
Yeah.
Because of the shoulder surgery.
He could go. I mean, he's the best returner in this draft.
He could go, for sure. I love Marcus Jones. You know this.
Yeah.
But I could not justify him in the top 100, knowing that he probably wasn't going to play early in his NFL career. But yes, if you're looking for a return man, he is the best in this class, in my opinion.
So Scott, Arizona, Dallas. I mean, it's not surprising now at the end of the third. You can take a backup quarterback, some potential, and if they break out in preseason, you can trade
Philadelphia
them.
Also on the clock right now, by the way. That's another spot there.
Right. I have not seen the pick yet, so I don't know.
I feel like we've gone the route of the television broadcast now, Shane. We're basically just start looking for spots for quarterbacks now, begging them to
I know, just like come off the board, like Matt Corral. I mean, I'm just like, oh my goodness, Sam Howell. That's tough. But like I said, I think teams just want to, teams.
Talk about Cordell Flott, 208th on the Arif Hassan consensus board.
Well, a fall has stopped, Brian, but it's not one of the quarterbacks. Nakobe Dean has been drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles here in the third round with pick 83. So Nakobe Dean, his fall has stopped. Undersized. Now we have the injury concerns. But, I mean, he's a heck of a player. You watch him, and there's a lot to like about Nakobe Dean. I think he's tenacious, good tackler, big hitter. Coverage, he needs some improvement, but I think flashed a little bit in the red zone. So happy to see him get drafted at day 2 at the very least.
I love this pick for the Eagles. I mocked a linebacker when they had the 3 first-round picks. I always had a linebacker there for them to pick. When they had 2 first-round picks, I generally mocked a linebacker to them in the first round. I felt like it was a huge need for them in the middle of their defense. I love the pick for Nakobe Dean. This feels like could be we could be looking in a couple of years. Maybe this is one of those we look at as this is a steal of one of the steals of the draft.
He's just super explosive, even if he's not going to be like a super run down the field athlete. I don't know. I feel like even with the injury, whatever, this is great value. And the Eagles don't draft linebackers early. It's not a Harry Roseman thing, but like you said, this guy, Nakobe Dean could start when he's fully healthy, and they probably don't need him immediately. I think slam dunk.
Let's run through our top 10 available players each on our boards right now. For me, Cincinnati edge rusher Majay Sanders, Sam Howell, quarterback North Carolina, Perrion Winfrey, defensive line Oklahoma, Matt Corral, quarterback Ole Miss, Malik Willis, quarterback Liberty, DeMarvin Leal, defensive line Texas A&M, Tariq Woolen, corner UTSA, Dylan Parham, guard Memphis, Mari Barno, edge Virginia Tech, and Channing Tindall, the other Georgia linebacker who has not come off the board yet.
Steelers are up.
Steelers are up. Quickly, I'll run through this, Shane.
Right.
So you can get this. Corral, Willis, Winfrey, Howell, Leal, Woolen, Leo Chenal, linebacker, Wisconsin, Sean Ryan, offensive tackle, UCLA, Isaiah Spiller, running back, Texas A&M, David Bell, wide receiver, Purdue. Do you have the pick, Shane?
I don't. I'm hoping soon. We'll see. DeMarvin Leal will be a slam dunk. They need a defensive lineman. Obviously, any of those players from my top 10 that aren't quarterbacks.
Shane, are you ready for the pick?
Yeah, I see it.
It is DeMarvin Leal, the defensive lineman from Texas A&M. You willed it into existence.
Wow, Tommy, good call on that. I mean, Stephon Tuitt hasn't been there. He's not at voluntary workouts. He kind of disappeared last season. I don't know what's going on. The Steelers do. The fact they addressed defensive line with a young, 5-tech who can play that defensive end position for the Steelers. I mean, that's a steal to me in the third. I really thought second round he should have went. I mean, when his motor is on, DeMarvin Leal is a monster. And he's not super strong, but I think in a 3-4, that's an ideal spot for him. Played really well against Alabama and helped them win that game. I really like the lateral mobility. I think it's a great fit for the Steelers. And I think, we could bash Kenny Pickett, but this day 2 for the Steelers, it can't get too much better.
No, they have 180 here on day 2 of the NFL draft. New England on the clock now. So we're looking at, like I said, Nakobe Dean here and DeMarvin Leal back-to-back picks.
Cleaning up those round 2 guys that fell. I like that happening. The Colts the Patriots have had an interesting draft.
Interesting. Yeah. There's a word.
Yeah. I mean, Tyquan Thornton gets some speed, which they need. But I would have waited and whatever. Cole Strange, probably a good player, but a little early. So I don't know.
They're essentially at best a round ahead.
Yeah.
On both of their picks.
Both those players. Being generous perhaps too. But yeah, I agree. He's gonna be Dan Moore and also Buddy Johnson, the linebacker from Texas A&M they drafted last year. So also part of that. I wonder for the Patriots, they still have not addressed the corner position. They lost J.C. Jackson, and I really thought they would take a corner early And they have taken a corner who we just talked about, Marcus Jones, the corner from Houston, going to the New England Patriots here. How do you feel about that, Brian?
As a player, I love it.
Yeah.
I love his fit. I love the fit in New England as well. Like I said,
Nickel corner.
Yeah, no, this is great. This is a great spot for him. Like I said, I hate that I couldn't put him in my top 100 players because of the injury. I really hate it because how many times on our podcast this year did I talk about Marcus Jones?
You did. You were on him pretty early. Great ball skills. I mean, intercepts passes, takes him to the house. To me, the best return guy in this draft. Very fluid. He's small.
He plays like a 6'1" corner.
Yeah. He plays bigger than he is in coverage. To me, I don't want him tackling too many people, too many running backs. But
no.
But that's why you put him in the nickel. But I do like the fit. And they get a top end special teamer. I think worst case.
And that's probably the biggest part of this for Bill Belichick.
Right.
Is the special teams aspect of it.
Right. Because, I had him at corner 17. Some worries with the injuries. As a return guy, I'd have him returner number 1 if we were rating it that way.
Right.
So it's just you combine both of those and you feel much better about that pick for the Patriots. I think 85 is about where he should have went. Medical, we just aren't privy to that. Who knows about the medical?
Without the medicals, Marcus Jones goes around earlier to me. I think New England's drafted him where they drafted Tyquan Thornton instead of right here at 85.
We have a trade.
The
Tennessee Titans. The Raiders could have their first pick of this draft, but the Titans have moved up from pick 90 to pick 86, giving up number 169 overall. That is a 5th round pick to move up only 4 spots in the 3rd. It's a pretty hefty price for the Titans to move ahead of the Cardinals, Cowboys, and Bills.
It's a 5, and they give up 90.
Brian, they draft Malik Willis, quarterback out of Liberty, going to the Tennessee Titans. A lot of people say maybe 1st round. Maybe they could take Malik Willis. Ryan Tannehill, heavy cap number for him. Malik Willis gets Derrick Henry. He gets some developmental time behind Ryan Tannehill in an offense that uses a mobile quarterback. Willis, insane speed, athletic ability. He has the big arm, deep passer. You just got to teach him how to use his feet and teach him how to work the pocket and what to do under pressure. He holds the ball too long. There's a lot of development. This is a situation where he can get that development from a good coaching staff.
Yeah, I was about to say exactly what Scott said here in the chat. This is about as good a fit for Malik Willis as you're going to get, I think.
Yes. Yeah. He's never going to be asked to do too much here.
No, and play action, what develops as a play action passer with that run game. Yeah. This is a good spot for Tennessee. And definitely something to, they got something to talk about in Nashville now, for sure.
Yeah.
So this is why they paid that premium there, Shane. Give up that 5th round pick to move up 4 spots to get ahead of Arizona, to get ahead of Dallas.
I'm sure there was some other teams on the phone, right?
No doubt. Las Vegas is like, hey, these cats is calling.
Yeah. We have some teams that may have been interested there coming up in the 4th round. Hey, even if they weren't, you got a 1st round talent with huge quarterback potential for a 3rd and a 5th. You take it. You take that. So, that's fair. He was my QB2 behind Matt Corral, who still wasn't drafted, so that doesn't look great. But that playoff game was not Ryan Tannehill's best performance against the Bengals. So that could happen. Scott saying that Titans fans are going to be calling for that benching. I mean, look, we have had a precedent of a third round quarterback beating out, a starter, maybe not an established one like that, but Russell Wilson comes to mind. I don't think Malik Willis can do that, but it's interesting. Willis has been taken by the Tennessee Titans with pick 86. They moved up and taken him. So
that was the 10th trade tonight, by the way, Shane.
Lots of trades. We have the next pick for the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals pick is in.
Yeah, and they're going to take Cam Thomas, edge rusher from San Diego State.
Okay.
Cam Thomas. So what? Kind of a polarizing player. There are a lot of people that really, really liked Cam Thomas as a pass rusher. I like the size and strength, and there's a couple performances where I walked away like, wow, this guy's really good. And then I watched some other games and like, wow, this guy stinks. And that's always a tough eval for me when that happens.
But he did produce at San Diego State. I have a funny story while I'm looking up his numbers. I want to get those in the lexicon here. At the Senior Bowl, he was there in spirit, at least.
Spirit.
The Lions did a weird thing with their practice where, like, for the first 20 minutes of each practice, they went without helmets. Nobody wore helmets during the practice. At some point during that first practice on Tuesday with no helmets, Cam Thomas injured himself and never played the rest of the week. Completely baffling to me. I don't know what happened. Nobody ever said what happened. But 2021 for the San Diego State Aztecs, in 14 games, 30 solo tackles, 20 and a half for loss, 10 and a half sacks, 20 career sacks in 3 years for San Diego State. So the man knows how to get to the quarterback. This feels like a good pick here in the third round for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, a big position of need for them too. They lost Chandler Jones. They needed an edge rusher. They've drafted offensive weapons, traded for them so far. So good pickup for the Arizona Cardinals here. But yeah, I mean that's wild. I had him at 96, so I'm happy for my top 100 for Cam Thomas.
I had him in the 70s.
Nice. So that's good. We're fastly approaching pick 8.
We have 13 picks left.
Yep.
Dallas's pick is in, and Mobile is on the board again, Shane.
Okay. Who is it? I think
Mobile
I know.
was on the board in two ways.
Yes.
High school, McGill-Tulane High School in Mobile. Collegiately at the University of South Alabama, Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver, coming off the board here to the Dallas Cowboys.
Now, you got to see him live a couple times there at
I did a few.
South Alabama. A very productive player. Can get down the field. He's not a big speed guy, but he played deep, very productive, and I think he's a little stiff. Not sure if he'll separate, but I like this fit outside for Dallas.
I didn't know that he would run as fast as he did. Then he goes 4.4 combine.
Yeah.
So
doesn't play.
He doesn't play 4.4 until. But I will say this: I saw plays where he took little hitch passes and turned on the jets and left everybody. So he does have that speed. Separation is a question, but he wins the majority of those 50-50 balls when he goes up.
Which you have to think in Dallas, CeeDee Lamb, you have Michael Gallup. You're going to get some one-on-ones that Jalen Tolbert can win. If he can beat out James Washington for that third spot, I mean, it's a very interesting place.
My biggest point of why he's such a good player, look at the quarterbacks he had at South Alabama and notice that he went over 1,000 yards almost 3 consecutive years.
Yeah.
Jake Bentley was throwing him the ball. I don't even know. So, and that's just the only one whose name I know, and that's only because he went to South Carolina. That's not to name some of these other guys that South Alabama's had at quarterback that nobody's ever heard of. Jalen Tolbert's going to be a good player. I love this pick for the Dallas Cowboys. 98 on your board, by the way, Shane. You snuck that one in there.
I did stuff. Well, you had to put the Mobile creative in there.
He was nice. He was a nice spot on my ranking, 69 overall.
All right, there you go.
Coming off the board, but I'm a huge fan of his. This is a decent value there for the Cowboys. I like the pick. I love it.
Well, yeah, I really like the fit there. Ultimately, I'm following the Wikipedia of the 2022 draft for the order, and people keep trying to put Matt Ariza into these picks that have already happened. They're trying to will him into the third round here. So I thought it might be you, but I don't know.
It's not me. I really wish I had time to edit Wikipedia, but I do not, Shane.
I know, at the live stream and crossing names off the top 100.
I appreciate the spirit of these fine Patriots trying to get Matt Ariza here in the third round, if for no other reason to get me that damn point. But because, yes, folks, I had Matt Ariza as number 100 on my board. I have no shame. I love the punt god.
Yeah, that's funny. No, all is good. So, yeah, I mean, this is super interesting. So who's on the clock? The Bills are back up.
Buffalo's back up.
Buffalo's back up. Moving down, getting that fifth.
So
they've gotten a couple 6-round picks, right? A couple 6-round picks, my bad. And this today.
Here's a little nugget from AL.com writer Craig Stevenson, also co-host of the best afternoon sports talk show in Mobile, texted me. He's also the beat writer for South Alabama.
Okay.
So, Talbert told him last night that he had a 20-minute conversation with Dak Prescott about the Cowboys offense. There you go.
There you go. He was ready to go.
Yeah. May have had a hint at this one, huh?
Yeah, maybe was high on the board.
Where was that information at when we were putting out these two rounds?
Yeah, come on. Could have Tolbert to the we could have nailed that.
26 players left in my top 100 here with 11 to go. So 85 max here for me.
So getting over 80 is good. I think that's
5 left on your board. So you were currently one ahead on the countdown challenge here.
But if Matt Ariza goes, then I'm sunk.
Oh, I'm sure there's a few more.
I need some running. Where's Isaiah Spiller? Where's
I also have Spiller, so you wouldn't gain.
Well, no, that's fine. That's fine. We can both. I want us to both get points.
That you're right, Shane.
Brian. I want us to both move up the board. Tampa's taking them soon, right?
Buffalo's pick is in. Do we have the pick?
It is. It is Terrell Bernard, linebacker from Baylor.
I did not have that one.
Yeah, kind of an interesting player. Another guy that I thought was, a little bit inconsistent at times, but like a good athlete, big hitter. He lays some big hits out there, causes fumbles. He can get off. He can like jam tight ends and jam receivers. Read and reacts well. He's small, doesn't always know what's going on, goes for the big hit too much. I think there's tons of upside with Terrell Bernard. So,
Dwayne said, how many kids from Mobile is that now? I believe 5. I believe the only one that we expected to get drafted that has not been so far is Jalen Armour Davis. I will have to check on that, but I think that is he corrects us up to young men. Kids is fine. You're old like me, Dwayne.
Brandon Whedon's not in this class to outage you, so
there you go. Even Brandon Whedon wouldn't outage me anymore. Let's talk about this linebacker pick as Peter Schrager and Zubaz Pants is going crazy here at the draft. Terrell Bernard, linebacker Baylor, over Leo Chenal, Wisconsin, Channing Tindall from Georgia. That's the top two linebackers on your board. I believe that's going to be the same on mine as well.
Yeah.
Any thought process? Also, and Darian Beaver's another that he goes over. Any logical thing for that there, Shane?
Yeah, look, I think Leo Chanel's just kind of a tweener. I think he should be a pass rusher with his athleticism and size, but didn't have as much experience doing that at Wisconsin. And I just don't know how, if you know where he fits. And I think Channing Tindall just doesn't have much upside to me. I think Terrell Bernard has that upside of being a big hitter. He has the athleticism, though he's a little smaller. Tindall's just a stiff, bigger thumper. So I'm a little surprised, but I think it's just different fits.
Makes sense to me. Okay. Raiders first pick. They're finally going to have a pick here.
Let's hope, yes.
Their pick is in.
There you go. Devontae Adams trade. It's in. We're in Vegas.
All right, the pick is in. The pick is in, and I think I got this one in my mock draft today, Shane. I'm gonna go
look at that.
It is Dylan Parham.
Yeah.
Guard from Memphis.
Nice.
Comes off the board here for the Las Vegas Raiders. Number 60 on my board, Shane, Dylan Parham coming off here. Another versatile lineman. Played tackle for Memphis this year. Probably not going to do that in the NFL. Probably going to be a guard, but played center all week in Mobile. I don't think he's going to do that at the NFL level. He could in a pinch, maybe, as well as play tackle. But this is the kind of offensive lineman you want to get here in the third round, is a guy who can play multiple spots, right, Shane?
Yeah, versatile. I mean, explosive. Like, I really like his leverage. I like how he moves kind of in that phone booth, in that short area. He has that quickness. And he gets nasty sometimes a little too much. He can whiff a little bit. Technique-wise, I think he needs cleaned up. But there's a lot of upside with him. I'm honestly kind of surprised in my fifth guard that he fell this far. I think he could be a starter for the Raiders in time here.
I was wrong, by the way. I did not have that in my mock draft.
Oh, well, that's all right. That's all right. We'll you just pretend like you did. We'll give you credit for it.
Sure, why not? Wayne Newton, by the way, is going to announce this pick.
The Raiders legend, Wayne Newton.
Raiders legend. For those who are wondering in the chat, yes, Wayne Newton is still alive. And still apparently entertaining in Las Vegas.
Yeah, he can still sing.
Could he really ever sing?
Look, he's got a little, it's not unusual to love anyone. I think Wayne Newton's not bad.
Sure. Here's a fantasy pick for you, Shane. Tampa Bay's pick at pick 91. Rashad White, running back, Arizona State. Going off the board here to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think you like this fit, don't you?
I do. I mean, I didn't think anyone would pull the trigger on Rashad White in day two. I'm happy that they did. He's my RB4.
By the way, for the record, you had 12 running backs in your top 100, and Rashad White wasn't one of them.
I did not have 12 running backs. That's a little extreme there. But, yeah, Rashad White wasn't one of them. I need these running backs to have board. But, I mean, best pass-catching running back in the draft.
100%.
And I think Nelly and Kane both going to be excited about this pick because he's explosive when he cuts. But I think he's a good blocker, a good pass catcher, kicks things outside too much. I think he's a nice compliment to Leonard Fournette. Bring him in on third downs. He can do what Gio Bernard, I think, was kind of brought in and supposed to do. So I really like that fit there. I think the Buccaneers, I think Rashad White is going to catch some passes from Tom Brady this year. Be maybe that James White type for Brady.
I couldn't hear it, but Craig Stevenson, who had the Jalen Tolbert report earlier, tweeted out Wayne Newton got the name and the school wrong, but other than that, it went just fine.
There you go.
Nelly's happy.
Nelly is happy with Rashad White. Very solid pick. I'm happy. I really thought he would go later. I thought teams he's a little older didn't play. Was it a JUCO transfer up? I believe.
Green Bay's pick is in.
All right, Green Bay's pick is in.
It is Sean Ryan, offensive lineman from UCLA. We say offensive lineman here. We have him as a tackle. Could play guard. Anxious to see where Green Bay announces his future position here. But 68 on my board. Shane, 54 on yours.
54, yeah. I really like Sean Ryan. I mean, once again, in that Chip Kelly offense, he really showed, despite not having quite the body for it, that he's a good pass blocker. I didn't see him get beat around the edge very much. Like, he didn't let anyone get clean off that edge. Uses his hands well, can drive in the run game. He struggled against kind of inside moves. I don't think he doesn't look like an offensive lineman, offensive tackle. He's kind of doesn't hold his weight really well. So I think there's some fear about him getting overwhelmed, but I thought the film was solid. I mean, I don't know.
Depending on how camp goes, if they view him as an offensive tackle, just looking over their depth chart casually here, if he can take the reins at right tackle, that would allow Elgin Jenkins to move back inside and give them a better starting five up front in front of Aaron Rodgers.
That would be ideal.
I think. Best case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, third round pick, I wouldn't have that expectation, but I think he could be something like that. Ultimately, The
guard run has started.
Not many picks left, so if you want the Tony Gonzalez draft pick card, near mint condition.
We got 14 picks left to go tonight.
So
get that Tony Gonzalez card there, guys.
Yeah, we got a couple names on there. Some of the other cards, only a couple names, and I'll put back up the Brett Favre all 3 days. If you sign up, you get the Brett Favre near mint, and your odds are pretty good if that one. So if you do all 3 days,
let's tell everybody about why we have these cards to give away, Shane.
Yeah.
That's because of our sponsor of this, our 3-day broadcast here, NextGym. NextGym is a new app for your iPhone with innovative technology developed specifically for trading cards to image, manage, and share your collection. Join the wait list now for early access at nextgym.com.
Boom. NextGym. If you want an early access code, ask me, ask Scott, ask Brian. We got some here. I'll send some out with the cards as well. So
good stuff for you card collectors, aficionados out there.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, Tommy. I don't think I could ship to Canada successfully, so I apologize. If you know anyone in the United States and would like to put their information, you're welcome to do so. You can put your name. Maybe they can get it to you somehow.
As a person who ships stuff for a living, Shane, I'm trying to think of how you would do this.
Yeah. I don't have that experience.
Not cheaply, I can tell you that.
Yeah. So, we'll we'll be shipping these out, next week at some point. So, DHL, yeah. Where are we up to here? So we got the Packers, 49ers back on the clock.
San Francisco or Green Bay is on the clock. Yes, Green
Bay got Sean Ryan.
So it is San Francisco on the clock.
Right. Yeah, I just haven't. They've been coming pretty quick. So.
Yes, we did have this discussion today. Since they may have one day sponsored this Draft Countdown podcast, I will not disparage the name of the shipping company that we were discussing today. I would never upset potential sponsors. The 49ers pick is in, Shane, and it is a running back. It is not one that we expected to go in the first 2 days. It's not one I expected to go.
I was like, did I have him at least? Who is it?
Ty Davis Price.
Oh my goodness!
Selected
gracious.
in the 3rd round, pick 93 by the San Francisco 49ers.
Look, I knew that he'd go higher than a lot of people had him. He was my RB16. Once again, a running back I don't have in my top 100, and I had like
74 overall, by the way.
Oh my goodness, yeah. But so look, Ty Davis Price has some really.
I did have him on my board at pick 292.
That's good. So Tyron Davis Price had some great games. I mean, some very good games. But there's some games where he couldn't break a tackle or get through the line. Good size. He's athletic. Plays very high cut. He tries to kind of just run through the line. Yeah, I think what Nelly's saying here is kind of an odd fit because I would expect more gap power for him to run through the line. Obviously, the Shanahan system is more of that. Is pure zone blocking. He doesn't really avoid contact. He kind of tries to get into contact. He could have a little bit of an edge in the NFL. I think he could be like a short yardage back. But this is the 49ers. Drafted Trey Sermon last year. That fluked. Elijah Mitchell, 6th round pick, really good last season. Now Tyron Davis Price is going to be there too. So I'm surprised. I thought maybe 4th into 5th round to pick him over Isaiah Spiller or Pierre Strong. I don't know.
We have a trade.
All right.
The Carolina Panthers are on the clock. They've traded with New England here to get the pick 94.
We have the pick.
It
is a quarterback.
I assumed it would be.
It is Matt Corral, quarterback of Mississippi, going to my QB1, going to the Carolina Panthers, who desperately needed to upgrade a quarterback. That's a great pick to me. I think Matt Corral, RPO offense, it's going to be a big adjustment, but now Corral can sit behind Sam Darnold, I imagine. He's not going to win that job, but I think he can sit, learn for a year, and then, boom, take off and make it happen. So, very good. Very good pick.
Shane, we have a trade of a 2023 pick.
Carolina kind of had to. What's the trade?
The Patriots trade pick 94 to Carolina. Carolina trades pick 137, which I believe is that in the 5th round?
4th round.
137, 4th round pick. Is that a comp pick or?
That's the Rams pick.
Okay, the Rams pick 137, and a 2023 3rd round pick goes to New England to trade Matt Corral to draft Matt Corral. I actually don't mind that.
For either team, I think for the Patriots it's good too. Get another pick. I have to think under. I just don't think, as much as I love Matt Corral, I think lightning quick release, good athlete, good zip. If you put that RPO game in your system,
the Bengals are on the clock, by the way.
Bengals are. Oh yeah. So if you find that one out, Bengals are on the clock. But Matt Corral, I think if you build the offense for him, it's good. The Panthers aren't doing that, but they're going to be a run-first team. But I think he's not going to
start. Pick is in.
All right.
The Bengals have their 5 tech.
Yes.
It is Zachary Taylor's their coach. Zachary Carter, interior defensive lineman, Florida. Number 75 on my board, Shane. That's what we call value.
Yeah, I really thought like early 3rd round. I had him going, first pick to the Jaguars a lot. Athletic, mobile. I really like how he moves. Kind of his agility, I think, is really good. Not the strongest guy. He can get knocked around at times, but pretty productive. I just got to get him more consistent, but the high end is really good with his explosion and agility.
I am surprised at Carter was the pick over. I guess their concerns are the run defense with Winfrey. That's the only reason they have to go there. Carter over Winfrey here, both still on the board. Carter definitely a better, more not scared to make a play in the run game, where Winfrey is. But Winfrey, I thought, had more pass rush upside.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
but like you said, I think he lacks kind of the pants.
The Bengals had to get a three to five tech in this class because of Larry Ogunjobi had 700 snaps last year that they have not replaced yet in free agency with anybody. So you're going to ask Zachary Carter now to come in and compete with Josh Tupoy, Renell Wren. Maybe they bring back Ogunjobi on a 1-year deal because since the Bears pulled back his deal, maybe he comes back for one more year to rotate in with Carter. But I like the pick for the Bengals here. Like I said, a plus 20 value here for me on the board.
And a transition, he'll have to transition. He played defensive end for Florida. They had the big line, so it'd be transition inside. But I mean that makes a lot of sense.
But capable. He has a frame capable of putting on a little weight. Listed at 282, I think he can put on maybe 10 to 15 pounds.
Nick's staking his claim. Matt Corral better than Darnold. Might be.
Maybe.
Denver Broncos on the clock here. So you happy? You got to be happy with Zach Carter though. I mean, it's been a good, solid draft for the Bengals. Cam Taylor, Britt Carter, Daxton Hill fixing that defense.
The Bengals spent the money on the offensive line in free agency. Right. That was a number one problem. We all knew that. But the defense didn't exactly help them in the Super Bowl down the stretch there. Now, either did they. So Bengals have attacked that here in the draft with their first 3 picks, all defense.
Yeah, which I think is smart. I think that's the way to do it. Pick a side, attack that side, spend money where you needed to. The biggest problem, and they're going to have the depth. I think that was a big thing too. The depth just wasn't there. Do we see Sam Howell get drafted tonight?
Detroit, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, comp pick wise, we have Detroit, we have Washington.
Detroit or Washington are the only 2 spots I can see, barring someone trading up. Charles Robinson, Yahoo Sports, says this is obvious now after the Corral pick, that the talks had stalled between the Browns and Panthers because they could not decide how to chop up his $18.8 million in guaranteed money. So the Panthers said, screw it. We're going to trade up for Matt Corral, and y'all can keep Baker Mayfield and pay him too.
Yeah. Hey, I think it's worth a future third to go get Matt Corral and take a shot, because it's as cheap a QB as you're going to get if you're Carolina, for a guy who was my top quarterback. I think if he can learn how to read a defense, he's going to be exceptional. And if injuries, another issue. So Baker Mayfield might be a Brown this year. I don't know if anyone's going to be taking him.
At this point, if you're the Cleveland Browns, you just stash him. You put him. You hold on and wait to see if a quarterback or a team, one of their starter, gets hurt in camp or in preseason.
I believe we have a trade.
The
Indianapolis Colts have moved up to pick 96. And the Indianapolis Colts have Matt Ryan, a quarterback right now. And, I'll say a guy that could compare to Matt Ryan is on the board at quarterback.
Who had 96? That was
Denver.
Yeah. That was from the Von Miller trade, correct?
Correct. Right. That's the last actual pick, the Rams pick. So yeah, I mean, I think Sam Howell would be a really good fit. If Scott's saying Indianapolis, I've not seen the deal, but I don't think they have a pick in the next round. So this might be another
23 pick.
The 23 pick. Yeah, basically the same deal. Third round next year, and they're fifth, 179.
79. So
179 and third next year for pick 96. It's basically the same deal Carolina just got. The Colts
is that the going price for third round quarterbacks?
That's the going. It seems that way. Here's a third next year to get a third this year, and I don't know. We'll see if they take a quarterback. Maybe they're going elsewhere. That's just they go and pick of these late rounders. Ultimately, they're not taking a quarterback. They are taking Nick Cross, safety out of Maryland, who I know the Steelers were very interested in, former roommate of Mike Tomlin's son, Dino Tomlin. Nick Cross, super athlete safety at Maryland, physical, fast, had a good amount of sacks for a safety. They rushed him. I think he's fat. He can play man-to-man on tight ends. Not a good tackler. Goes for the big hit too much. Has some learning to do, but I mean, athletically, he is.
Did you mention he was fast?
Really fast.
He's really fast. No, that was where he stood out to me a lot. Was what you said as a blitzer. They lined him up in the slot, and because of that speed, he finished. And
yeah, the athletes, all the athletes to the Colts. We got write that down on your pad there for next year. Colts high res, just put them in the box with the Browns. And
Shane, we have 4 picks left in the top 100. You have 20 players left on your board.
I got to the 80. That's
80. I currently have 21.
So you're getting to the 80. I'm feeling good. We're gonna get
4 spots left.
4 spots left.
So maximum 83 for me, maximum 84 for you.
I would take an 84. I would feel good about that if we can get that.
Yeah, I would feel good about that.
Chances are good. The end of the top 100 usually does not go well for the top 100.
It does not.
All right, so
I'm still looking at that Cleveland pick with hope and admiration here.
That guy, you want Matt Ariza? Well, we have Detroit on the clock.
Detroit is on the clock.
Are
they on the clock?
Yeah. Did they coach? Did they coach Sam Howell?
They coached. I'm not sure, but they coached at the Senior Bowl.
Right. So I can't remember if he was on their team or not.
I feel,
but they do the swap, and you get to know the other team, and so it's so super interesting. I mean, but they've also, I think that the Lions have had a good draft. They had the good trade to get Jameson Williams. They got Aiden Hutchinson. They got, I think they've done well in this draft. Got Josh Pascal. I think it's been a pretty good draft for them as a whole.
That Lions pick is in, and it is a safety, Shane.
Ooh, they do need a safety.
It's a safety that I believe we both had on our top 100 boards. It is Kirby Joseph.
Yes.
Illinois, the ball hawk.
My number 6 safety. Yeah. I mean, he's another big athlete that has good ball skills. He has good ball skills versus Cross, who I don't think does. It's kind of the difference. I love him in a two deep zone. I think if you're playing that, Kirby Joseph's great.
I think he's I don't want to say poor man's version, but I think his play is similar to the Cincinnati Bengals' Jesse Bates.
Ooh.
Not as good.
Yeah.
But
maybe with time. I love Kirby Joseph in coverage. I hate he lowers his head when he tackles like every time, and it makes me so angry. Like that's the worst for me. Like just see the hit, kind of a basic, but I mean size, range, closing speed is there. Really, really impressive closing speed. So I like that. I don't know. I like that fit in Detroit. The Lions are building a good team here, and they have multiple picks next year. Jared Goff.
Here's the thing. They could be ascending at the right time with the descent. Oh, Green Bay.
Maybe that's part of the strat here. Is it's just waiting for that to happen and seeing. I don't know. It's really interesting to me. I think that next year, if they don't have a top 2 pick, top 3 pick, they're going to bet the farm. They're going to sell the farm to move up. Get that quarterback, get that last piece.
Lou Anarumo, Bengals defensive coordinator, in their media scrum after picking Zachary Carter says Carter will start at 3 tech, but will work out there at 5 tech too. His versatility was the most important thing for them.
Yeah, so because that front for you guys, you play a little 4-3-3-4.
Yeah,
so you need that.
It helps. It helps to have somebody as good as DJ Reader to be able to handle what he does to open it up for the rest of the guys up front. Money well spent there in free agency a couple seasons ago.
Yeah. Washington, the Commanders are up, and the pick is in.
The pick is in.
Someone in my top 100, it is Brian Robinson, running back from Alabama. We know that they looked at running back very hard. They had Isaiah Spiller in. I'm kind of surprised they didn't take here, but I think they wanted just someone, another weapon. I think Brian Robinson churned out a ton of yards at Alabama. Has a lot of tread on the tires, but I really like his vision. I think it's better than people give him credit for. He's my RB8. He's not super explosive, but he's very smart in cutback lanes. He could be a bell cow. I think he's a nice compliment to Antonio Gibson, and you have someone that can do some of the short yardage stuff they really lacked last year. So I actually like this pick. I think people are gonna, the Commanders don't need a running back. They have Antonio Gibson, but I think it's a nice number 2 who has experience in the SEC and can get you that short yardage. He's I'm writing an article for DLF tomorrow for next week on guys that'll be underdrafted in rookie drafts. Brian Robinson's going to be on that list. People are going to not draft him. I think he's going to be productive in the NFL. I do.
Yeah, I was a little, like I said, I was lower on him than you were. I can't remember exactly. He was my RB. I can pull it up, but yeah, I mean, he's a fine pick.
Yeah,
I can't look at it on that computer.
I don't think he's going to be Najee Harris. I don't think he's going to be Derrick Henry, but I think he's going to be productive. And like Tommy said, I'd rather be the hammer than the nail. He'll hit you, and he'll make you pay. If you want to tackle him, he'll make you pay. Yeah, and Washington didn't have anybody like that.
Yeah, he was RB10 for me. So, whatever.
I still had him behind. Obviously, Spiller was RB3, but Pierre Strong. Remember like a week ago when there was when we got that line about Spiller possibly being a first-round pick? Remember that?
Yeah, what happened to that?
Maybe don't overreact to one line in an article by, something to keep in mind.
Yeah.
We have this pick for the Browns.
The Browns pick is in.
It is not a good athlete, but Nelly, get ready. It's David Bell, wide receiver from Purdue, is going to the Cleveland Browns. I think this is a really good fit. I mean, the problem with David Bell was he had awful workouts.
Workouts.
I mean, it wasn't just speed. It wasn't just a 40 time. Like, the agility was bad. The explosion was bad.
Workouts.
But, I mean, he's been productive from day one. I liked him better than Rondale Moore in terms of while they were playing together because he would go down the field. Now, he's not going to separate from anybody. He's a contested catcher, but his body control is exceptional. After the catch, I know he's not athletic, but I mean, he's tough to bring down. Like, there's a lot of arm tackles he runs through. David Bell's a day 2 pick, a top 100 pick, and I think it's a good pick for the Browns because I think it gives them an outside presence to add to Amari Cooper.
It wasn't Matt Ariza. This makes me sad. But
true. Sorry, I ruined your Matt Ariza.
No. Let's talk about how poor these workouts were. For Bell, it was a shade under 6'1", 212. 4.65 40, 33-inch vertical leap, 9-foot 10-inch broad jump, 4.57 short shuttle, 7.14 in the 3-cone. His RAS was 4.
Yeah, that's not great, but like he was productive in the Big Ten as an 18-year-old, and that's hard to do.
No, I agree. His production, that's why you had to be so disappointed with those workouts, right?
Yeah, and I didn't think he would be great, but like I thought maybe, or that the speed's not good, but the agility's there, or the explosion's there, because I think he gets off the line pretty well, but it's tough. I think he's going to be a better player than people think. Like I think he's going to be productive. So I have some faith.
So we have one pick left in the top.
Now Nelly is dead to me after this comment, though. Who have a better career than Christian Watson. I'm going to boot him from the chat. No, I'm just kidding.
Christian Watson's playing with Aaron Rodgers.
Hey, Deshaun Watson's playing with David Bell, so
He's playing with Jacoby Brissett for right now, at least.
No,
unofficially.
No suspension yet. All right, I've closed down the Tony Gonzalez card, but last chance to enter the giveaway for Brett Favre, and if you sign up all 3 days, rookie card, Hall of Famer. You can get this. And if you didn't sign up yesterday, still fill out the form because you can.
Cardinals pick is in.
Uh-oh.
And it's the highest player on my board coming off here. Najee Sanders.
There you go. You caught up.
Cardinals.
Yeah. Najee Sanders. So why do you like him so much? You were a big fan. Another edge rusher for the Cardinals. Their second.
To me, like I said, he sold me in the Georgia game. And his ability to bend and get around the corner against them. To me, I thought he was better than, D'Angelo Malone to me in that aspect against better competition week in, week out. He played well in the big games that I saw, was great at the Senior Bowl, getting around some of those big tackles as well. Had the big scare at the Combine where he weighed 228, turns out, bad case of the flu. Dropped 14, 15 pounds from the Senior Bowl. 242 at his pro day, gets weight back up to. I pick 100. You're getting my number 42 overall player. I love it for the Cardinals.
There you go. He was down the list for me. I think he was productive, tall, fast. Like I love his bend. He has good bulk. Just like. The arm length, kind of one move guy. So I think your starter upside, though. You've got to just train him up a little bit.
I think so, too. So we have our final tallies here, Shane.
Yeah.
Through the first 100, Shane P. Hallam, 83 correct picks in the first 100 players.
I'll take it.
Brian Bosarge, top 100 players, 82.
Oh, man. What a way. Good job,
Shane gets the Duke.
I'll take it. And one of our top 100 players that I feel bad now because I told you to put him in went 101 to the Jets. Jeremy Ruckert, tight end from The Ohio State University. Goes 101 to the Jets.
You did talk me into Jeremy.
I'm sorry. I did.
That's fine.
But
hey, let's be honest though, Shane. If it didn't put Jeremy Ruckert in, I was putting Isaiah Likely in, and he didn't go either.
That's fair. That is fair. I'm a little surprised by this pick.
Hey, I thought we were going to boot him out of the chat.
No, that was Nelly.
Boot him too.
Tommy's good. I'm a little surprised by this. They signed CJ Uzomah. They signed Tyler Conklin, and now the Jets have drafted Jeremy Ruckert, who I think profiles similar to Tyler Conklin as a two-way player. Good upper body strength. He wasn't super productive. Ohio State doesn't use the tight ends much. Saw a lot of red zone work. I think that's where he's going to win in the NFL, but it almost feels like a number 3 tight end at 101 feels a little rich to me.
Is this taking into account his injury? Maybe is this like a redshirtish type situation?
It could be, but you signed both of those guys to multi-year deals.
Yeah, but you don't know how that money is. this could be a one and done for like someone like Uzama.
I guess. I mean, I know they like the analytics on Conklin, but I think it's good value. I mean, he's my tight end 4. I think Jeremy Ruckert's gonna be a good player. Just a rough. I just don't think he's gonna get any playing time.
Let me say this while we close the book on the top 100 conversation. I don't want to say I was depressed after the first 100 picks of last year's draft, but when I came in with 71 on my board, Shane, and finished dead last in the huddle report contest, I was a little low, man. If I actually drank, I might have hit the sauce that night. I might have hit the bottle. But to come back this year, plus 11 on that, get up to 82. I'm pretty proud of myself. Pretty proud of you with 83, and I'm damn proud of what we've done here at Draft Countdown this year.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think it's solid. I think, like I said, getting in the 80s is what you want, and you feel good about that. So I think you got to feel good. I think, we put in some more work, and you feel like you've got this process maybe down a little bit. We help each other out. I think it's been good.
Absolutely. Jets pick is in. We talked about that, Jeremy Rucker. Miami on the clock for the first time tonight. Is that right?
That is correct. The first time in this draft, they traded for Tyreek Hill. So the Dolphins get a comp pick at 102. Dolphins, I mean, they need a linebacker. I've always felt like that's an area, I think there's a good one on the board. I mean, Channing Tyndale's still on the board. I love me some Darian Beavers.
Leo Chanel.
Linebacker 3. I'm really surprised that athletic profile is no one's taken a chance yet. Appreciate Nelly. You rock. Nelly is the reason I had David Bell in my top 100. I was going to leave him out. So, got me a point. Scott gives you congrats. Appreciate it. So 80 plus, I'm always happy with 80 plus. 80%. So,
still waiting on that pick to come through for Miami.
Yeah, and Jeremy Ruckert from New Jersey, so right there with the Jets. Long Island kid. I feel like maybe I'm missing something here. I feel like I'm getting a lot of like Rams on the clock messages, but then we're still not there yet. I haven't seen trades, so
seen anything.
So I don't know. It's the tomorrow we'll have once again sign up for the Brett Favre rookie card giveaway. But tomorrow, one of the giveaways, we're gonna do a little guess Mr. Irrelevant to give away one of the cards tomorrow. So yeah, sign up there. Use the phrase Packers in the YouTube chat. If you're not in YouTube, you can click on it and get on YouTube and do it. So
Miami's pick is in per the television screen.
Yeah.
It's a linebacker.
Okay.
It is Channing Tindall, the linebacker.
All right. I like that fit. I like that fit a lot.
At worst case scenario here for the Miami Dolphins is they've got a core special teams guy. That's your worst case scenario, I think, with Tindall.
Yeah. I mean, because
I love enough Tommy Myers, not soon enough.
Look, he might not even be the first punter drafted. You'll have a conniption if he's not. No, I agree. Channing Tindall, I mean, I like the acceleration. I like the speed. And honestly, I think he could be a little bit of a pass rusher. His hips are so stiff. He doesn't change direction well. And coverage-wise, I wouldn't want him in coverage. But I think it's kind of a thumper with a little pass rush interior pressure upside. I like that for the Dolphins. So, always follow us on Twitter. I'll put the handles in the chat here. Got a exclamation point Twitter. Feel free. Yeah, I like the Jim Tindall pick. I really thought he should have been top 100 pick.
We have a linebacker run.
Yeah,
For the third round. Leo Chenal going to Kansas City here. This feels good.
What a steal.
Yeah. This feels like a really good pick here. Number 67 on my board. Super athlete at linebacker. Number 51 on your board here at pick 103.
Yeah. I mean, he's my linebacker 3. I thought. Stellar. I mean, I know the Chiefs don't really need a linebacker, but once again, you get a player that can be a pass rusher. They have Nick Bolton they drafted last year in the second. They have Willie Gay they drafted the year before in the second. They only use 2 linebackers. So maybe you can put Chanel, put his hand down, move him around. I'll be interested to see how they use him, but I think you can rotate him in. I mean, he needs
a sort of a Micah Parsons, how the Cowboys used him last year.
Yeah, and I wish Wisconsin had used him more as a pass rusher. Like, I wish I had seen it. I think that's the thing is Chanel, looks good, looks like he can do this thing. You just don't know if he can do it. So that's my one thing. It's not like he was super productive rushing the passer, but he has. I mean, that athleticism is spectacular.
Back-to-back Badgers here. Pick 104, the Rams' first pick of the draft.
Yes,
they said they were looking at Cole Strange last night at pick 104, so that should have told us, hey, they're looking at guard.
Ooh.
And they go with Wisconsin guard Logan Bruss. Talk to me, Shane. You 114 on your board.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Logan Bruss. I thought, he has some of that typical Wisconsin type of feel. He's not very big. He's kind of light, but man, I mean, he's strong for his size. You can see him kind of pop. He has a good anchor on the bottom, so he doesn't get moved around in the run game. And I thought pass blocking, his feet were pretty good. His hands, he gets slapped off a lot. He can get shedded and stacked up pretty easily. I don't really want him pulling. He can get caught off balance. But I think in the right scheme, in a Rams type scheme, it's a great fit. I'm really happy with that for the Rams. I think it's a good selection. I think I actually had him here in my mock draft, my 7th rounder.
Nice.
I don't know. I mean, I might be making that up. I don't know.
I made up a pick earlier. It's fun
That's
to
true.
do.
That's true.
Nobody's going to check our work, Shane. We could have said we had every one of these picks right.
I've done so many mock drafts. I'm like, I don't know which one, but I'm sure there's something I had Logan Bruss here.
Last pick of the 3rd round.
Last pick of the day.
And we got some speed.
All right.
Some wide receiver speed. It's Danny Gray, wide receiver SMU, going here to the 49ers, pick 105, and the last pick of the 3rd round, the last pick of night 2. Fastest GPS speed at the Senior Bowl. Yeah, Danny Gray.
He's fast, not very productive at SMU this past season. Didn't have the 1,000 yards, but drops passes sometimes. But I mean, he's electric. I mean, the slant, he gets off that line, he gets open quick, and like you said, he can get down the field in a hurry. I like him after the catch. I think in space, he is tough to tackle, but just very raw. I thought the Steelers were looking at him. Obviously, took George Pickens, so that's kind of interesting. So I like the Danny Gray pick. I think he's worth around this pick as my wide receiver 17. Next, Deebo Samuel.
No.
Danny Gray. No. I mean, it's an interesting pick because the 49ers have Deebo, they have Ayuk. Not a ton past that. This gives them kind of a fast speed agility guy. So, yeah, it's interesting. Could be Emmanuel Sanders-ish.
before we put a final bow on what we've got here tonight, Shane, tomorrow morning, Shane's will probably go up before mine, but you're going to see no mock drafts tomorrow.
No.
Shane says he's had enough of the mock drafts until Sunday.
Till Sunday.
But we will both have pieces up with our best available players. We're not going to run you down the whole list here tonight before we go off. We'll go top 15 best available players here before we go off the air. But Shane's will go up first in the morning, then mine will go up a few hours after that. Best available players for day 3. This is where your depth is built, right, Shane? Day 3 is where you build that depth of your team. You might get the occasional high-end starter, the occasional solid starter, but this is your depth. This is like death for fantasy, though, right? These guys are going to go tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, these are flyers. You know, one or two of them will break out. The Elijah Mitchell of the class, but everyone else, it's like Isaiah Spiller not going day 2, not good for not good for his fantasy production. Sam Howell not going day 2. He's basically out of the league. Like, you know, it's like that's just really, really tough.
Emmanuel Sanders comparison that's pretty good.
Danny Gray, I could dig it.
Didn't he also play at SMU?
He did. That's a good call. Forgot about that.
Good call there. We got any more card giveaways before we go tonight? Are we ready for winners?
Last chance for the Brett Favre one, and then we'll give these away. We'll spin the wheel, make a deal.
While you're getting all the spin the wheel, make the deal set up there, Shane, I will list our top 15 available players on each other's board. Only one of those will be outside of your top 100 players, Shane, as you only have 14 players left on that list. At the top is Perry and Winfrey. We've discussed this. Pass rush upside is great. Run defense, not so much. Sam Howell was number 1 overall in my first mock draft of the year, I believe.
Yeah.
And now available into the 4th round.
Sure.
Tariq Woolen, I thought his tools would get him drafted, or his physical abilities would get him drafted by now. Obviously, the NFL considered him to be more raw than even we thought. Is he still on the board? I didn't even realize he was still on the board until I just looked at this.
There you go.
Matter of fact, Isaiah Spiller, you just said him. His fantasy value is on life support.
Done and done.
Darian Kennard. I have a theory on him. I'll share it with you later. I don't really want to put that out in the public airspace.
Okay.
Daniel Falele, still on the board. Zamir White, that's injury. That's medicals, right? The knees. Got to be.
Yeah. I mean, I think the injuries, it's tough.
Kobe Bryant, Cincinnati corner. Jamari Sawyer, Georgia, still on the board. Zion McCollum is another raw, long, fast athlete at corner. NFL teams obviously not digging the tape. Smaller school. I'm assuming Tommy's speaking of Tariq Castro Fields. Iyama Uwazurike, Iowa State.
I thought I had a sneaky one in there.
Kingsley Enagbare, South Carolina edge rusher. I believe I messaged you this in Slack the other day. Hip injury after his junior year, keeping him down. Rasheed Walker, Penn State. I think you tried to steal one there, Shane. With Rasheed Walker, the tape did not lie in this case. David Pierce is another one that's a good running back, but day 3 probably was where he was going to go all this time. And Darian Beavers, I ended up higher on him than you, linebacker, your 15th best overall player, 102 on your board. I'll quickly get through mine because some of the names are the same. Sam Howell, Perry and Winfrey, Woolen. These are all players that are still left in my top 100, only because I had one less than you. Hal, Winfrey, Tariq Woolen, Amari Barno, the edge from Virginia Tech. I thought the 4.38 get off would get him in the top 100. It did not. Also productive. Kingsley Anibare, I just talked about the hip injury. Isaiah Spiller, Zion McCollum, Daniel Falele, Jamari Salyer, Khalil Shakir. I'm higher on him than I think D-League is. I thought he was a tremendous route runner, productive at Boise State. Kobe Bryant, Darian Beavers, Calvin Austin III, also available, wide receiver Memphis, Darian Kennard, Matt Areza, the punter, whatever. So, still on the board. Shane, let's give away some cards.
Yeah, let's give away some cards. So we're going to start with the Kool-Aid McKinstry signed card here. So let's spin the wheel. You liked the wheel yesterday, right?
I did like the wheel.
Spin the wheel. I don't know if you probably can't hear the wheel though.
I can hear the wheel.
Oh, nice. Look at that. Patrick, fantasy league mate of mine, Patrick, gets the Kool-Aid McKinstry. Maybe one day he'll be a top draft pick. He'll be in the first round of my 2024 mock draft this May. So
has he even played yet?
He has. He played a little bit last year.
Okay.
So that's fine.
Not just a name.
Not just a name. He's a 5-star prospect. So has some potential. Next, we'll give away the Clyde Edwards-Helaire card. Let me get the correct wheel here. I don't think Patrick's on there. So we're good to spin this wheel. CEH signed card. Everyone loves CEH, former first-round pick. And your friend Kyle.
Hey, Kyle.
Kyle wins the CEH card. So good job by
Kyle.
Kyle.
If I had the card, I'd just bring it to you. But,
Yeah.
Said you get an envelope from Shane P. Hallam.
Which is probably worth more than the CEH signature, to be fair.
I agree.
Yeah. All right, let's give away the last one here, the Tony Gonzalez card here. And let me find which one I have.
Tight end.
Hall of Fame tight end draft pick card, too. Near mint condition. Let's do it. Let's see what happens. And another fantasy league mate of mine, Biplab Mandel, wins the Tony Gonzalez card. Biplab, another good friend. So there's the cards. Sorry to those that didn't win, but come back tomorrow. We'll be here.
Giving away tomorrow.
Yeah, we're giving away a couple more signed cards. We got some college players. We have Jerry.
Tomorrow, Shane.
What's that?
Let's hold on.
Yeah. Thank you, Jerry Ely. Potential draft pick tomorrow.
Potentially.
Mississippi. We'll see. We also have Sean Shivers from Auburn, who,
is he still at Auburn?
I don't know if he is, but he is on this card. And and then Jalen Berger, the new starting running back from Michigan State, taking over for Kenneth Walker, who was drafted tonight. And then we have a Fireburst Tua Tagovailoa for the Dolphins fans in the group.
Or the Alabama fans.
Very fair, very fair. Those Crimson Tide alums might be interested in that one.
I don't know if you know that or not, Shane. They're pretty big here.
You might be married to one too.
Maybe.
So, and then obviously the Brett Favre rookie card will be given away tomorrow. If you signed up all 3 days,
that's right.
You'll have a shot on
That's
that.
The big one.
That's the big one.
Brett Favre rookie card.
So
Shane, quick takeaway here. Night 2.
Yeah, I think it went well. Surprising the quarterbacks fell into that 3rd round mix. Obviously, that's big. I think we saw teams attack those athletes. I think that's still and the younger players a little bit more. And I think it just shows you how different teams look at players differently based on fit. Speed's going to win out for a lot of these positions. Receiver kept going. I think day 3 is going to be fun, though. It's going to be a long day 3, but it'll be a good time.
Yeah, it's the grind tomorrow, Shane. We might actually have to stop to eat or something along the way.
I had 1 peanut butter Meltaway today, so I'm in good shape.
How do you do it? I know how I did it. I ate like 3 ribs and a half a plate of potato salad before we went on the air tonight, man. I know how I sustained myself, but
Yeah,
no, it's the story tonight has to be the quarterbacks.
sure.
I mean, it became the story because they fell, right? And then we saw the runs. We saw wide receivers, get drafted higher than we thought they would. Um, so I'm anxious to see where we go. Let's get a bold prediction here, Shane. If we get a position run to start day 3 tomorrow, what position are we gonna get the run?
So we're looking at Tampa, Houston, Cleveland, Seattle. If they stay there, um, yeah, that's an interesting thought. I almost feel like the run is likely to happen at maybe at offensive line. I feel like that's a position still has some value, and teams have kind of shied away from. So that'd be my guess.
Yeah, there's still some offensive tackle potential out there. You had Rasheed Walker in your top 100. I had him at 104. Still on the board. Kennard still on the board. Falele still on the board. One guy, offensive tackle, still on the board. I think is going to be drafted in round 4 that I absolutely love and would just be ecstatic if he fell to the Bengals pick here in the 4th round. Is Matt Waletzko from North Dakota. I think he has NFL left tackle starting potential down the road. Not unlike David Bakhtiari for Green Bay from Colorado, who was drafted in the 4th round as well. Similar athlete, just a pure athlete. Tommy thinks we're going to get a corner run. Very possible. Still a lot of good corners.
Teams have been liking those corners. So,
and I've got like 3 or 4 of my top 100 still available. A lot of raw athletes there at corner. But yeah, so it's going to be fun, man. We've got another 155 picks tomorrow. That's
something like that.
It's like 260.
So it'll be we'll be rapid fire. We'll be quick to the point analysis and move on. Yeah. I'm hoping that I'll have seen every player that's drafted for the 2nd year in a row.
I don't think we're gonna have a problem with that, Shane.
Look, I've seen some crazy things in the draft, so we'll see.
All right, so let's wrap it up. Again, let's thank our sponsor, NextGym. NextGym is a new app for your iPhone. Innovative technology developed specifically for trading cards to image, manage, and share your collection. Join the wait list for early access at nextgym.com. We are proud to have them as a sponsor for our 3-day coverage live streaming the NFL draft here at youtube.com/the draft countdown. And if I'm assuming everybody that's been in the chat tonight is already subscribed. If not, just do it. Yeah. Subscribe, hit that notification bell. We're not audio archiving these on our podcast partners, but every Wednesday we do an audio podcast that goes up on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and wherever you get your podcasts. If you do listen to podcasts, we ask you to subscribe to the Draft Countdown podcast and hit that. Give us a 5-star review there. Give us glowing praise. Share it out with the world, and so we can get our voices heard out there more. Follow me on Twitter at Deep Fried Draft. Follow Shane on Twitter at Shane P. Hallam. Follow Draft Countdown on Twitter at Draft Countdown. And as always, thanks everybody. DraftCountdown.com. You'll see our full best available boards tomorrow morning. Thanks everybody who watched tonight. Thanks everybody who listens each and every week. And we'll see you bright and early, 11:30 a.m. Eastern, 10:30 a.m. Central tomorrow morning. Good night, everybody.